In Different World with Naruto System C1-382. Volume 1. Chapter 01, Rebirth in a Different World. Chapter 01, Rebirth in a Different World. Tian was sitting in front of his computer waiting excitingly and thinking about what would happen next in the plot. He couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Well, everyone, do not misunderstand, Tian was only going to watch a masterpiece of Japanese anime, Naruto. It is said that there is nothing special on the other side, but anime creation truly make people to have no choice but to really admire it. Like Prince of Tennis, Detective Conan, Death God, and so on, anime masterpiece had many fans and Tian was also one of them. He, however, only liked a single anime series, Naruto, for no reason at all. Tian was a second-year university student in H City. But don't even mention losing his virginity, he didn't even had a girlfriend. It's not like he was ugly, he only had a little fault with his character, cooping up in his residence. Correct, cooping up in his residence. This fellow loved to shut himself in his rented room and watch the history or creation of Naruto by Masashi Kishimoto on his computer. Naruto updated every Thursday, an event he wouldn't miss even once. Once, the classmates of Tian wondered why he always nesting in his house and didn't go out. They even thought that he was building a golden house to keep his mistress, TL, doing something secretly, as he always looked impatient to go back to his house after class. Once, they secretly followed him to his house, and the next thing they saw made a black line appear on their faces. They saw him returning to the house, directly turning on the computer and going to do.com, TL, Chinese video sharing site, to watch Naruto. This made the classmates who were following him greatly depressed. Today the new Naruto episode 563, ED, seems to be Shippuden episode 343, was updated. The teaser said that in this episode Naruto's opponent's, ED, Tobi's, mask would be destroyed and his real face will be revealed. So it could not be missed. Tian was anxiously looking at the 60-second advertisement countdown on the upper right corner of video player. The 1 second that was remaining finally passed. When he was ready to watch with complete passion, he heard a Todo sound and he saw the large words, Error Code 2011. At once his anger exploded in a flash. F***K, F*** King Trash Todo. His right hand suddenly grabbed the cup on the table and threw it at the computer, however he had forgotten that there was still tea inside the cup. The tea directly splashed on the plug of the computer, instantly a series of sparks were generated which spread along the top of the table to his right hand. In that instant, before the electric sparks reached his body, his last thought was, F***K, I will never throw anything again. Divine Wind Continent, the country of Emperor Ai Lu. In its eastern area there was a magical beast forest which was filled with terrifying magical beasts. This place was paradise for many adventurers because they could hunt high-level magical beasts and suddenly become rich overnight, no longer needing to worry about eating and drinking in their lifetime. But there were also countless adventurers who had forever slept in the forest because of their low actual strength. In the magical beast forest's surroundings there was a small stream, at whose side lay a youth who was wearing luxurious clothes. This youth looked to be 15 years in age, but he didn't have a trace of childishness in his face, and those 2 dashing eyebrows increased his handsomeness even more. At this time the right hand of this youth slowly moved few times, he slowly opened his eyes and with a puzzled expression he looked around. Where am I? Don't tell me I didn't die? He slowly stood up, looked around at his surrounding environment and only towering tree appeared in his vision. He was completely puzzled looking at the huge towering trees. Ah! He held his head and unceasingly rolled on the ground as one scene after another flashed through his mind. After a few minutes, he stopped whining and forced a bitter smile on his pale face. Divine Wind Continent, the country of Emperor Ai Lu, Shiman Tianlong, scion of the Shiman household, I had never thought one day I would unexpectedly be reborn. Correct, Tian was no longer on Earth, but was rather reborn in the world called Divine Wind Continent, and the name of his current body was Shiman Tianlong, who was of the Shiman clan. This clan was one of the 4 major clans in this country of Emperor Ai Lu. Don't see the peculiar domineering name of this guy, because this guy is 100% a loser. Tianlong means dragon of heaven. The thing is, his mother was just a female servant of Shiman family, and 5 years after giving birth to him, she died of an illness. And his father, the master of the Shiman house, Shiman Tian, had not entered his mother's courtyard once, not even when she died. And this guy was also a loser at cultivating. He didn't have any cultivation talent, no magic talent, and only had a pitiful battle chi talent which was also limited, so he could only practice up to intermediate fighter and no further. But this guy seemed to be exceptionally popular with females. He didn't know why, but the daughter of Wang Jia clan, which was also one of the 4 major clans, of all the people, she had fallen for this guy. But the eldest son of Shiman clan, Shiman Foam, Shiman Tianlong's elder brother also liked her, which gave birth to wild jealousy in his heart. Finally, he sent some people to proclaim that Shiman Tianlong was not the biological son of Shiman Ba Tian. And, he didn't know how, but Shiman Tianlong's father had believed those words and Shiman Tianlong was driven away and banished from the imperial capital. Still, Shiman Feng didn't let him go and dispatched assassins to hunt him. Finally this guy was killed by those assassins at this magical beast forest. Ren Tianyu was studying this information in his brain, after which he forced out a smile in his heart. He had never thought that this guy whom he possessed was so miserable. Unexpectedly, not only was he a loser in cultivating, in addition, he had such a formidable enemy. How do you expect me to survive from now on, AI? Suddenly he thought about his parents on Earth and his younger sister, not knowing when they will realize about his death and how they would react. He felt sad in his heart. Just then he felt extremely thirsty, and having seen the stream in front of him, he struggled to get up, supported his weak body and started to walk towards it. He was about to die because of thirst, so he was ready to drink the water. At that time when he saw the reflection of himself in the water, his mouth became O-shaped. He didn't notice whether this guy was too ugly or extremely handsome. Rather, he clearly saw the reflection of his eyes on the water. They were a pair of scarlet eyes, inside of which was an inverted Magatama. This is the Sharingan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 02, Naruto System. Chapter 02, Naruto System. Ren Tianyu started to tremble with excitement. This is the Sharingan, your father had liked Sharingan the most. He was confident that these eyes were on entirely different level. After all, he was perfectly clear about the abilities of the Sharingan. At this time, he suddenly felt a wave of pain inside his mind. After the severe pain he heard a metallic voice in his ear. Found a host. By scanning, the host is confirmed to meet the requirements. Naruto system binding successful, host Shiman Tianlong. Who gave me what? Come out. He suddenly stood up, and yelled all around him, but there was no one around him. Only towering trees were slightly swaying by wind. Host, do not panic. I am the administrator of the Naruto system. Please close your eyes and concentrate. Inside your mind, you can see me. At that time, he once again heard that metallic voice. Immediately after hearing this voice he began to do as it said. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and very quickly, inside his mind he saw that so-called Naruto system. Inside his brain, he caught the sight of a laptop-like interface at the top of which, it had 5 huge effect scroll. He again concentrated hard and saw that it was marked as Ninjusta System, Store System, Technique System, Summoning Beast System and Mission System. This is? He was completely astonished when he saw those things inside his mind. At the same time that metallic voice rang again. Host, do not panic, this is the Naruto System interface. Host can learn all the ninjusta that appeared in the Naruto world. Who are you? While he was very shocked to see those things in his mind, he knew that he should have a clear understanding of it, so he asked. I am the administrator of the Naruto system and the guide for the host to use this system. After hearing his question, that metallic voice answered. Why is it that this system appeared in my body? It is the reward of the heavenly laws, the concrete reason is unknown. After hearing the metallic voice's answer, he became lost in thought for a long time. Although he didn't know why this system had appeared in his body, but anyway it was actually a good thing. It was necessary to have a certain strength to have a stable footing in this world. And the original cultivation system of this world was not suitable for this body, as even after cultivating it for 10 years he had not reached even intermediate fighter rank. The classification system of this world is as follows. For warriors, Battle Chi Trainee Fighter, Junior Fighter, Intermediate Fighter, Senior Fighter, Swordsman, Great Swordsman, Swordmaster, Great Swordmaster, Sword Saint and Sword God. For magicians, Trainee Mage, Junior Mage, Intermediate Mage, Senior Mage, Magic Scholar, Great Magic Scholar, Magic Master, Great Magic Master, Law Saint and Law God. For illusionists, Trainee Illusionist, Junior Illusionist, Intermediate Illusionist, Senior Illusionist, Illusion Scholar, Great Illusion Scholar, Illusion Master, Great Illusion Master, Illusion Saint and Illusion God. And with this Naruto system I have full confidence that it is unlikely to lose to anyone. For magic, I, your father, have ninjutsu. For battle chi, I, your father's taijutsu is not incompetent. And for illusions, I, your father's Sharingan is the forefather of illusions. He thought for a while and asked, System, give me a brief introduction about the function of this Naruto system. Yes, host. Next, the system gave a brief introduction about the main function of the Naruto system. The ninjutsu system covers all the jutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, even forbidden jutsus and secret arts which had appeared in the Naruto world. There is no requirement to learn the skills inside the ninjusta system. As long as you have enough strength, you can learn them at any time. Inside the store, there were tens upon tens of thousands of ninja items and tools such as painkillers, shuriken, detonating papers, and so on. The eye technique system was related to the Mangekyo Sharingan. The summoning beast system contains all beasts. The host could summon his beasts from inside this system. This system even included all-tailed beasts, 1 to 9-tailed beasts. The mission system provided missions to the host. Completion of these mission rewards system points and items. In this entire Naruto system, there were no requirements in only the ninjutsu system, but the eye technique system, the Mangekyo Sharingan, as well as the store, needed system points. He was lost in thought after carefully hearing about the system. After some time he asked the system, "What are the methods to gain system points?" Host can obtain system points by completing missions and also by killing creatures with energy such as the magical beasts in this forest as well as other human beings. Just binding this system has given host 100 system points. I understand. After listening to the system, he got a basic understanding about this Naruto system. This Naruto system's ninjutsu, genjutsu and taijutsu cannot be learned directly but had to practice hard until they are perfected. But eye techniques can be exchanged with system points so they could be directly learned. After understanding how to use it, he couldn't wait to test things out. First was gathering the chakra. After all, chakra is basic foundation of all ninjutsu, genjutsu and taijutsu, and without chakra they cannot be used. He opened the ninjutsu system and looked for the chakra gathering method. Chakra is energy gathered from the cells of human being. He carefully looked at the method of gathering chakra inside the ninjutsu system. After that he sat on the ground and began to cultivate for the first time in this alien world. Chakra is a kind of energy produced from a perfect fusion of natural energy essence and bodily energy and is used as the starting point for ninjutsu, genjutsu and taijutsu. Also, it can use to make chakra threads to bind opponents or probably cut off similar things made from chakra. Although his innate talent in cultivating battle chi and magic was very low, even to the extent that he had just reached intermediate fighter after cultivating battle chi for 10 years. But his cultivation speed of chakra was very fast. Within merely 10 minutes or so, he could feel the energies from all over the body spring out and start gathering in his dantian. Time passed second by second. Unknowingly he had already cultivated for about 5 hours, until there was a rumbling sound from his stomach. After that he opened his eyes and stood up. He touched his stomach. He felt that his front stomach had already attached to his back because of cultivating chakra. While cultivating chakra, all the energy is extracted from all the cells in the body, so cultivation of chakra demands great amount of food. He stood up and walked towards the magical beast forest. He knew from his memories that strong magical beasts do not appear at the outer surroundings of this magical beast forest. So even with his strength, he could still hunt magical beasts of class 1 or 2. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 03, Chakra Attribute. Chapter 03, Chakra Attribute. Tian Yu entered the forest and quickly found traces of a low-class magical beast. Soon a white rabbit appeared in front of him. From his memory, he knew that this rabbit was a class 1 magical beast called Rumbling Rabbit. Other than firing water arrow, it could do nothing. He quickly advanced toward that rabbit, and at this moment the Rumbling Rabbit also noticed him. Facing him, it fired a water arrow, turned around and started to run. At this time, his body suddenly erupted with weak white-colored radiance. This was his original battle chi cultivation. However, this battle chi amount was too low and it enclosed his body extremely weakly. It looked like it could disappear at any moment and he could only use it for an extremely short period of time. And his new cultivation of chakra was even more lacking. After all, he had only cultivated chakra for a couple of hours. With the help of his battle chi, he dodged the water arrow and ran towards the Rumbling Rabbit and attacked it with his fist. Pang! His fist landed on Rumbling Rabbit, causing that Rumbling Rabbit to fly out and roll on the ground. After which it directly fainted. He ran toward the fainted rabbit, picked it up by its ears, and then ended its life by twisting its neck with his other hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing your first magical beast, Rumbling Rabbit. You earned 10 system points. At that time, the system voice rang in his ear. After that, he opened the system. Sure enough, his system points had already increased to 110. Not bad. Hunting and getting system points, not a bad business. Still, this battle chi is quite good. He thought for a while. Even with this weak battle chi, his speed and attack power had suddenly increased. This cultivation system deserves to be called the millions-year heritage of the Divine Wind Continent. But I have ninjutsu, so I don't need to care much about this battle chi. He lifted the dead body of the Rumbling Rabbit, walked towards the stream and started to peel off the skin. Originally doing these types of things was quite difficult for the previous him, but now he had battle chi, so now it was quite easy. However, after completely peeling off the skin, worry appeared on his face. After all this time your father do not have fire. His battle chi was not fire attributed but wind attributed battle chi. Fire ninjutsu. He had only cultivated chakra for a couple of hours and he didn't know even the simplest taijutsu, which was the easiest among the three, not to mention fire style ninjutsu. Your father cannot eat it raw. He gloomily scratched his head and looked at the rabbit meat. He considered eating it raw, but seeing that the meat was still dripping blood, he couldn't do it. There is no other way but to force myself to use our ancestors' ways, drill wood to make fire. Speaking this, he was already going to die from hunger. So he forced himself to stand up and search for a piece of dead wood. After that he found a little branch, put a bits of dry grass on it, and with a serious look he started to turn and twist the branch above the dead tree piece. For the sake of food, stake it all. Under the rapid turn and twist, he saw some smoke emerged above the piece of dead wood, and quickly after that a surge of flame was lit. This is nowhere near as easy as this in our world. Got a fire. Your father no longer need to eat raw meat like a barbarian. Seeing the fire, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. At last, he no longer needed to eat raw meat. He immediately stood near the fire, pierced a branch through the rabbit meat and started to roast it. After about half an hour, he could no longer endure his hunger and birds were fluttering around the roasted meat because of its aroma. Finally ready. Using his battle chi to wrap his hand to deal with heat, he quickly took the meat, tore it and threw some of it into his mouth. Although there was no seasoning, this meat of magical beast is still delicious. Oily but not greasy. Unexpectedly compared to this meat, the meat from earth is as dull and dry as bark, and is not oily but greasy to death. He ate all the rabbit meat completely in a short time. He was surprised, even after that meat entered his stomach, he was still hungry. No wonder all the ninjas inside of Naruto had big appetites. Naruto in particular even ate 8 large bowls of ramen. At that time I had secretly smacked my lips in disapproval with Kishimoto a bit. I didn't expect cultivating chakra consumed this much energy from body. He recalled the time when he was watching Naruto and those ninjas having a huge appetite. No wonder those ninjas often went to complete tasks for earning money. Otherwise, just eating would make them poor. With no other way, he forced himself to stand and go hunting. He continued to hunt and eat rumbling rabbits until he was completely full. Burp finally full. He finally let out a burp of satisfaction. Seeing the bones of the rumbling rabbits around him, he couldn't help but blushed with shame, as he never thought that he would also turn into a glutton. If it was on Earth, eating half of this rabbit meat would be incredible for him. After finishing eating, he decided to continue cultivating his chakra. This world was not like his previous world. Here a single person can simply toss a stone and kill 8 out of 10 people who are stronger than him. Not to mention him. Beside this, previously on Earth he was extremely fond and dreamed of becoming a ninja, and now he got a chance to realize this dream. So how can he not be excited to cultivate chakra? Oh, that's right, I still don't know my chakra attribute. Thinking about cultivating chakra, he was curious about his chakra attribute. Finally, to know his chakra attribute, he couldn't help but became excited. But I don't have any chakra attribute testing paper. He was very impatient to know his chakra attributes, but for this he needed chakra testing paper. Oh, that's right, why am I so stupid? I already have the Naruto system. He hit his head and also cursed himself, hurriedly opened the Naruto system and went to the store. Thanks to this system he could learn ninjutsu, and he had directly started to learn cultivating chakra and hadn't paid any attention to this store system. Now was the first time he had opened to see it. Good heavens, inside the store there was a wide variety of things. There were basic ninja tools like kunai, shuriken, detonating paper, and all other essentials, to the extent that there was even the clothing of all lead characters of the Naruto world, such as Naruto's clothes, Sasuke's clothes, Akatsuki's clothes, and even different kinds of masks. And there was even the thing that made him completely ashamed, that was a lighter, a lighter. Just now he had drilled a wood to make a fire, but here he found a lighter. This made him depressed. The lighter could be exchanged with 2 system points, which he exchanged immediately. And after that, he found chakra attribute testing paper too, which could be exchanged with 10 system points. He immediately exchanged it too. After this, he turned off the system and took out the chakra testing paper which he had exchanged just a moment ago. Slowly he started to channel a little bit of his chakra into this paper. As its name suggests, chakra attribute testing paper is a type of paper which tests the attribute of chakra. Chakra attributes are classified into fire, wind, earth, water, and lighting. If the chakra is fire attribute, then this paper will burn. If it is wind attribute, then it splits into two. If it is earth attribute, then it will disintegrate. If it is water attribute, then it will become wet, and finally if it is lightning attribute, then it will wrinkle. If you have all 5 attribute, then one part will burn, one part will split open, one part will disintegrate, one part will become wet, and last part will wrinkle. And when Tian you channeled his chakra into this paper, first the paper wrinkled, then it split into 2, and finally one part caught the fire. Unexpectedly my chakra is 3 attributed, lightning, wind and fire. I'm quite lucky. However, this fire attribute should be because of Sharingan. All the members of Uchiha clan, having the Sharingan, are natural masters of the fire style. And now Tian Yu was quite excited as all of his attribute was attack-oriented. With the lightning attribute he could learn Chidori or Raikiri, and furthermore that S-class ninjutsu Kirin. With the wind attribute he could learn the super bug class ninjutsu which he had admired for a long time, Raisin Shuriken. Fire attribute power is not bad. He had seen Madara release Ketun Guka Makyaku, fire style, majestic destroyer flame, and only after 10 other ninja released water wall jutsu had they blocked it. After knowing his own chakra attributes, he started to cultivate chakra in a very good mood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 04, Practicing Seal Forming. Chapter 04, Practicing Seal Forming. Tian Yu cultivated chakra for the second time. When he stopped after evening, the amount of chakra within his body was twice as much compared to at noon. Again he felt quite hungry, so he had no choice but to stand up and go hunting. As it was getting dark, he had to hurry up and take action, because many powerful magical beasts came out at night. As of now, if he encountered any of those powerful magical beasts, then he would become meal for it. Soon, he discovered a lightning cat. It was class 1 magical beast and it looked like it would surely have delicious meat. It didn't have high attack power, but its speed can be compared with class 3 magical beasts. Thanks to not having night vision and not having high strength, even after a long period of time he couldn't catch that lightning cat. What to do now? He quickly became impatient and sweat started to pour down from his head. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would become for him, as night was right around the corner. He didn't have the courage to enter the inner region of the magical beast forest. Oh, that's right, Sharingan. Just now he recalled that he had the Sharingan. Although his Sharingan had just awoken and had only a single tomo, it still could not be trifled with. Ed. Tomo, http://naruto.wikia.com/wiki/tomo right bracket. Thinking this, he rapidly circulated his chakra which he had cultivated not long before towards his eyes. Sharingan! Suddenly, both of his eyes changed into a scarlet color. Inside his each eyeball, the single inverted Magatama, Ed, seemed to be the same thing as Tomo, slowly turned around, and his Sharingan was unleashed. After he unleashed the Sharingan, the originally fastly moving lightning cat immediately became much slower in his vision and he could see it clearly. This Sharingan with a single Tomo gives the user enhanced observation skills. All the things within its field of vision slow down, so that the user could clearly see all the movements and aim of the opponent and counter them. After he turned on his Sharingan, he realized he could clearly see each and every movement of lightning cat. He swung his fist toward the lightning cat which directly landed on its body. Pung! He had swung his fist anticipating the lightning cat's movement path. This fist which landed on the lightning cat was covered with duki, causing the animal to fly out. He quickly ran towards the place where the lightning cat landed and delivered another punch which ended its life. Following this method, he killed an additional 4 lightning cats and returned back to the stream bank. This time he didn't make fire by drilling wood like an idiot but instead used the lighter. After this he quickly roasted the meat and satisfied his hunger, and then he climbed up a big tree and rested on a branch. What do I do now? If I cultivate now, then in the middle of night I will be hungry and at that time I cannot light a fire to roast meat because if the fire is noticed by any of the powerful magical beasts then it would be a great disaster. So in the end what should I do now? He was sitting on the branch and was a bit anxious. He was deeply thinking about what to do next. He wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible so that he could walk all around the world without any fear. So no matter what he wanted to seize every possible chance possible to improve his strength. Oh, that's right, I can practice seal forming, Although I could learn ninjutsu, but if I can't form the required hand seal then it would be useless. To use some advanced or high-level ninjutsu, I need to form dozens of hand seal. So if I am not familiar in forming hand seals then all of the ninjutsu will be useless, Right away after speaking, he quickly accessed the ninjutsu system, within which he found a list of hand seal signs. There were 12 basic ninjutsu hand seals: dragon, ox, boar, hare, monkey, serpent, ram, horse, dog, tiger, bird, and rat. The different combinations of these hand seals turned into all the hand seals required for using ninjutsu in the Naruto anime. For some ninjutsu to activate, the required hand seal should be formed within a given time, otherwise it would fail. For example, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu needed altogether 8 hand seal signs: ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, serpent, tiger. These seal must be formed within 4 seconds to activate this jutsu. Although some senior ninja didn't provide specific time, they didn't take more than 4 seconds to form all those hand seals. And some high-level jutsu like water style, water dragon jutsu, needed 44 hand seals to activate. From this he could see that if he was not familiar in forming hand seals, then he should forget about using any high-level ninjutsu. Every day he had watched Naruto, and was a super fan of this series. So without doubt he knew the importance of hand seals. He wanted to become just like Uchiha Itachi. Not only could he form hand seals with one hand, but also he could make at least 5 hand seals in a second. He carefully watched all the basic hand seal which were shown in the ninjutsu system, and started to meticulously practice forming hand seals. It was almost 3 hours since he started practicing hand seals, and his hand was also almost cramped. Till now he had only practiced forming those 12 basic hand seals, and he had already become quite skilled in it. As for making hand seals with one hand, he didn't wish to practice it yet. He stopped practicing, and looked at the 2 bright, big moons in the sky. Right, in this divine wind continent, 2 moons shine brightly at night, but fortunately there is only 1 sun at daytime. Seeing the moons, again he couldn't help but recall his parents and sister who were on Earth and become sad in his heart. He didn't know whether they got sad over the news of his death. Especially so for his father, who had high blood pressure and didn't know if he could handle this news. "Father, mother and sister, you must wait for me. If I have enough strength to return, then I will definitely return and seek you all. Tian Yu is not dead, not dead." Speaking up to this he couldn't bear anymore, and the tears started to flow out. Only those people who have not been heartbroken yet say real men do not easily cry, no one else. He looked at spacetime ninjutsu and thought that if he learned those spacetime jutsu, then maybe after he had completely mastered them, he could return back. He slowly hid his sorrow and lay on the branch. After some time he entered in his first sleep in another world. Next day he woke early in the morning, walked up to the small stream and washed his face. After that he sat cross-legged near the stream and began to cultivate chakra. Now he must seize every chance possible to cultivate. The faster he cultivated, the faster he would be able to return to Earth and tell his parents he didn't die and was still alive. Time slowly passed by as he was immersed in cultivation. He had already planned his daily schedule to cultivate chakra. His schedule was to exert himself for half a day cultivating chakra until his limit, and after that go hunting. Not only could he obtain meat, he could also gain all important system points. He wanted to upgrade his single Tomo Sharingan to a double Tomo Sharingan, but it needed 1000 system points. Sharingan was crucial for boosting his power, so he had to collect system points without any delay. And at night, for his daily schedule, he had decided to practice forming hand seals until he was thoroughly skilled in it. Now he had already prepared his cultivation plan, so he started to cultivate chakra according to his plan, to be continued. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 05, Katan Enden, Fire Style, Flame Bullet. Chapter 05, Katan Enden, Fire Style, Flame Bullet. Time passed slowly while he was in the middle of practicing, and the amount of his chakra also increased slowly. And also he was getting more and more familiar in using hand seals. After a month, in the morning, next to the stream, he was forming the hand seals quickly, fast enough that his hands were already becoming a bit blurry. Ram, serpent, tiger, bunshin no jutsu, clone jutsu. A second later, pang, he was surrounded by white-colored smoke. Then there appeared another figure who looked the same as him. But if one looked at it carefully, the figure seemed a bit unreal, as if it could disappear at any time. After a month of cultivation, finally his chakra was upgraded to the next level. Also, he became even more familiar with hand seals, and now he could form 3 basic hand seals within a second. His strength was also upgraded. He also had planned to begin learning several low-level ninjutsu from the ninjutsu tab. The first reason was that previously on Earth, he was a hardcore fan of Naruto and always hoped someday he could also learn and use ninjutsu. Now of course, that opportunity had arrived. Second, his strength of intermediate fighter was not good enough in times of danger inside the magical beast forest. Although his current location was at the outer perimeter of the forest, nobody could guarantee that a high-level magical beast wouldn't become bored in the inner region and decided to take a walk in the outside perimeter of the forest. If that happened and he encountered that magical beast then. So he had decided to learn some of the life-saving jutsu first, and after completely learning them, he planned to proceed to the next cultivation plan. And to start learning ninjutsu, of course, he should start from the 3 most basic jutsu. In the Naruto world, the 3 most basic jutsu are commonly referred to Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique, making a clone of oneself, to puzzle the enemy, Henge no Jutsu, transformation jutsu, turn oneself into someone or something else, like Sun Wukong and the 72 transformations, and Narakawari no Jutsu, body substitution jutsu, when receiving an attack, swap one's position with nearby objects. As a matter of fact, before on Earth some people also added Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, in the category of most basic jutsu, but Shunshin no Jutsu is high-level ninjutsu, only higher-level ninja could learn this jutsu. With this Shunshin no Jutsu, some high-level ninja had become famous such as Shunshin no Shursui of the body flicker. But the 3 most basic ninjutsu can be learnt at a ninja academy by any student. He had just used Bunshin no Jutsu, clone jutsu, which was one of the most basic ninjutsu. Actually, many Naruto fans considered the role of Bunshin no Jutsu not big. This jutsu was not only used to confuse the enemy but also could be used to talk with another person as well as explore dangerous regions. He looked at his clone for a while and tried to touch it with his hand, but his had passed right through it without any resistance. As he expected, there was no resistance. Release. He formed a hand seal, deciding to get rid of the clone. After this, he used Henge no Jutsu, transformation jutsu. Again, he was surrounded by white-colored smoke, and from within a middle-aged man who was wearing Western clothes from Earth appeared. If even a single individual from Earth saw this man, then they would absolutely cry out in alarm and utter, "Wow, Brother Andy." And then they would immediately pull out a pen and paper and run towards him for a signature. Correct, he had transformed into a widely known individual on Earth, Heavenly King Andy Lau, T.L., Hong Kong cantopop singer and actor. He went to the stream and looked at his reflection and said, correct, now I, your father, Laozi, also can transform like Sun Wukong of the 72 transformations." Observing the reflection of Andy Lau in the stream, he could not help but click his tongue and nod his head. Only after this did he release his transformation and change back to his previous appearance. After this he started to use Narakawari no Jutsu, substitution jutsu. Although Narakawari no Jutsu was also one of the 3 most basic jutsu, but compared to other 2, Naruto used it quite frequently as he used it in his day-to-day life too. He quickly formed the required hand seals for Narakawari no Jutsu, then he saw a different sight. He suddenly felt himself appear near the tree some distance away from his original location. He slowly walked towards his original location. He was quite happy and completely satisfied with this jutsu's effect. It was quite worthwhile to learn and was easy to use daily. Also, this jutsu was very useful to flee from powerful magical beasts and could greatly increase the chances of his survival. Even after testing all the 3 most basic ninjutsu, he had not consumed all his chakra. So, he opened the ninjutsu tab in the system and started to learn some of the basic ninjutsu. He opened the ninjutsu system and found the jutsu he wanted to learn first. After he found what he had searched for, he started to practice to get familiar with the hand seals required for this jutsu. Serpent, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, keten, enden. Fire style, flame bullet. This. He finished forming the hand seals, slightly bent backward, brought his fingers near his mouth and slowly blew out a small fireball. Flame bullet in Grand Fireball Jutsu is different. Flame bullet is weaker version of Grand Fireball Jutsu. The fireball, how do you say it? It was just a small ball of flame. He looked at his small fireball and immediately the corner of his mouth twitched and a black line appeared. His jutsu was just like the jutsu used by Kid Sasuke when he was learning for the first time. He felt powerless. Now he was forced to make great effort to practice so that he could perfect this jutsu. Thus, he started to put great effort in practicing this jutsu. In the beginning, he always spat out a small flame. With practice, he slowly started to grasp the chakra output, which caused his jutsu to slowly take shape. Katan Enden. He quickly formed the required hand seals, and he spat out a huge fireball, and Hong had knocked down a huge tree which instantly burned. Phew, finally I could use this ninjutsu. Your father's throat almost spat out smoke. Cough cough, this won't do, water. Along with the completion of this ninjutsu, he was relieved a little, but what followed after was a sudden surge of pain from his dry throat. He immediately ran to the stream, bent over and drank big mouthfuls of water, one after another. Practicing this jutsu from the morning till now almost caused him to spit smoke. Well, that's all for practicing this jutsu. What's more, I have more or less already learnt this jutsu. But before doing anything, first I need to fill something in my stomach. My stomach is already starting to protest. He ran toward his temporary kennel *cough, not kennel but rather his shelter. In fact, it was just a hole in the tree. He had already kept the meat of a lightning cat here. So he just started a flame and started to roast the meat. Since his last taste of delicious lightning cat meat, he had started liking this magical beast. So he started to insanely hunt these lightning cats around his surroundings. All the lightning cats who appeared in his sights were caught by him as their speed was a joke in front of his Sharingan. Of course, all those lightning cats entered his stomach and also helped him to gain system points. Now he had altogether 680 system points. The upgrade of his Sharingan was still far. The main reason for this low amount of system points was that low-class magical beasts give only small amounts of system points. And he had no way to hunt high-level magical beasts, so he could only accumulate system points slowly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 06, Actual Combat. Chapter 06, Actual Combat. Thus Ren Tianyu, just like this, began to make great effort on practicing ninjutsu. His ninjutsu system contained all the ninjutsu that had appeared in Naruto world. It even included forbidden art and secret art. Although his current actual strength was not that strong, nevertheless he still had practiced ninjutsu a lot. At present, his main focus was to practice 5-element style ninjutsu and taijutsu to increase his strength. As for illusion, he decided to learn after his Sharingan is upgraded to 3 Tomo level. Sharingan offers high additional bonus with regards to illusions. And 3 Tomo level gives ability to see through most of the illusions, but 1 Tomo level Sharingan merely boosts a bit of strength of user, nothing more. When Mangekyo Sharingan is awakened, at that time even time and space itself could be controlled. He only need to open Mangekyo Sharingan, and unknowingly the other peoples will fall into his Mangekyo Sharingan illusions. Especially Tsukuyami of Mangekyo Sharingan, this illusion causes his opponents to be trapped inside the world which he control. Here the opponents are tortured, and all the sensation of pains are not any different from the pain in real world. And the time inside Tsukuyami world is also different. 3 days of time is less than a second in real world. However, this ability takes heavy toll in the eyes and leads them to become blind if used frequently. At that time, when he saw this ability, he had doubted that this ability was not invincible. And finally realized that this ability could be somewhat resisted by the person having Mangekyo Sharingan or Rinnegan. Except those individuals, others would lose instantly. At that time, when Sasuke was trying to take revenge against Itachi, if at that time Itachi was not seriously ill and beyond cure, and furthermore wanted to die from Sasuke's hand but wanted to kill Sasuke, then Sasuke would have already died from his hands. And, at that time Sasuke was still talking big by saying, his eyes could already see through all illusions. When Mangekyo Sharingan becomes Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the anonymous change will occur in the eyes. This change removed the curse of becoming blind and also vastly increased the power of eyes. Even Nine-Tailed Beast, who was one of the Supreme Tailed Beast, could be easily tamed using this eye. So he didn't want to waste his time learning low-level illusions. It is not too late to wait until his Sharingan is truly grow up to learn illusion techniques. After 2 months within the magical beast forest, an agile figure was fighting against a giant wolf magical beast. If you look carefully at this figure of a young man, you could see his angular face, and also faintly see that there was not any hint of childishness, and could be estimated that this youth is not that old in age. And the color of the eyes of this youth was blood red in color, and within the pupil of his eyes, each had 2 Tomo. And the giant wolf he was fighting was Class 4 magical beast. Wind Wolf King, Class 4, high-level wind attributed magical beast, can use some elementary wind spells, fast as lightning, innate magic dance of wind blade. It is one of the toughest magical beast even among the Class 4 magical beasts. This youth was Ren Tianyu. These days he had already started to learn some simple jutsus to protect his life. But after starting to practice several jutsus, he found out that his chakra control was too low. Every time he used jutsu, he would use a huge amount of chakra. This not only waste the learning time but also waste great amount of chakra with each use. After realizing his problem, he decisively stopped to continue learning ninjutsu and begin to train his chakra control. Control, that's right, chakra control. The movement of chakra within the body by using hand seal, according to required order to release the jutsu, is a type of chakra control. So if you wanted to become a qualified ninja, then only having chakra is not enough, chakra control is also equally important. And actually the most appropriate time to train on controlling chakra was at the moment when they are junior ninja, genin, because at this time, the chakra amount is not too high and not too low. If you wait until you became intermediate ninja, chunin, or senior ninja, jounin, then the amount of chakra will be too high, and in comparison, the difficulty level in controlling this amount of chakra will be several times higher. In Naruto world, the methods to train in controlling chakra was to climb up a tree without using hands, and other was to walk on the surface of water. Ren Tianyu started with the basic method to practice chakra control, i.e. climbing up a tree without using hands. After thinking the training method and objective, he started to take action and arrived in front of a huge tree. Honestly speaking, this other world was quite convenient, compared to the trees of Earth. Here all the trees were huge and sturdy. Let's try. He looked at the tree, removed all the distracting thoughts and started to focus his chakra on his foot. and slowly set his foot on the tree which was in front of him. He broke the most basic law of gravitational force and started to walk on the surface of that huge tree trunk. Concentrate your mind, control the amount of chakra, not too much, not too less. He was repetitively warning himself within his heart, while carefully walking upwards the tree. But, more and more nervous caused him to make mistake. After he had taken several steps, he couldn't control his chakra perfectly and the amount of chakra he was supplying on his foot become a little bit less, causing him to fall straight to the ground. Dawn! He fell heavily on the ground, but fortunately, after a period of cultivation, now his body was much stronger than before, otherwise he would have become half dead by this fall. But even so, he saw multiple stars as well as it was extremely pain. He stood up and rubbed his painful part of his body due to fall. After that, he strengthened his vision and continued to climb up again. If you cannot suffer even a little bit of pain, then how can one improve his strength and find a way back home? Just like this, he fell down again and again, but he got up again and continued to climb the tree. After half a day, the waves of arrogant laughter came from the top of the tree. Ha, your father, finally mastered to climb the trees. I'm falling to death. Extreme joy turned into sorrow, he again fell off from the tree straight to the ground. After learning how to climb the tree, next was practicing walking on the surface of water. Although he already had enough bitter taste of suffering for the day, he started to practice walking on the surface of the water. Although he had already learned how to climb trees, when he walked on the surface of water for the first time, he could walk few steps and after that he immediately sank in the water. On the surface of water, gudong bubbles started to form. Fortunately, on the earth he was from Hangzhou, it doesn't matter when, but he had ran to the lake to take bath many times, thus he had acquired swimming skill. But even so, when he sank in the water he still drank a few gulps of water. After he came out of water, he was dripping wet just like a drowning grand duck chicken. After falling into the water for more than a dozen times, he started to discover the secrets. Walking on the surface of water was not like climbing on the tree where you only need to control the amount of chakra in a straight line. To walk on the surface of water, he had to change the chakra on the sole of his feet along with the change in wave of water, or he will drown. After discovering this secret, he practiced walking on the surface of water. Merely after less than half a day, he could already walk on the surface of water like he was walking on the earth. After learning both climbing up the tree and walking on the surface of water, he was both mentally and physically exhausted. Not only he got injured, his was completely wet, this made him really embarrassed. After a big meal, without even practicing hand seal, he laid down inside the hole he had created on the tree and slept deeply. After learning how to climb up the tree and walking on the surface of water, compared to before his chakra control was quite good while practicing ninjutsu. Just like this, his strength rapidly improved. Along with his strength increase, he could kill higher level magical beasts and he had saved 1000 system points, which was enough to upgrade his Sharingan to 2 Tomo level. This 2 Tomo level Sharingan not only increased his first ability, enhance observation skill, but also gave him additional copy function. This ability could copy any ninjutsu and taijutsu which he had seen with his own eyes, with the exception of bloodline limit ninjutsu and secret art. Again 2 months later, his chakra level was already nearing intermediate ninja, chunin, level, and similarly his ninjutsu and taijutsu was also at the level of intermediate ninja. So he had went inside the magical beast forest to look for a magical beast to fight against it and earn combat experience as well as to know the limit of his strength too. And while doing so he could also earn system points. After he had exchanged 1000 system points for 2 Tomo Sharingan, he found out that it required 3000 system points to upgrade to 3 Tomo Sharingan. But he still didn't know how much system points were required to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. So in order to upgrade his Sharingan up to Mangekyo Sharingan, he had no other choice but to work hard to accumulate as many system points as possible. His first target to fight was this Wind Wolf King. After he having learnt the speed of this Wind Wolf King with his Sharingan, he no longer feared this wolf. He only needed to be careful of its magic attack and that would be enough. Katan, Enden. Fire-style flame bullet, he formed the required hand seals and spat out a huge fireball which advanced towards the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King looked at that fireball with disdain, and released a huge hurricane from its mouth which advanced towards the incoming fireball. After blowing away the fireball, this hurricane also dispersed. Humph! Seeing his fireball blown away, he was not the least bit discouraged. Taking advantage of the time when the Wind Wolf King was releasing magic, in a flash he arrived at the side of Wind Wolf King. Konoha Senpu. Leaf Whirlwind. He quickly lowered his body and swept the legs of the Wind Wolf King with his right leg. Suddenly the Wind Wolf King was knocked to the ground by his kick. Konoha de Zenpu. Leaf Great Whirlwind. He followed his first kick with another kick towards its head which lifted it into the air. Boom! Because of Rin Tian Yu's sudden kick, the Wind Wolf King flew into the air, hit a big tree and fell. Its mouth howled a sad call. The Wind Wolf King stood up unsteadily and scanned for Ren Tianyu to take revenge but couldn't find a trace of him. At that time, suddenly it heard the voice of Ren Tianyu in its ear. "Looking for me? Beast." Suddenly his figure appeared in front of the Wind Wolf King and it released a completely terrified howl. Shortly afterwards, both of his hands landed on the ground and his right leg directly kicked the lower jaw of the Wind Wolf King and it again flew into the air. Kagabayo. Dancing Leaf Shadow. After he kicked it into the air, instantly he also jumped and appeared behind the Wind Wolf King. Then in the air while making a big arc, he heavily kicked the Wild Wolf King on its belly. Shurshur Rundan. Lion's Barrage. As he spoke, the Wind Wolf King hit the ground heavily, causing huge smoke and dust to rise. After that, he steadily landed on the ground, but didn't step forward because he didn't believe that it was this easy to defeat Wind Wolf King. After all, it was a Class 4 magical beast. Compared to the same ranked human swordsman, it was quite difficult to deal. Sure enough, before long, the wolf's shrill ululation resounded from the midst of the smoke and dust, and a huge fluctuation of wind magic could be sensed. All the smoke and dust was blown away, and Ren Tianyu clearly saw what was going on. He caught the sight of the Wind Wolf King's half-squatting body, condensed in front of its mouth a powerful fluctuation of wind attribute magic. Its eyes were filled with resentment. This is it. I cultivated hard for 3 months, and you are the one I have selected carefully to test my strength on. Do not let me down. Even after seeing Wind Wolf King's action, he was not afraid and worried about anything. His pair of Sharingan eyes sparked with his powerful fighting spirit. After cultivating for 3 months, now he was only thinking of having a good fight. Dance of the Wind Blade. Only the sight of a huge tornado advancing towards him could be seen. Inside this tornado, there were many wind blades flying around. After casting this magic, the Wind Wolf King suddenly became a bit fatigued. Is this the dance of the wind blade magic? It is somewhat similar to the jutsu of Sand Ninja Temari. By looking at that magic attack, he remembered a similar jutsu, but this was not that time for contemplation, so he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Dotun Taju Doria Hiki. Earth Style Multi-Mud Wall. After completing the series of hand seals, suddenly 3 large earth walls appeared in front of him. He was worried that a single wall couldn't withstand the attack, so he summoned multiple. Because of his limited strength, he could only produce 3 earthen walls. How does he suddenly have another attribute? Hong Hong. With a loud explosion, the magic of Wind Wolf King hit the Ren Tianyu's earth walls. The first wall was instantly destroyed, followed by the second, but the magic dissipated before the third wall. At that moment the Wind Wolf King was stunned. It didn't expect that after using its innate magic, the enemy before it would still be alive. In a flash it tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Suna Shigyur. Sand Shower. He raised his right hand towards the sky, and all of a sudden, large amounts of sand appeared above the Wind Wolf King. Now I'll send you to death. Sabaku Kyu. Sand Coffin. His eyes flashed with coldness. And along with his right hand's movement, suddenly innumerable sand pieces tightly enclosed Wind Wolf King down to its paws. Ao Wu. It suddenly released a frightened howl and started to struggle, but found itself surrounded by the sand and unable to move. Goodbye, Sabaku Soso. Sand Burial. Immediately, he tightly clutched his hand. This caused the sand surrounding Wind Wolf King to tightly shrink at once. At the same time, the wolf released a sad and shrill howl. That would be enough to make minced meat, and blood started to drip from the sand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 07, 2 years after the battle. Chapter 07, 2 years after the battle. Ren Tianyu looked at the sand from which blood was seeping out. Seeing this sight, something suddenly surged from his stomach. He hung on and didn't spit it out. He chose to bear the protest of his stomach and didn't vomit anything. Actually, he had caused this bloody scene and gore intentionally. He had done this in order to temper himself. Because he knew that this world was not a society ruled by law like in his previous world, Earth. Here, actual strength is the highest law. If one's strength is low and one gets killed, other than one's loved ones, no one will care. In this world, the lives of human beings are as cheap as dogs. So he had deliberately created such a bloody scene, to remind him that this was not a peaceful world as Earth and to make himself adapt to this world as soon as possible. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be eliminated. If this was not the case, he would not deliberately create meat sauce out of this Wind Wolf King by using sand shower, sand coffin and sand burial. He had already mastered some jutsu. He at least had 10 other jutsu which could be used in order to deal with this wolf without creating such a bloody scene. He adjusted his complex feelings in his heart and released Sand Burial. Immediately, the pile of broken pieces of meat sauce formerly the Wind Wolf King flowed out along with the sand. Catching sight of this, his originally suppressed protesting stomach surged again. It was not that easy to suppress that protesting stomach again, he had to waste a great deal of his strength to do so. After that, he took out the crystal core of the magical beast from that meat sauce. The magical beast core is the source of energy for all magical beasts, and without a core, no magical beasts could survive. Cores could be used by many magicians for cultivation, blacksmiths could use it for making precious magic weapons, alchemists could use it for refining mysterious metals items, and even pharmacists could use it for refining few precious medicines. The cores of illusion beasts and battle chi beasts could also be used like the cores of magical beasts. However, they are appropriate for illusionists and battle chi fighters only. And on the Divine Wind continent, the cores of these magical beasts, illusion beasts, and battle chi beasts were extremely precious. Even to the extent that high-level cores couldn't be bought in the market at any price because a high-level beasts could be compared with human existences at the same level. And now at this time, he was completely broke, as after his previous self was killed, all of his valuables were taken away, only leaving him the clothes on his back. That's why, so that he didn't go hungry in the future, he took the core of every magical beast he killed. Now his strength had increased to the next level, he could also use the Naruto world's bug ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. As a result, now when cultivating, he can divide into 3 shadow clones and learn together. Although he had learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu, he didn't dare create more than 3 clones to aid him in practice. Because multi-shadow clone jutsu is a rank ninjutsu, it is very difficult for a junior ninja to learn, as this jutsu has a very large downside. When the Shadow Clone Jutsu is released, the amount of chakra is equally divided with the clones, and not only are all the experience of a clone transferred to the owner, even its fatigue and other negative emotions are transferred back, causing a lot of people who use this jutsu to become exhausted. This is why this jutsu was one of the forbidden jutsu in Naruto. He still clearly remembered the sudden feeling of extreme exhaustion in his mind when he had undid his Shadow Clone Jutsu for the first time. He was not like Naruto, that cockroach who could use multi-shadow clone jutsu just like he is eating a meal. So he had only created 3 shadow clones. His real body cultivated chakra, and among the 3 clones, 1 practiced ninjutsu, another practiced taijutsu, and the final remaining 1 practiced forming hand seals. Although his speed of forming hand seals was quite fast, he was not satisfied with that speed and wanted to improve it even further. While cultivating in that place, in a blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Deep inside the magical beast forest, within a valley, a single youth who was wearing a white clothes was bravely confronting a huge lion emitting blazing flames. The white and plain clothes worn by that youth was a types of clothes never before seen in this Divine Wind continent. The waist belt was tied at the waist of this youth. At the right-hand side of this waist, there hung a sheathed sharp sword. And looking at this youth's facial feature, one could see his clear angular face, the slightly raised corner of his mouth, on which appeared an indistinct smile, and his hair slightly waving along with the wind. But the most peculiar feature was his eyes. Actually, this youth's eyes were a blood red in color, which seemed very frightening. And inside each blood-colored eye were 3 tomo. Looking at the lion-type magical beast being confronted by a youth, one could see this magical beast had 2 huge, sharp horns above its head, and its body was covered with flames emitting dangerous heat. If any of the Divine Wind continent's people caught the sight of this lion, they absolutely would cry out in alarm and utter, "Same class magical beast, raging flame cloud lion." Correct, this youth was precisely Rin Tianyu, who had practiced inside the magical beast forest for more than 2 years. As a result of his 2 years of cultivation, his actual strength had already raised to elite senior ninja class. In addition to the mentioned ninjutsu systems ninjutsu and taijutsu, many forbidden and secret arts, all 7 had been learnt. TL ***. The clothes he wore were exactly the same type worn by Sasuke in Naruto. Although the system store had the Akatsuki organization's cloak and Tobi's mask, wearing those clothes looked like it would give a negative impact, and he also felt that Sasuke's clothes made him look even more handsome. As a result, he had exchanged for them. As for the sword hanging in his waist, it was Kusanagi no Tsurugi, grass-mowing sword. In anime it is called Snake Sword. This was the sword that was passed to Sasuke by Orochimaru in Naruto. And now he had exchanged this sword from his Naruto system with system points. Now that his Sharingan had finally been enhanced to the 3 tomo level, his Sharingan's ability of observation and copying abilities had also significantly increased. But to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he needed 10,000 system points. If he had not exchanged for the Kusanagi sword, then he could have already awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had chosen not to do so. Because at that time he was not capable enough. Furthermore, although awakening Mangekyo Sharingan would have increased his strength, that would have been more harmful than good both at that time and for increasing his strength in the future. That's why he decided not to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan until he was capable enough. But now his strength had already reached the elite senior ninja level, and with regards to the amount of chakra, the previous him couldn't compare to the current him. Now he focused on cultivating change in chakra attributes. In anime, nature transformation. He had 3 chakra attributes which were fire, lightning, and wind. Thanks to Sharingan, he didn't need to painstakingly study nature transformation of the fire attribute. Thus, only the wind and lightning attributes were left. He had remembered that in Naruto had created Futon Rasen Shuriken. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken, after adding his chakra attribute to his Rasengan, after he had learnt nature transformation. This ninjutsu power was so formidable that it was S-ranked. Sasuke had learned lightning nature transformation which he used to learn Chidori and created Chidori Nagashi, Chidori Stream. Although he had now already learnt Rasengan and Chidori, but with regards to wind and lightning change in chakra attribute, he was still confused. No need to mention about learning Rasen Shuriken and ninjutsu on its level. After studying for several days, he realized that it was quite complicated and had to give up for the time being practicing nature transformation, and instead started to think about things beyond the magical beast forest. He had already nested in this magical beast forest for more than 2 years, making himself a barbarian who knew nothing about the affairs of the world. He had wanted to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan before leaving this magical beast forest. This way his strength would quickly soar through the sky and his safety would also be guaranteed. He was the descendant of the Shiman clan, which was one of the 4 major families, but he clearly knew that the waters of Divine Wind Continent were very deep. He looked at his system points. Currently he between 80-100 and 90-100 points. He estimated that killing a Saint-class magical beast would be enough to reach 10,000 points. He had targeted this Saint-class Raging Flame Cloud Lion for 2 reasons. The first was to test his strength and the second was to accumulate enough points to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. Roar, how dare you disturb the practice of His Excellency, the Great Kaimosi, I'm definitely going to eat you. The Raging Flame Cloud Lion growled towards his figure. Although it spoke like this, it had not moved but rather became cautious and put its guard up because it could feel a sense of danger from the human with strange eyes in front of it. Hearing that this lion speaking, he wasn't surprised at all. Because he had already known from the memories of the previous owner of his body that once magical beasts, illusion beasts, and battle chi beasts cultivate to the saint class, they could talk, and if they cultivate to god class, they could break through the chain of their bodies and transform into humans. If on the earth, a lion suddenly spoke to him, he would have definitely screamed, "Monster ah!" and would have ran away. Hee, Raging Flame Cloud Lion, is it? I have painstakingly cultivated for many years, you just happen to be a stepping stone of mine. He provoked the lion by speaking like a pretentious prick towards it. After listening to the provocative words, at once the Raging Flame Lion bristled with anger and growled at him. Roar, wretched human, unexpectedly you dare to insult His Excellency, the Great Kaimosi. You are courting death. Burning Flame Cloud, go, dot. Aunt can endure but uncle is not able to endure, TL, don't know what it means, unexpectedly it was regarded as a stepping stone. The Raging Flame Cloud Lion directly and violently made its move. Unable to deal with the dangerous sensation within its mind, it released a powerful magic attack towards Rin Tianyu. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Water-style, water wall. Seeing its burning flame cloud, he quickly formed the hand seals and released his jutsu. His speed of forming hand seals had improved greatly. After he had trained for more than 2 years, now he could form 6 hand seals in a second. As the forming of hand seals was complete, in front of him quickly appeared a huge water screen, blocking Raging Flame Cloud Lion's attack. Roar, human, so you are a water system magician. No wonder you rushed over to provoke me. Although water restrained me, still you should be aware that powerful fire can also restrain water. Watch my earth flame, dot. Seeing the water screen appear in front of Rin Tianyu, the Raging Flame Cloud Lion thought that he was water system magician. And thinking that he was provoking it by relying on this ability, it roared and used its unique skill. Suddenly Rin Tianyu saw the surroundings around Raging Flame Cloud Lion gradually change into a flame region. Scorching hot magma sprang out from the Earth's surface and the region became a flame world. Pretty powerful, is it? Since you are so fond of fire, for your father, only wanting to reduce your temperature won't do. His Sharingan flashed with cold light, then it started to rotate, both hands quickly forming a series of hand seals. He didn't even take 3 seconds to completely form the required hand seals. Suetun, Bakusui Shoha. Water style, exploding water shock wave. He bent his waist, his belly started to swell and then he opened his mouth, spitting out a huge wave. Suddenly the whole valley changed into a miniature lake, and the earth flame of the lion disappeared as the lion itself became trapped in the midst of the water. He stood firmly on the water's surface and cautiously watched it with his Sharingan so that he could react at any time in case of a surprise attack by the Raging Flame Cloud Lion. Because he was careful, he sensed that there was something wrong under his foot and, without losing any time, moved immediately. After he left that place, bang, with a loud sound a huge flame pillar rose from it, and gradually expanded. From within that flame pillar, a huge flame shadow came out, advancing towards him at a high speed. He was just in the process of dodging the attack, and seeing the unexpected flame shadow, his eyes flashed with a cold gleam and his right pulled out his Kusanagi sword to defend himself. Bang! He and that flame shadow heavily collided with each other and he was knocked back. His body was hit, causing him to fly into the sky, for a several-meter-long arc, then fall back into the water. After that he stood firmly again. A pair of imposing Sharingan eyes looked at that raging flame cloud lion who was floating in the air. Saint-class magical beasts were so hard to deal with. However, wasn't this way more interesting? If it was easy, then there would not be any pleasure. Haha, how is that human? Now did you see the strength of His Excellency, the Great Ka-Moc? Although your attainment in the water system is extraordinarily high, still I, Your Excellency Ka-Moc, also am not to be trifled with. Floating in the air, the raging flame cloud lion burst into a loud laugh and spoke. Although it was talking like this, in fact it actually wanted this human to leave. From the confrontation of a moment ago, it had already realized that this human's strength was extraordinarily high, and especially his attribute was water. So he merely hoped that he able to bluff this human into retreating from here. Snort! Although he didn't know the lion's thoughts, seeing that lion's arrogant appearance and that it was unexpectedly looking down on him, his mood became bad. His eyes flashed with a cold light, then he started to quickly form hand seals. Prepare to taste bitterness. He looked towards the floating raging flame cloud lion with an indifferent gaze. His forming of the hand seals was complete. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 08, Doton Utenpen. Chapter 08, Doton Utenpen. Earth Style, Impermanence. Suetun Suoryud no Jutsu. Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. After forming the hand seals, a huge water dragon rose from the surface of the water, and then at his command rushed towards the raging flame cloud lion. Roar! Reckless human, look at my mad fire cloud tide. Seeing that Tian was not acting as he had anticipated, but rather continuing to attack, it suddenly released a roar and, without caring about anything, started to counterattack. Suddenly, the fire-colored clouds started to condense in the sky above the valley where Tian and the raging flame cloud lion were fighting. A strong fluctuation of magic leaked from the midst of those fire-colored clouds. Tian, who had just released the water dragon jutsu, looked at the fire-colored cloud in the sky with his imposing eyes. Go to hell, wretched human! Mad fire cloud tide, fall! With the command of the lion, endless flames fell towards Tian from the fire-colored clouds in the sky. The water dragon which he had released just a moment ago directly evaporated into water vapor. F***K. Seeing the powerful might of this powerful magic, he hastily retreated. He quickly reached the cliff of this mountain valley, after which he started to run quickly on the walls of a cliff towards its top. Roar, wretched human, now you wanted to run? It's already too late. I can easily expand the mad fire cloud tide. It believed that he was running away, so it roared, glanced at the mad fire cloud tide and released a huge amount of magical power. Suddenly, the fire-colored fire started to enlarge and it quickly enveloped the whole mountain valley. After this, all the water from the small lake created by Tian started to evaporate into vapor, and gradually the original ground started to reappear. After hearing the raging flame cloud lion, Tian suddenly let out a disdainful smile. He had never considered fleeing, rather, just now, above the surface of the water, it was harder to defend. Doton Doria Johiki. Earth-style rampart of flowing soil. He quickly formed the required hand seals, and after completion, he shouted. Suddenly the ground started to sway, after which a huge earth wall grew from the ground. He jumped behind that earthen wall and again started to quickly form another set of hand seals. Doton Doriko Earth-style Earth-shore return. He heavily smacked his hand on the ground. Suddenly, in front of him emerged a huge earth wall. He quickly stood behind this earth wall. Hong hong. A huge explosion was heard. The walls that were created by him only shook and some of the stones fell but still stood erect. Roughly 30 seconds later, he no longer heard any more explosions, and he felt that the heat around him was also decreasing slowly. From beneath the earth walls he saw that those boundless fire-colored clouds had already disappeared and the walls he had made were also on the verge of collapse. Roar, human, I didn't expect that you are a water and earth dual system magician. Seeing the huge wall, raging flame cloud lion who was floating in the air had never thought that the human in front of it was unexpectedly water and earth dual system magician. I still have many tricks that you could never conceive of. Hearing the words of the lion, the corner of Ren Tianyu's mouth rose a little. The strength of this flame lion was actually powerful, but he was also not that weak. He quickly took out a scroll, a writing brush and an ink bottle from his backpack, spread out the scroll and quickly drew a picture of an eagle. Nimpo Choju Giga. Ninja Art Super Beast Scroll. His hands quickly formed the required hand seals, after which the black eagle in the drawing suddenly appeared alive and flew out from the scroll. Immediately he jumped on the back of this eagle, and commanded it to directly fly towards the flame lion in the sky. In Naruto, with the exception of some special bloodline clans, no one is able to fly even if they reach the highest limits of ninja power. So he too couldn't fly, this was his biggest weakness. That's why he had learned Sai Super Beast Scroll, but this jutsu was powerless on rainy days. Courting death. Seeing that puny human advancing towards it, it suddenly let out a laugh as this human magician dared to advance towards it, who was a same-class magical beast for close-quarter combat. It also suddenly accelerated towards him. Snort, Chidori. He drew out his Kusanagi sword with his right hand and his left hand quickly formed a hand seal. Suddenly, the sound of thousands of bird chirping reverberated and the sword in his right hand was covered with lightning. Chop! He slashed the sword. He and the flame lion quickly met head-on. He quickly used his Sharingan to carefully observe every move of this lion as well as the skill which it was using. He quickly dodged the attack of the flame lion, then he slashed his sword at its right leg. Ho! Trying to kill me. Wretched human, your father, will definitely kill you. His slash of the sword quickly cut off the leg of the raging flame cloud lion. Suddenly that lion released a painful roar. Snort! Kagebayo, dancing leaf shadow. He jumped from the back of the eagle and quickly sheathed the Kusanagi sword. Then he quickly used dancing leaf shadow and appeared behind the flame lion. You? Seeing that Ren Tianyu suddenly appeared behind its back, it was surprised. Just as it was about to shout, it was kicked down. You what? Sure run Dan. Lion's barrage. His kick heavily struck the body of the lion. It fell down from the sky to the ground at a high speed, bringing up waves of dust. Ren Tianyu stably landed on the ground. Watching the lion who had fallen on the ground, he expressionlessly formed a hand seal. Doton Kekai Doro Domu. Earth-style barrier, Earth Dome Prison. After completing the hand seal, his right hand suddenly hit the ground. The flame lion had finally stood firmly when it saw that 4 huge walls were surrounding it and it gradually forming a huge sphere. It was completely trapped inside that Earth sphere. Earth-style Earth Dome Prison was the jutsu used by one of the Sound Village ninja to trap Naruto and others. This jutsu traps the victims inside a self-repairing dome of earth which is almost instantaneously able to reform, even after it was hit by techniques of the victims. What was even frightening was, the user was able to absorb the chakra of anyone trapped inside. Flame Lion found out that it was completely trapped within that earth sphere. Immediately it issued a roar and attacked the wall with its left foot as its right leg was already cut off by the Chidori-cladded sword of Ren Tianyu. But, quickly it was surprised to find that the damage of its attack was quickly reforming and his magical power was being sucked by that earthen wall. Roar, wretched human, you think that this trick will be able to defeat me? Not a chance. It roared loudly, then it crouched and started to gather a huge amount of magical energy. The flame of its body started to become even more powerful and it was quite obvious that it was preparing to release a big move. You probably made a mistake. I didn't use this to defeat you, the next move is the real finishing move. Hearing the roar of the lion, he immediately laughed and spoke. Although Earth Dome Prison Jutsu was quite powerful, he had never considered depending on it to finish off this flame lion. He quickly jumped above the wall of the valley, took out a scroll from his backpack and quickly opened it. At this time, a column of flame suddenly erupted towards the sky from inside Earth Dome Prison. The Earth Dome Prison was immediately destroyed and the flame lion slowly became visible. Now it's over. Even though he saw that the flame lion had escaped, without the slightest worry, he bit the thumb of his right hand, quickly formed a hand seal and placed his right hand above the scroll which was filled with mysterious lines. Doton Utenpen. Earth-style impermanence. After he shouted, suddenly the whole mountain valley started to tremble again. The flame lion had just escaped from Earth Dome Prison and had no time to look around its surroundings when suddenly it felt the violent tremor of the ground. Thinking about the strength of the human, immediately a sense of dread appeared in its mind. At that time, a piece of huge stone column which came out from nowhere stuck the body of the flame lion. And with Ren Tianyu as the center, suddenly countless stone columns sprang out around his surroundings, changing the terrain into a great stone forest. After releasing this ninjutsu, he was little out of breath as this jutsu took a lot more chakra. He stood up and quickly jumped down to the stone forest which he had created. Deep inside, he finally caught sight of the raging flame cloud lion. At this moment, it didn't have the mighty appearance which it had had before, rather it looked extremely battered and exhausted. All over its body were wounds and cuts, and its right leg was even cut off. Also on its abdomen were 2 huge cuts where it was evident that blood was flowing out. Apparently, it was on the verge of death. Roar, wretched human, in the end who the hell are you? Seeing Ren Tianyu, it struggled to stand up, but it was all in vain. It had already understood that its life force and strength were already quickly leaving it. Immediately it raised its head, and with hatred-filled eyes it looked at him. It didn't understand when such a powerful youth appeared in the human world. I'm merely a teenager who had lost his way. Now I only care for 2 things, which are revenge and finding a way back home. Hearing the question of the flame lion, he lifted his head and looked towards the west and slowly spoke. He had spoken this sentence from the bottom of his heart. He was not acting to provoke the flame lion, and naturally he was trying to find a way back to Earth. And the revenge was for the sake of the original owner of his body, Shiman Tianlong, against the Shiman clan. Anyway, he had already occupied the body, and he felt that he owed a huge favor towards this original owner. Plus, from the memory of the body he already had an unfavorable impression of the Shiman clan. As a result, he didn't mind wiping out this Shiman clan after he raised his strength enough to erase the whole Shiman clan. As for you, you are merely a stepping stone for me to increase my strength, nothing more. Now, I'll end your agony. Looking at the flame lion, he slowly unsheathed his Kusanagi sword. With a single cold slash from the Kusanagi sword, a huge cut appeared on the neck of flame lion, from which blood started to flow. You? Before it could even finish its words, it felt that its surroundings gradually became blurred until it sunk into permanent darkness. Ding, congratulations host for killing a same-class magical beast, Raging Flame Cloud Lion. You obtained 2,000 system points. He opened the system and saw that his system points had increased to more than 10,000 system points. Now he could awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. He didn't immediately rush to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan as he had already waited for such a long time, and waiting a bit more was nothing. First he used his Kusanagi sword to dig out the huge fiery core of this lion. This was the core of the same class magical beast, Raging Flame Cloud Lion, and it was worth a lot. He threw this magical beast core into his backpack. After this, he took out a storage scroll and stored the body of the Raging Flame Cloud Lion inside it. The whole body of a Saint-class magical beast was a treasure which could be sold for money too. After completing these tasks, he returned back to his residence, which was still the same hole at the bottom of a tree, and sat down cross-legged and concentrated, ready to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 09, Awakening Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 09, Awakening Mangekyo Sharingan. Ren Tianyu sat cross-legged inside the hole, and recovered his condition to optimum state, and he was immersed with the system's interface which was inside his mind and prepared to awake Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan is the powerful mode of Sharingan. Awakening this eyes not only increased the power of eyes, but also, each eyes contains formidable eye techniques. However, awakening Mangekyo Sharingan not only gave powerful eyes techniques, but the eyes will also receive a kind of curse. Mangekyo Sharingan varies with the user, and its excessive use can cause decline in vision and step-by-step lead towards darkness, and after that blindness. Only those peoples who had awakened eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can break this curse of Mangekyo Sharingan, as well as using those eyes techniques won't lead then towards blindness, and their eyes would have eternal light. Uchiha Madara had used the ability of this eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to conquer various tribes, leading Uchiha clan to achieve most flourishing time, and became one of the 2 most powerful clan along with Senju clan. In Naruto world, there was only 6 people from Uchiha clan who had awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. They were Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Azuna, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. T.L. Don't talk about anime fillers, okay? In manga only these people got Mangekyo Sharingan. Opinion differs, feel free to comment your opinion. And in this Naruto system, Mangekyo Sharingan is based on these 6 peoples to select. And according to the system, he could select to awaken all 6 of them as long as he got enough system points. He didn't have enough system points to open all 6 of them, and he also didn't know whether he would have the curse of blindness after awakening Mangekyo Sharingan. He had already made his decision for whose Mangekyo Sharingan to awaken first. The first Mangekyo Sharingan he would awaken was of Uchiha Itachi. Because Taijutsu, eye technique, of Mangekyo Sharingan of Itachi was more comprehensive in comparison. With his left eye, he could use Tsukuyomi, a powerful Genjutsu, illusion technique, that could trap opponents' minds in an illusory world, could alter their perception of time to make seconds of torture seem like days, and he could even magnify the pain sensation. And even more frightening was, the opponent couldn't tell when they fell in the illusion technique, and after falling in the illusion technique, they couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion. And he could use this technique to kill the opponent by having them experience decades worth of time in a fraction of time too. This is very dangerous and powerful jujitsu. This jujitsu could be avoided only when the opponent didn't make eye contact with the user of this skill, and Tsukuyomi could only be broken by a Sharingan user that shares the same blood as user. This was stated by Itachi. In original version, although Kakashi had Sharingan, but he was not the member of Uchiha clan, so he was unable to resist Itachi's Tsukuyomi. With his right eye he could use Amaterasu. It is the most powerful fire jutsu which could igniting whatever he looked at with inextinguishable black flames that would burn anything, including fire itself. The range of this technique was large and average ninja couldn't avoid it. Of course, Reikage with abnormal speed and Gaara with abnormal defense are not counted among average ninja, and also Pain, who could easily flick anything with Shinra Tensei. And for other person's Mangekyo Jujutsu, Sasuke's left Mangekyo also possessed Amaterasu, and with his right Mangekyo he can shape the flames or extinguish them. His Mangekyo lacked godly attack like Tsukuyomi. As for Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo, although it had extremely powerful Genjutsu which was capable to the extent of creating miracle, but it had extremely big weakness, which was, the time interval to use it again was too large. If he didn't possess the first Hokage cell, it would take 10 years of time to use that ability again. Although Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo possessed Kemui ability, but it inclined towards space. Grandfather Madara's Mangekyo possessed ability inclined towards time. And Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyo's ability was unknown. So he had decided to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi first. T.L. We don't know the ability of Madara's Mangekyo, I had just translated what author had written. The person who had awakened Mangekyo Sharingan in both eyes can use ultimate Jujutsu, Susanoo. He can summon a gigantic, humanoid being made of the user's chakra that surrounds them and fights on their behalf. And it can also be equipped with weapons by the users. Itachi had equipped Sword of Tatsuka, Yata Mirror and Curved Blade. Sasuke had equipped with bow in left hand and arrow in right. System, I want to exchange Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi. Tian sunk his consciousness to his mind, and there towards the interface of system, he spoke. Yes, host. Awakening Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi consumes 10,000 system points. Now only 673 system points remains. He heard the system voice in his mind. Followed by this he suddenly felt a wave of terrible pain between his eyes. Ah! He roared crazily. He felt severe pain like thousands of ants was nibbling him, and he couldn't even resist or endure this pain. Inside the hole of the tree, he released heartbreaking roar, even though he had gone through more than 2 years of training and become powerful, but he wasn't able to endure a bit of this pain. After some time, he clearly felt that a clear stream was flowing towards his 2 eyes, and he started to feel crisp pain in his 2 eyes. He felt so much pain that he covered his eyes with his hands. Still he was exerting himself to bear this pain. He knew that this was a big test. As long as he bypassed this pain, then his strength will rapidly increase, and that was a step closer to find a way back home. After about 10 minutes, slowly the pain in his eyes started to subside, and instead came the surge of comfortable feeling, which couldn't be described in any words. In this 10 minutes, his was almost hoarse because of screaming in pain. At this time, system notification sound rang. Ding, congratulations to host for awakening Mangekyo Sharingan with the side effect of making user blind. Now you can awaken Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with enough system points. Along with the sound of system, he had succeeded in awakening Mangekyo Sharingan. He slowly loosened the hands that was covering his eyes, raised his head and looked all around him. He clearly felt the changes Mangekyo Sharingan had brought in his vision. He could see all the things even more clearly, and all the movement and movement paths also became incomparable clear. So this is the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Normal Sharingan could never compare with it. As the world he looked became different, he told himself. Then he came out from the hole and head towards small stream and looked at the changes in his eyes. For sure, his eyes had design of Itachi's IE3 spiraling curves around the pupil. After observing for a while, he opened system interference, and started to look for changes in the system. At once he saw the Jujutsu system record. Awaken Mangekyo Sharingan, using Rise's blindness value. Blindness value is 0% now. If you open Mangekyo Sharingan and not use its Jujutsu, then that will not rise blindness value. If you use either Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu, this will rise blindness value to 1%. And use of Susanoo also rises blindness value by 1% per minute it is sustained, and less than 1 minute also rise blindness value by 1%. When your blindness value reach 30%, your vision starts to blurred. At 60% your vision becomes like the vision of people on the earth with 800 degree of myopia, and 100% is permanent blindness. Blindness value could be offset by using system points, 50 system points per 1% blindness value. Unless you awakened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, This blindness side effect couldn't be removed. And the good news was the simple side effect of Mangekyo Sharingan, such as eyes bleeding, pains and aches and so on, were all automatically removed by system. As a result, unlike in original world, there will not be any uncomfortable after using Mangekyo Sharingan. And he had to awaken eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for all Mangekyo Sharingan. For example, he had Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, now he could awaken eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for current Mangekyo if he had enough system points. And again, if he awakened Sasuke's Mangekyo, then for this too he had to awaken eternal Mangekyo and so on. And it required 100,000 system points to awaken eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. An astronomical figure. By looking at these information, the happiness he got by awakening Mangekyo of Itachi reduced to half. He showed a wry smile. AI, it seems for the sake of awakening eternal Mangekyo, I would be very busy. I also want to awaken Rinnegan. Oh, how I feel this system is simply a bottomless hole. He gloomily cursed loudly. He again sat cross-legged inside the hole of huge tree, and slowly adapted to the new power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. After nearly half a day, he had adapted with his new powerful strength. It was already late at night and there were howls and roars of magical beasts coming from inside the magical beasts forest. He looked towards the two bright moons in the sky, again heard roars of magical beasts. An easy-to-read brilliant smile appeared in his lips. Beasts bastards, uncle, I had accompanied you all for more than 2 years of savage life and tomorrow I'm going to leave this forest. AI, how come I became a little reluctant and depressed to leave here, and when did I get accustomed to this savage life? Don't think, sleep and rest, tomorrow I have to leave this forest. He was surprised with his own sudden reluctance to leave heart. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it and lay down in the hole and fell asleep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10, Leaving Magical Beasts Forest. Chapter 10, Leaving Magical Beasts Forest. The next morning, he woke up quite early, finished washing up, and began to organize his inventory. Actually, there was nothing much to organize, as all the magical beast cores he got from killing magical beasts for 2 years were kept within a storage scroll and then stored in his ninja backpack. As for this ninja backpack, it was even more mystical. Obviously it was only palm-sized, but capable to hold several shuriken, kunai and scrolls and still had room left. It had a quite similar effect as those spatial storage rings from the memory of Tian Lone. It's just that the storage space of most of those rings were comparable to his own ninja backpack. He must get one of those. After arranging everything, he was ready to leave Magical Beasts Forest. This would be his first official tour of Divine Wind Continent. But after he had traveled for half a day, he was starting to become a little dumbfounded as he found himself lost. He had only seen trees and even more trees in his journey. He didn't even see the shadow of a person. F***K, this is so pathetic. He looked at several trees that he had never seen before, the corner of the mouth twitched a few times, and he yelled at the sky with grief and indignation. On Earth, he had no sense of direction. He didn't expect this defect was also brought into this world. Although he had memory of Tian Long, but this fellow was always in the capital city Kaluor of country of Emperor Aila, and never been to the outside world. After he was expelled from the Shimon house and ran all the way here, before he could change his life, the assassins who were sent by his elder brother had killed him. F***K, I didn't find the path on the ground, now I, your father, will travel through the sky. He gloomily crushed and took out a scroll, quickly drew the picture of an eagle on it and quickly formed the hand seals. Ninja Art Super Beast Scroll. After completing his jutsu, a black-colored ink eagle flew out from the scroll. He immediately jumped on its back, ordered the eagle to fly into the sky and flew away. The sight he saw when he flew into the sky almost caused him to fall. He could only see a vast expanse of trees, even to the extent that his Mangekyo Sharingans couldn't see the end of this sea of trees. Didn't I learn that I was at the outer surrounding of Magical Beasts Forest from the memory of the former owner of this body? Now look at this, it doesn't resemble the outer surrounding but seems to be the inner part of Magical Beasts Forest. Don't tell me. Suddenly he came up with a possibility, black lines start appearing on his face and his lips unconsciously twitched. If the memory of this body was not wrong then, just before, he had gone in the opposite direction. Not only didn't he leave the forest, but on the contrary he had entered the inner part of the Magical Beasts Forest. After understanding this, he ordered the ink eagle to fly towards the direction from where he had come. The ink eagle quickly flew towards the direction in which Tian you wanted. After flying about 3 hours, he suddenly felt that the trees beneath him were becoming scarce, and were also not as sturdy and tall like before. Haha, finally I'm leaving this damned place. Seeing the changes, he happily laughed in the sky. He had spent more than 2 years in the forest without contacting another human, and living his life almost like a primitive savage. If it weren't for his goals, he wouldn't have enough willpower to stay in Magical Beast Forest for such a long time. He removed his Super Beast Scroll. Immediately the eagle which was under him and flying in the sky him turned into a mass of ink. His body made a beautiful arc in the sky and accurately landed on the trunk of a tree. He started to quickly run towards the exit of the Magical Beast's forest, jumping from one branch to another. If he had blatantly left the Magical Beast Forest while riding the beast from Super Beast Scroll, then he would have definitely become the center of attention. And he didn't want to stand out. From his time on Earth, he knew that there were many advantages if he didn't stand out too much. Very quickly he saw other human beings, all of them were from a single mercenary party. There is no lack of parties in solo mercenaries. They all came to Magical Beast Forest to obtain Magical Beast Cores. Every day many of the mercenaries are forever buried inside Magical Beast's Forest. Also countless people would come here because they could earn their livelihood by hunting these magical beasts and also had the dream to earn fortune here and live without any worries for the rest of their lives. All these people are living their life on the edge of the knife. Before long these mercenaries discovered this youth with strange clothing. This youth had a kind of special charm on other people, but after they looked at this youth carefully, they found out that this youth's strength was only at intermediate fighter level. At once disdain appeared in their face. In their eyes, this youth was some youngster of a noble family who did not understand anything, and wanted to enter Magical Beast Forest for experience and training, but after entering it, discovered the cruelty of Magical Beast's Forest and returned back. As a result these mercenaries ignored him. While on the other hand, Tian suddenly wanted to look up to the heavens and roar one time to vent off the excitement in his heart, after seeing another human after a long time. Fortunately he suppressed this impulse, or else these peoples would have treated him as madman. After he discovered the ridicule in their eyes, he understood the ideas of these people and started thinking for a moment. Well, it seems my plan to disguise as wolf in sheep's clothing works as intended. All of these people haven't noticed my chakra. He touched his nose and thought. He didn't cultivate battle chi, so this was the result. He had formulated a great plan to disguise himself as a wolf in sheep's clothing when he traveled through the Divine Wind continent. These people only saw him as an intermediate fighter and became careless, but when they fought with him, they would discover he is not that weak and small rabbit, rather a powerful tiger. He didn't waste any more thought on what they were thinking, and continued to quickly run towards the exit of the Magical Beast's Forest. As he was too excited, he unconsciously ran at his full speed. The current speed of Tian was excessively fast. Even though he had not used his chakra, that speed was not the speed an ordinary person could catch up to. Basically on Earth, this speed was comparable to the speed of a BMW. In a blink of an eye he disappeared from the eyes of these mercenaries, leaving only a dust cloud behind. Boss, is this the speed of an intermediate fighter? The mercenary standing next to the boss could only stare in awe and ask stammeringly. The speed of Tian had also scared the boss. Damn it! Since when was the speed of an intermediate fighter faster than I, your father, a great swordsman? His worldview till now completely shattered. And hearing the question of his younger brother, he also stammeringly and uncertainly answered. This, possible, probably. After listening to his boss, he started to look at his boss with disdain. This is an intermediate fighter. This intermediate fighter is faster than you, who is a great swordsman. Seeing the look filled with disdain in that younger brother's eyes, the color of the boss's face suddenly changed with shame and humiliation. And yelled at his younger brother. F***K, what's with the look in your eyes? Actually you don't believe in the words of I, your father. Your commission of this month is confiscated. Don't boss, I was wrong. Don't do this to me. My mother is 80 years old, and I have. After hearing the words of his boss, the younger brother's face instantly collapsed and started whining. Tian didn't know what had happened after he left. Currently he was still running towards the exit of the forest, and finally he no longer saw trees and a path appeared before his eyes. Finally I, your father, left. All the beautiful ladies of this world, wait for me to arrive. He roared. It startled countless birds and beasts, and his figure disappeared from this path. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11, Breakout of Person with a Poor Sense of Direction. Chapter 11, Breakout of Person with a Poor Sense of Direction. Tian slowly walked on the road. Unexpectedly he felt extraordinarily relaxed when he arrived at human society, after leaving his residence at Magical Beasts Forest where he had stayed for 2 years. When he was at Magical Beasts Forest, he was always thinking only about how he could improve his strength as soon as possible, and spent his each and every day of 2 years in intense cultivation and training. Each day, with the exception of time needed for doing his daily needs, all the remaining time were spent in training to increase his strength. In order to learn high-level ninjutsu, every day he forced himself to go to challenge powerful magical beasts. for the sake of increasing his strength. He had done all of this for getting vengeance for the original owner Shiman Tianlong and then find the way back to his home. So to speak, although the system in his body was quite helpful to increase his strength in this 2 years period of time, still his own great effort to cultivate was also equally or if not, more essential. And now he suddenly left his intense cultivation schedule and arrived to outside society. He actually felt something was little off, because compared to 2 years of intense training, now his body felt an unprecedented sense of relief, as if a huge burden was suddenly removed from his body. But after walking for a while he discovered an issue, and that was currently he didn't know the way to the nearest town or where it was. Well, it seems I must stop someone and ask, otherwise I don't know where to go this time. At that time he suddenly heard the sound of carriages from behind him. He turned around, and saw 2 carriages were coming from his rear, and that carriages were drawn by the horses which were different than the horses on the earth. These horses were not only tall and big, but the most important thing was it also possessed a silver-colored pointed horn. And next to these 2 carriages, there was 4 people who were riding the same type of horses. These 4 people were dispersed as if they were making a kind of formation to surround these 2 carriages. Well, unexpectedly it is Gale Horse. It seems the identity of these peoples are not ordinary. After he saw these peculiar type of horses, he talked to himself. From the former memory of the body he had identified the horses. Gale Horse, class 4 magical beast, but it was gentle in nature, so there was nothing to talk about its attack potential, can be tamed and turned into a mount, and it is fast as lightning and it can travel the distance of 5,000 li in a day. The average person couldn't use these horses, but these horses were available to use in Shiman family. T.L. Li is unit of distance like meter or kilometer. Well, no matter, first stop them and ask for the direction. Otherwise, God's knows when I could meet another living person. It is getting darker, and I, your father, don't want to sleep outside and feed my bloods to mosquitoes. Although the status of this group of peoples were not ordinary, nevertheless he boldly decided to stop them and ask for direction, because there was too few pedestrians along the path, and if he don't ask these peoples then he didn't know when he'll meet another person. Hello, uncle, stop for a second, I want to ask one thing. When they arrived at the side of him, he quickly blocked them, and spoke towards the middle-aged man with a bread who was riding on the strong-looking Gale Horse. The other 3 looked 17 or 18 years old youngster, and he still felt that the older peoples were more reliable than younger, so he spoke towards middle-aged person. But the next words of that person completely dumbfounded him on the spot. F***K, bastard, who are you calling uncle? I, your father, am only 19 years old, and developed a bit faster, nothing more. And unexpectedly you call me uncle, are your eyes just for a show, dumb idiot? The word uncle from Ren Tianyu had immediately ignited a fire inside that person, and that person stopped his Gale Horse near Ren Tianyu and roared loudly. At this moment Luo Tianxing was completely depressed in his heart. Originally he and his few companions were returning to their school at Imperial Capital after they completed their experience and training, but didn't expect just when they came out from the magical beast forest, on the way they would came across a strangely dressed youth who would block the way of their traveling group. Lu Tianxing and his 3 other companions who were riding Gale Horse were already in guard. Because here, not too far away from magical beasts forest, doesn't belong to anyone's jurisdictions, and frequently few peoples band together to rob other travelers at this place. But he had never thought that the first word of this fellow would be calling him uncle, immediately causing him to retort in anger. F***K, do I look that old? I am like this because of my blood lineage and cultivation method of my clan can grow my skeleton and beard a bit, nothing more, and so far everyone call me uncle when they saw me for the first time. Listening to the curses of Luo Tianxing, Ren Tianyu was completely dumbfounded on the spot, his mouth slowly twitched several times, and his forehead filled with black lines. He sensed several crows flying past above his head, and at present he only wanted to thoroughly beat this person. He looked for a while, that person was 1.9 meter in height, again looked and saw that his face was covered with beards, and furthermore that rough voice, F***K, this is 19 years old, you must be at least 38. This uncle, wrong, big brother, are you really only 19 years old? He asked stammeringly facing this outrageous fellow. Just now when he uttered the word uncle, at that moment the eyes of this fellow flashed with blazing flame. So he hastily withdrew his previous words and asked in a small voice. F***K, nonsense, your father is only 19 years 7 months old, just finished coming of age ceremony. And you called me uncle, why I am going to die from excessive anger. After listening to the question of Ren Tianyu, Luo Tianxing answered to defend himself. Just thinking about how this fellow just now had again called him uncle, in a flash he had a sudden and violent impulse to beat this guy. Hearing the explanation of Luo Tianxing, Ren Tianyu stammered for a period of time and also didn't know what to say, and at his moment his face was completely red. F***K, unexpectedly called uncle to a fellow who was only 2 years older than me, suffered a loss. However, why on earth, this damned fellow looked completely matured from every angle, this is why I was mistaken. Haha, I am going to die with laughter. Little Luo, look, someone called you uncle again. I had already told you that, with your appearance anyone would think you are more than 30 years old, but you didn't believe me. Now you calculate yourself, till now how many person had called you uncle. I am going to die from excessive laughter, dying, after hearing the conversation between Ren Tianyu and Luo Tianxing. Another person who was wearing noble clothing and also riding the gale horse started to rock his body back and forth with laughing. Haha, exactly. This younger brother, we could testify that this fellow is indeed only 19 years old. We know that most of the people who meet him would be mistaken for his age. He is like this because of cultivation method of his clan. Yet another youth laughed heartily and explained the reason to Ren Tianyu. And the remaining youth also couldn't stop his laughter. Oh, sorry, I was mistaken. Merely your appearance. After listening the explanations, his brows were beaded with sweat. However, his corner of the mouth was still slowly twitching. He was making a great effort to bear his laughter in his heart. F***K, forget about it. Your father is already accustomed. You are not the first person to call me like this. After hearing apology from Ren Tianyu, Luo Tianxing also slowly calmed down. It was obvious that it was not the first time he was called this way. After finishing this conversation, feeling strange, Luo Tianxing asked, "Hello, Junior, who are you, and why are you blocking our way?" After hearing the question of Luo Tianxing, the other three also ceased their smiling expression, and they looked at this youth wearing strange clothes without dropping their guard. It's this way, I want to ask you the way from here to the nearest town. I am already wandering on this road for 3 hours. Ren Tianyu scratched the back of his head and feeling bad he said. And he roared crazily in his heart, F***K, this time I threw away my face, this poor sense of direction illness also came with me to this world. After hearing answer of Ren Tianyu, all four of them couldn't help but had their corner of mouth twitch, and black lines appeared on their face. Furthermore, they didn't expect this outrageous fellow, unexpectedly had lost his way. Haha, younger brother, you are also good at making joke. Unexpectedly getting lost at the entrance of magical beast forest, and also you have only intermediate fighter level strength. Luo Tianxing laughed at him, and seeing that his strength was only at intermediate fighter, they all relaxed their guard. At the same time Ren Tianyu smiled in his heart with anticipation. Snort, just now you called your father uncle, this time look how I will get you back. No one would have thought that the heart of this fellow Luo Tianxing, who had overbearing and heroic outer appearance, had such a small heart. From this you could see that you should not judge people by merely looking his outer appearance. And, simply lost, that's all. Isn't it too laughable? Luo Tianxing spoke with exaggerated tone. Immediately the face of Ren Tianyu became very red. He was only lost, nothing more. Why are you exaggerating it? Little Luo, what is too laughable? At this time suddenly a pleasant to hear woman voice appeared from inside the carriage. Shortly afterwards, the curtain of carriage was lifted, a long and delicate little hand was seen, and after that a beautiful young lady who was wearing skin-tight princess dress jumped out from inside the carriage. At this moment, when Ren Tianyu saw this little Lolita, in his heart, he suddenly had an impulse to yell, "Cute, little Lolita with big breast ah." This little Lolita was wearing skin-tight white princess dress, and this dress could perfectly display her figure. Furthermore, the clothes firmly encircled her bosom section, and it seemed like at any time, her bosom could jump out from her dress. Along with the movement of this little Lolita, bang bang, the eyes of Ren Tianyu couldn't help but followed her movement. The main thing was, the appearance of this little Lolita was too beautiful. This is the face for which any male and female, whether they are young or old, would kill for, and no one would be willing to get angry with her. Shortly afterwards, another two beautiful female jumped out from inside the carriage, and they too were first-class beauty. Ren Tianyu felt that today was his luckiest day. In ordinary day, it was hard to catch the sight of a single beautiful girl, but today he unexpectedly bumped into three first-class beautiful girl. Catching the sight of those three girls coming out from carriage, that handsome Lanyan went towards those beautiful three girls and narrated all the events in full details. After finishing this he couldn't help but laugh again. Haha, I'm laughing to death. Someone is actually capable enough to become lost here. After hearing that handsome youth explanation, those beautiful three girls also couldn't help but suddenly laugh a little. And that little Lolita was holding her stomach with her both hands and laughing exaggeratedly. Seeing those exaggerated laugh of those beautiful girls, his face was now completely red through and through. Only becoming lost was already embarrassing enough, but that verbal attack of that Luo Tianxing had directly hit the spot. Haha, little brother, you don't know from Magical Beasts Forest, walk south and in less than 1 hour you would reach the town. That town is the nearest town from Magical Beasts Forest. All the mercenaries return here for a rest and buy their supplies. Unexpectedly you are capable enough to become lost here, but the distance from here to that town is at least 4 hours. Haha, I'm laughing to death. Luo Tianxing explained to Ren Tianyu, and after finishing it he couldn't bear but laugh again. Hearing Luo Tianxing, suddenly all over the face of Ren Tianyu black lines appeared, and at once wanted to find a hole to bury himself. Crap! No! Ren Tianyu suddenly looked towards the sky and yelled with the voice full of grief and indignation. Haha, little brother, you're quite interesting. Oh, that's right, I still don't know your name. With a smile, Luo Tianxing asked Ren Tianyu. I am Ren Tianyu, I am orphan. I am just roaming all around this continent. Ren Tianyu introduced himself but concealed the original identity of his body, but rather used his own original name. I am Luo Tianxing, that one who is laughing the most is Lan Yan, that illusion master is Li Feng, that fellow is Long Yu, that beautiful girl with a little low height is Long Luo Luo, the girl on her left side is Lan Xin Mang, and the girl on right with tall stature is Luo Mengwu, my younger sister. When Luo Tianxing introduced them to Ren Tianxing, he sent his regard. But when Luo Mengwu was finally introduced, he suddenly became slow-witted on the spot. At that moment, looking for a while at that tall and beautiful girl, who had delicate skin, and again looked at the side towards this one. 9-meter man whose face was filled with bread, unexpectedly this brother and sister had the same parents. He sensed that his brain was little overheated. Oh God, no matter from which angle he looked he could not believe that these two were brother and sister born from same parents. Seeing that Ren Tianyu was looking at her sister with a strange eye, Luo Tianxing immediately understand what Ren Tianyu was thinking in his heart. F***K, what's with your expression? Ah, she is younger sister of I, your father, we have same parents. Seeing the doubtful expression, Luo Tianxing walked towards Ren Tianyu and violently roared. Haha, Ren Tianyu, we can testify you that these two definitely have same parents, although their appearance is a little, no resemblance. When we met for the first time, we also doubted about this. Lan Yan came over and patted the shoulder of Ren Tianyu and explained. I only don't know how to react, that's all, don't mind everyone. Which path should I take to reach the nearest town? After listening explanation of Lan Yan, he restrained his doubt in his heart and asked to Lan Yan. Ha, I see little brother you are not good with direction, how about this, where are you intending to go? Lan Yan asked Ren Tianyu. I don't have any place to go, without my father and mother, everywhere is my home, wherever I go is, same. Ren Tianyu shrugged his shoulders and with a relaxed face said. Since it is like that, little brother there is no harm in coming with us to Supreme Light Academy of Imperial Capital. We all are student of that place. Little brother you don't have anywhere to go, follows us and let's have a fun. We also want to make you friend. With an excitement on his face, Lan Yan spoke. This youth who had worn a strange dress had given all of them a good impression, and they had decided to make Ren Tianyu their friend, if he had good character. In normal times because of their identity, normal person feared them to some extent, or become extremely respectful, or they had other objectives. So, in normal times they didn't have many friends to play around, as a result they set together for this experience and training assignment of academy. And thinking they could many another new friend they were very happy. Since it is like that, I would be inconvenient for you all. He slightly thought one time and directly accepted it. Since he was alone in this unfamiliar world, it was better to be with another person of this world, and also he felt that the character of these peoples were not bad and also didn't have any bad idea. Although he had not opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, nevertheless he could still judge people with his eyes, as a result he agreed to go with them. That's very good, Long Yu, you and your younger sister Luo Luo prepare the carriage, and you give your horse to Ren Tianyu. Lan Yan was happy as he heard Ren Tianxia had accepted his offer, and he spoke towards Long Yu. Okay, no problem. Long Yu flatly agreed. He gave his gale horse to Ren Tianyu and then he and his sister Long Luo Luo sat together in the first carriage. Ren Tianyu rode the gale horse of Long Yu, and set off with the company of Luo Tianxing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12, Protection. Chapter 12, Protection. Tianyu, were you always traveling the continent by yourself? Lan Yan quickly rode gale horse, and asked a question as he was quite curious about Ren Tianyu. In his opinion, it was impossible for Ren Tianyu, who was only intermediate fighter, to survive in the continent for so long. But he didn't know and he would not believe that not too long ago, Ren Tianyu had killed same-class magical beast. Actually I relied on the power of my blood lineage, so I was able to survive for this long. And I really don't like fighting, so I cultivated up to intermediate fighter and stopped cultivating. Ren Tianyu explained with a smile. Oh, it was like that. Lan Yan let out an understanding sound. The power of blood lineage was quite normal in this divine wind continent, basically every expert cultivators possessed the power of blood lineage. There are varieties of all kinds of strange blood lineage. There is no lack of pure element-based blood lineage, and those who have this blood lineage have higher affinity with their element compared to others. Fire blood lineage, lightning blood lineage and so on are the example of pure element blood lineage. And there is also a blood lineage that is passed down from the higher level magical beasts or even mythical beasts, such as the clan of original owner Shiman Tian Lon had the blood lineage of dragon, and this powerful strength of this blood lineage helped them to become one of 4 major clans. The power of blood lineage are classified into 9 rank. Rank 9 is the lowest. And above rank 1, there is still saint rank and highest blood lineage god ranked blood lineage. Although the power of blood lineage can somewhat improve the strength of the person, but higher ranked power of blood lineage would make even easy to improve the strength. So after Lan Yen heard that Ren Tianyu had relayed on his power of blood lineage to survive in the continent for this long, he nodded his head in understanding. As they all knew that power of blood lineage could have any kind of strange ability. Oh, that's right, why were you here? Magical Beasts Forest is very remote place and also very dangerous. Don't tell me that you all had nothing to do and come here for a tour. Ren Tianyu felt quite strange as he thought why Lan Yen and others had come to such a dangerous place. Ren Tianyu had already noticed that the strength of these peoples were quite good, especially that beard man Luo Tianxing. Do not underestimate him just because he looked funny. His strength was already at the level of Swords Master, and Ren Tianyu could also sense some type of fearful power hiding inside his body, and current level Ren Tianyu shouldn't underestimate this fearful power. The strength of remaining other was also not bad, weakest among them was already at the level of Magic Scholar. But all of them could be counted as a genius as they have this level of power at their current age. Still, this level of power was not sufficient to venture inside Magical Beasts Forest. And you should know that inside Magical Beasts Forest, there are many high-level magical beasts who are far stronger. Unless you stay outside the forest, perhaps inside the forest you could encounter class 6 or 7 magical beasts, which could easily annihilate you. And from the dress and their speaking manner, Ren Tianyu was absolutely sure that they were descended of a huge clan, so why did the older generation of their clan take the risk to let these outstanding talents to come to this Magical Beasts Forest without any guards? To tell you the truth, we are the student of Supreme Light Academy. We came to this Magical Beasts Forest because our teacher of Academy gave us the experience and training assignment. We had to complete this assignment in order to rise to a higher class. Li Feng, who was next to Ren Tianyu, slowly explained. So it was like that. Ren Tianyu suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his sentence, because he sensed several powerful energy at some distance behind him. What's up, Tianyu? After hearing the surprised voice of Ren Tianyu, Luo Tianxian curiously asked. It's nothing, only just now I almost fell from the horse. Ren Tianyu explained, and he slowly immersed himself inside his mind. Haha, you should be careful, Tianyu, don't fall down, otherwise you would surely lose your face. Luo Tianxing used his violent voice to laugh heartily, as if he had already forgotten the quarrel before when Ren Tianyu had called him uncle. Ren Tianyu ignored Luo Tianxing, but rather immersed in his mind, and he formed several hand seals secretly. Suddenly his awareness enlarged and covered a large area, and finally he could clearly sense several people who were tracking them. Altogether 5 peoples, F***K, weakest one among them is already at the level of Great Sword Master, furthermore 2 of them are of Saint level. What do they want to do? Don't tell me they wanted to rob Lan Yen and others, or perhaps they are their clan's enemies. Ren Tianyu had used sensory ninjutsu and sensed all the peoples following them along with their strength, which caused him surprised. 3 Great Sword Master and 2 Saint, even Ren Tianyu had to be careful to deal with them. This is... Suddenly Ren Tianyu felt that those peoples who were following them had a familiar atmosphere, as if he had already seen them before. Oh, that's right, this atmosphere and the atmosphere around this Luo Tianxing is quite similar, don't tell me they are. Suddenly Ren Tianyu felt that the atmosphere around one of fellow who was following them and the atmosphere around Luo Tianxing was very similar. He slightly thought for a moment, he turned around and gave a mysterious smile facing towards the back. Old Luo too, just a moment ago, did you notice someone was sensing us? Far behind, one thin and weak-looking small old man of the 5 asked to the man whose atmosphere was similar to Luo Tianxing, and this man also had his face covered with bread. Although he was very old in age, he still gave tyrannical atmosphere. I heard what you said, just a moment ago I also sensed someone examine us, but it was very weak. I thought it was my imagination. The man who was called Old Luo Tu answered to thin and weak-looking old fellow with a violet voice. I felt it too, as a result I had asked whether you had sensed it or not. Since you had also sensed, that means that was not our imagination. Nearby there should be someone who have powerful sensing ability. After hearing the answer of Old Luo Tu, that thin and weak-looking small old man said with imposing face. Don't tell me, those people had realized that young master had gone to Magical Beasts Forest and sent an assassin. But it's impossible, although those peoples and we are enemies, they should not have enough courage to break that rule. After hearing the conversation, one of the three great sword master at the back asked. In the Divine Wind continent, the top powers had imposed unwritten rules, and that was no one was allowed to secretly attack the junior below the age of 22 or all the big powers will jointly attack. The reason for this was, if there was a conflict between two groups, then the old generation of one group would kill the junior member of another group and vice versa. This can cause the heritage of one or both to be broken. I also think that they don't have that much courage to break that rule, since they know the consequences. Another great sword master shook his head and said to his peer. Listening to the guesses of old friends, old Luo Tu was still thinking who the owner of that sense was. At that time, unintentionally old Luo Tu caught the sight of Ren Tianyu, who had just looked back and smiled mysteriously facing their direction. In his heart he was completely shocked, and he felt that he had seen the eyes of Ren Tianyu was blood red in color. Could it be that he is? Old Luo Tu was completely surprised with his own thought, but this was one of the most reasonable explanation. And he had realized that this sense was appeared from Ren Tianyu, plus that mysterious smile. Although it was hard to believe, but this was the best explanation so far. It's not them, rather that youth at the side of young master. It looks like the new friend of young master this time is not ordinary. Old Luo Tu said with his violent voice. How could that be? Ren Tianyu didn't know anything about the conversation of those old guys, but he didn't care. He already had a good first impression on Luo Tianxing and the other and felt that they were worthy enough to become friends with. So Ren Tianyu didn't hold any bad intention towards them. Although now Ren Tianyu had got the powers that he could never get on the earth, nevertheless he still holds the opinion that if others let him alone, then he would let them alone. But if someone attacked him, then he wouldn't mind showing them what was known as real despair. The cultivation at Magical Forest for more than 2 years had not only increased his strength but also helped him adapt his mind. He had already adapted to the jungle law of this brutal world and already possessed a real strong heart. Ren Tianyu, Lan Yen and others rode Gale Horse for almost 3 hours, and he finally saw his first city, from the time he had arrived in this different world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13, Steel Monster Eiffel Capital. Chapter 13, Steel Monster Eiffel Capital. Eiffel Capital was one of the towns at the border of Divine Wind Continent, country of Emperor Ai Lu. No one had control over this town, rather this was an independent town which had emerged in this place for at least 10,000 years. This town was surrounded by huge steel walls, and it looked like a huge steel monster. So no one dared to have an idea to come and attack this town. Ren Tianyu, who was riding a gale horse, was immediately filled with strong shock when he saw this town's steel walls which looked like a giant steel monster. Now Ren Tianyu felt that he was very small, and unexpectedly he deeply felt fear from the town before him. This was not an illusion, rather a true power. This was the town which was still standing erect even after it had experienced countless battle. This town's power could directly shock the heart of peoples, and made peoples unable to produce any kind of resistance against it. The people with higher level of power were even more affected by this power. He was completely sure that even a person with god-level strength did not have the ability to leap over this wall that looked like a steel monster. Even though this town did not have any defensive barrier, this wall had stopped uncountable invasions of experts. This wall was completely dark red in color. This was the color of blood. The blood flow of many had changed the color of this town's wall into deep red. 10,000 years ago, this town used to be the front line of the Divine Wind Continent to battle against the invasion of Devil Race. This town had gone through countless battles and countless strong experts had slept forever inside this town. Still, it was exactly the resistance and sacrifices of these people that Divine Wind Continent had successfully resisted against the invasion of the Devil Race. So although this town is not controlled by any power, hardly anyone dares to make trouble here, otherwise the troublemaker couldn't live past 3 days. 5,000 years ago, there was a top-rated power that took a fancy to the geographical location and the ability to make money of this town, and wanted to control this town forcibly by themselves. And the result was that after 3 days this power was completely eradicated, not a single one was alive including all top-rate powerhouse of that group, and not a single one had escaped. Any power that dared to attack this town is annihilated without exception. Haha, Tianyu, how is it? Isn't this quite shocking? To be honest, when I first came to this town, I was also completely shocked like you for a long period of time. Seeing Ren Tianyu, who was completely shocked looking at the Eiffel capital, Li Feng immediately rode his gale horse near Ren Tianyu, pat his shoulder and said with a smile. Yes, this town is really shocking. I have never seen any other town like this. Feeling the pat on his shoulder, he slowly regained his consciousness and smiled towards Li Feng. Ren Tianyu felt that the power of this town was beyond words. He felt that as long as anyone had hostility against this town, even if they are superpower, they couldn't enter this town. Because inside this town, countless heroes of Divine Wind Continent were buried and the spirits of those heroes did not disperse, but still gathered inside the town. Even in their dead they are still protecting this town from invasion. These spirits that had changed into guards is not something a normal human can resist. Even if God or devil came here, as long as they are hostile, they couldn't even take a step inside this town. Tian had used his Mangekyo Sharingan to observe these scattered spirits all around the town. All these spirits looked like they were guarding it. These peoples are true heroes to admire. Even in their death, they are still defending their land. Do not resist. The more you resist, the more powerful the pressure would be. On the contrary, if you don't resist, you would not feel any discomfort. Lan Yan said towards Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu tried what he heard. Sure enough, as long as he didn't put up any resistance, the pressure on him immediately disappeared. Well, let's get down from the horse and enter the city. It is forbidden to ride or fly inside the town. At that moment, Long Yu and the others had already come out from the carriages. Okay. Ren Tianyu also quickly jumped down from the horse and walked on foot towards the town with Lan Yan and the others. Through the gates, Ren Tianyu entered his first town in this world. He saw several soldiers wearing simple armor patrolling the town. From Lan Yan he had learned that these are the soldiers sent by each supreme country to watch the people of this town. Inside the city, all sorts of pedestrians were walking. There were mercenaries, merchants. This town had gathered hundreds of people inside it, so it was really a bustling place. It was already late when they entered this town, so first they wanted to find a place to stay. Along the way, the 3 females of their group attracted the attention of many, but no one dared to come forward to talk. No kidding, inside this town asking for trouble means that you are courting death. With his discerning eyes, Ren Tianyu knew that the identities of even those good-for-nothing looking patrolling soldiers were not ordinary. Ren Tianyu and the others were walking on the path inside the town. Finally he got some good insights on the prosperity of the town in this different world. The road of this town was unexpectedly more than 2 times wider compared to the highways on the earth. And there were shops on each side of road, which had a variety of products, and these shops were even larger and livelier than shopping malls on the earth. Ren Tianyu and the others walked for about 10 minutes and stopped before a big restaurant. Ren Tianyu glanced at the name of restaurant, Heavenly Fragrant Restaurant. Tianyu, do you know about this restaurant? Lan Yan looked pensive and asked with a smile. Well, I have heard a few things about it. Ren Tianyu nodded his head. He had some information on this restaurant in the memory of previous owner. No one knows who the owner of this restaurant was. It was just that this restaurant was located at countless cities and towns in Divine Wind Continent. As long as any city was busy and famous, there exists this restaurant. No one was bold enough to cause trouble inside this restaurant. Before, Shiman Tianlong had heard that the owner of this restaurant was likely the Ling clan. Because at every restaurant, you could see some trace of the little lady of Ling clan. Haha, this restaurant is not ordinary Luo Tianxing also smiled mysteriously. Well, these grown men are annoying. I am already exhausted and hungry. I want to replenish my energy. Long Luo said with an unhappy face. Well, it slipped away from my mind. Let's go to eat meal. Long Yu laughed and patted his sister's head and said. Seeing Ren Tianyu and others coming, a servant quickly went to them to take their carriage and horses for feeding. Inside the hall of first floor there were many people having dinner and laughing. Ren Tianyu followed the others to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, there were a lot less peoples. Only a few tables for eating and place to rest were available at this floor. Only those people with fragrant building silver VIP or higher level could come up to this floor. Ren Tianyu took a seat near the window and sat down. Lan Yan and the rest sat as well. As the servant was passing by them, Lan Yan stopped him and said, well, bring 2 bottles of your heavenly fragrant wine. I didn't get to savor this wine when I was in this training, almost killing me. Now that you mentioned it, I also cannot wait to drink this heavenly fragrant wine. Bring 3 bottles, oh no, bring 5 bottles. When Luo Tianxing heard Lan Yan mentioning about heavenly fragrant wine, his face lit up, and he directly ordered 5 bottles. Yes, young master and miss. Please wait a moment, this little one will go to prepare it. Hearing the command of Luo Tianxing, the servant bowed and respectfully answered and went to prepare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14, Top 10 Famous Wines. Chapter 14, Top 10 Famous Wines. Haha, Tianyu, have you ever tasted this heavenly fragrant wine? While waiting for the food, Luo Tianxing patted Ren Tianyu and asked him while laughing. Ren Tianyu mouth started to twitch, and in his heart he cursed in rage, F***K, this stubborn man is asking me intentionally, so you still haven't forgotten about me calling you uncle, so petty. And your father is the one who suffered the loss. Unexpectedly your father raised your generation without any reason. This bitterness is killing me. Ren Tianyu removed the hand from his shoulder and said with a smile, I still haven't drank. Ren Tianyu had only learned about this heavenly fragrance wine from the memory of Shiman Tianlong. He knew the signboard of Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant, and also knew that this wine was not just taste mellow and sweet, but also captivating enough to make people until drunk, and after drinking even once this flavor would be memorable for a long, long time. Also this wine had skin care property. This wine could help to maintain skins delicate and beautiful. Compared to Earth's cosmetics, this wine was 100 times better. But this wine was very expensive. He had heard that a bottle costs 15,000 gold coins. Even if Shiman Tianlong had sold himself when he was alive, he couldn't have enough gold to buy a drop of this wine. And after Ren Tianyu took over the body, he was inside the magical beast's forest living savage life. So how could he taste this wine? Tianyu, today you would have a chance to drink this heavenly fragrance wine, but it is only one of the top 10 famous wine in the continent. Lan Yan's face looked like he was already lingering in his memory. Top 10 famous wines, what is that? Ren Tianyu asked curiously. He had not learned about this from the memory of Shiman Tianlong. I know. Let me say. Beautiful small Long Luo hastily got up and with an excited face, she said, Brother Tianyu, the 10 famous wines are Aromatic Raging Flames, Dragon Marsh Wine, Fluttering Phoenix, Blazing Icecore, Heavenly Fragrance Wine, Fresh Curtain of Heaven, Fresh Disguised Swallow, Fresh Charming Dance, Fog Dragon Prestige, and Strong Heaven Lips. Heavenly Fragrance Wine rank only 5th within these 10 wine. T.L. The names of wine is quite confusing. This top 10 wines name list was issued by the Scared Heart Hall. For manufacturing Aromatic Raging Flames, they use super rare materials from Raging Flames Sky Tower and many other precious materials which are very expensive and rare. This wine is not only aromatic and tastes delicious, but it can also improve strength, especially those who are of fire attribute. Unfortunately, the main materials required for making this wine is too scarce, especially materials from Raging Flames Sky Tower. Exactly who could enter in that tower? As a result, I also have not drank this wine. Dragon Marsh Wine and Fog Dragon Prestige are brewed from the unique materials of Dragon Island. Fluttering Phoenix and Fresh Disguised Swallow are brewed from the peculiar materials of Phoenix Valley. Heavenly Fragrance Wine and Fresh Curtain of Heaven are specialty of Ling Clan. And the remaining 3 use rare and unusual materials from human society. Long Yu followed after Long Luo and slowly explained to Ren Tianyu. So there were such rare wines, it seems I should try to collect some of these wine and taste it when I have free time. Listening to Long Yu, the eyes of Ren Tianyu started to shine. Because in 21st century who doesn't drink when they are eligible to drink? From the time he had arrived in this world he was stuck at Magical Beasts Forest, and every day he could only eat roast meat of magical beasts only, nothing else. Now all of a sudden hearing so many kind of delicious wine, his heart started to itch for a wine. Tianyu, first you should taste this heavenly fragrance wine. Ouch, what is this pain? It's killing your father. While laughing, Luo Tianxing tried to pat the shoulder of Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu just flashed a smile and let him pat. Just when the hand of Luo Tianxing was about to reach Ren Tianyu, he swiftly stood up and the hand and shoulder collided, making Luo Tianxing cry due to pain. Oh no, my clothes were torn yesterday, so just last night I had sewn the cloth, perhaps at that time this needle was stuck there. Ren Tianyu took out a thin needle from his shoulder, and facing Luo Tianxing he smiled. Ren Tianyu was already prepared to trick this guy, so when Luo Tianyu was about to pat him on his shoulder, he quickly stood up. Sure enough, Luo Tianyu fell for this trick. Just now, what were you thinking? Luo Tianxing said with an angry look. This I also don't know. I was just sewing my clothes yesterday night. Perhaps that time, this needle was stuck on my shoulder part of my clothes and when you tried to pat my shoulder, I was surprised so I stood up. Said Ren Tianyu pretending to be surprised. I. Listening to the lame excuse of Ren Tianyu, Luo Tianxing almost vomited the blood. F***K, so that needle coincidentally stuck there. Luo Tianxing was shivering and he was still pointing Ren Tianyu with his right hand, and didn't know what to say. Haha, I'm laughing to death. Brother Tianyu, you are too funny. Yes, that's right, my elder brother, you are defeated, Next Long Luo, who also heard the lame reason, suddenly burst out laughing while holding her stomach. Listening to the sound of laughter, Ren Tianyu also couldn't bear it any longer, so he covered his mouth with his hand and laughed. Listening to the laughter of Long Luo and others, the black face of Luo Tianxing turned red, but others didn't notice it because his skin was dark-colored. Luo Tianxing cried with a great sadness in his heart, F***K, I suffered again. At that moment, that servant came from downstairs leading a group of beautiful ladies who were holding the dish they ordered in most important heavenly fragrance wine. Ren Tianyu and others stopped laughing. There was still a bit of tears in the corner of his eyes. "Young master and miss, please enjoy. And if you need anything else, please call me." After the dishes were served, the servant bowed and said respectfully, "Well, you can go first. If we need something, we'll call you." Lan Yen waved and dismissed the servant. "Tianyu, came have a taste of this heavenly fragrance wine." Lan Yen picked up the bottle and poured the wine in the glass to Ren Tianyu. After that again poured to everyone else too, and lifted his cup towards Ren Tianyu. "Haha, thanks a lot." Ren Tianyu also lifted the cup and thanked. And then slowly put the cup towards his mouth. Suddenly an aroma of fresh flowers filled his nose. Smelling this aroma, he slowly placed the cup on his mouth and poured some wine in his mouth. Suddenly he felt a surge of aromatic liquid flowing slowly towards his throat, and at once he felt that a large number of fresh flowers was blooming in his mind. Ren Tianyu slowly opened his eyes, and said with a smile, It's really a fine wine. How was it? I didn't lie to you. Just drinking is not enough, I'm starving. Let's eat food too. Long Yu said facing Ren Tianyu, and invited everyone to eat other food. If not for your reminder, I would have forgotten about it. For more than 2 years I have only eaten roasted meat, now if I see roasted meat I might throw up. Ren Tianyu pat his head and said with a smile. No joking. Tianyu, you only ate roasted meat for 2 years. Li Feng asked stammeringly. And even the beautiful Lan Xingmeng had a surprise on her face. This is, because of little matter, I had to stay in Magical Beast Forest for 2 years. And there, every day I had to eat the roasted meat of the magical beast which I had hunted. So, now seeing your roasted meat, I feel like throwing up. You are awesome. You alone stayed inside the Magical Beast Forest for more than 2 years. I couldn't stand spending even a month in Magical Beast Forest. Li Feng looked at Ren Tianyu with a praising face. It's no wonder when we first saw you, you were lost in the way. Lan Xinmeng covered her mouth and said with a smiling expression. Don't mention about this matter anymore. Ren Tianyu blushed a bit and said. No need to speak, eat the foods. Long Yu laughed heartily and started to eat wonderful smelling delicacy on the table. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15, Duel. Chapter 15, Duel. All the food and delicacies on the table were rapidly wiped out. Ren Tianyu had stayed at Magical Beasts Forest for more than 2 years, and had only eaten roasted meat of magical beasts like a savage, so now for him anything other than roasted meat was a high-level delicacy. And Lan Yen and others were the descendant of large clans. From childhood on, they had lived in luxury, but this time they suddenly had to go to the Magical Beasts Forest for a month-long training exercise. These pampered youths had to endure hardships they hadn't had to before. So when they suddenly saw the table full of delicacies, even Lan Xinmeng and the other beautiful girls were unable to mask their desire. Ren Tianyu and company rushed to devour all the food served on the table. Burp. Luo Tianxing leaned back at his chair and released a satisfied burp. Finally I got the chance to eat my fill. At the Magical Beast Forest your father had to hold back for 1 month. Really, you cannot eat anymore. Just a moment ago, you were vigorously stuffing your face. Take a look at the bones left on your plate. By yourself you have devoured a whole barbecued pig. Lan Yen said with a gaze full of disdain. Bah! You should take a look at Tianyu. He is the real master. After listening to Lan Yen, Luo Tianxing said while pointing towards Ren Tianyu. Lan Yen and company suddenly turned towards Ren Tianyu. Suddenly everyone's mouth gaped open. They only saw that Ren Tianyu was still furiously eating. In front of him were at least 7 or 8 empty plates as well as many scattered bones. Ren Tianyu suddenly felt all of them were looking at him, so he raised his head and discovered that all the others had their mouth gaping wide open and were looking at him with listless eyes. So he asked full of curiosity. Well, why are you all looking at me like that, and why are you not eating? Well, brother Tianyu, are you full? Long Luo asked stunned. Well, about half full. Along with the answer of Ren Tianyu, several thumping sounds could be heard. And he merely saw that Lan Yen and the others had fallen from their chair. Lan Xinmeng and the other 2 beautiful ladies were also sitting unstable on their chairs. God, finally I know what a real foodie is. Still sitting on the floor, Li Feng exclaimed. Yeah, until now I believed I was someone who could eat a lot, but in front of Tianyu, I am inferior. Luo Tianxing said with an admiring light in his eyes. Listening to the others, the face of Ren Tianyu was growing darker by the second, and he was shouting in his heart, F***K, your father am losing my face again and again since I came to this world, damn it. When Ren Tianyu was whining, suddenly the surprised voice of a male came from the stairs. Luo, that's great. I didn't expect to see you here, it seems we are truly destined. A youth who was wearing splendid clothes and was followed by 4 guards came towards them with a surprised face. Snort. Tian Yunguan, who is destined with you? We are not familiar with each other, and first take a look in the mirror. Don't try to act familiar with me. Seeing this youth, the face of Long Luo suddenly became quite unsightly, and spoke with a disgusted expression on her face. Luo, why are you speaking like this? I am very heartbroken. Am I not treating you wholeheartedly, but why do you still not understand my feelings? This youth, known as Tian Yunguan, said with a sad expression. Ren Tianyu, who was standing at the side, suddenly frowned. Just now he saw a hidden glimmer of anger flash in the eyes of Tian Yunguan. There was no possible way to be mistaken, as even his normal eyes were already powerful enough to see through others after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. This fellow is definitely bad news. Deep in his heart he is scheming. Ren Tianyu thought. Snort, you are disgusting. You think I don't know about your matters? You have already said that same sentence to at least 50 other women, isn't that true? Long Luo replied disgusted. Sister Luo, you are misunderstanding me. How can all those women compare to you? Hearing Luo, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but he suppressed it, instead said with a smile. Snort. I am going to vomit. And don't address me like you are close to me. I'll not speak with you. While speaking, Luo suddenly caught the sight of Ren Tianyu. The corner of her mouth raised a little and she ran towards him and took his arm in her bosom. After that she said towards Tian Yunguan, and I already have a boyfriend, so from now on don't bother me. Brother Tianyu, help me driving out this fellow. Long Luo lowered her head and whispered in a quiet voice. Leave it to me. Ren Tianyu assured Long Luo. He didn't have a shred of good impression towards this Tian Yunguan. This fellow was a deep schemer and had great patience. Since he had already become friends with Lan Yan and the others, he would not allow this fellow to hurt them. Sister Luo, you don't need to deceive me. His strength is only at the intermediate fighter level, he is just a garbage. How can this garbage be your boyfriend? Seeing Ren Tianyu was only at the level of an intermediate fighter, Tian Yunguan said with a condescending look. You? Hearing Tian Yunguan insulting Ren Tianyu, Long Luo became angry. Behind Lan Yan and company also frowned and stood up. At that time, Ren Tianyu suddenly patted the hand of Long Luo and stepped towards Tian Yunguan and said. Hey, just a moment ago you said garbage, who spoke garbage? I spoke garbage. Tian Yunguan said without thinking. Oh, right, indeed you spoke garbage. He shrugged his shoulders with a look of disdain. You are courting death. Just now Tian Yunguan discovered his mistake, and suddenly his face blackened. He approached Ren Tianyu with murderous intentions. Snort. Tian Plan's kid, don't force me. Seeing that Tian Yunguan wanted to attack, Luo Tianxing swiftly appeared in front of Tianyu and forced Tian Yunguan to stop. Hey, you are quite bold to raise your hand here. Do you believe it when I say I can bury you forever in this town? Li Feng said with a face full of contempt. You all. Tian Yunguan couldn't believe what he was seeing. Luo Tianxing and others were standing up to protect an intermediate fighter trash. What I told you before still counts. I will not object if you chase after my sister without using your despicable means and win her heart, but now my sister already has a person she likes, you better give up before going too far. Lan Yu interrupted Tian Yunguan's words. Snort. Very good. Bloke, if you are a man, then do you dare have a duel with me? Let's see who is more suitable for Luo. Tian Yunguan unwillingly looked at Ren Tianyu and roared. Brother Tianyu, do not accept. He is already a great illusion scholar. Long Luo said anxiously. Correct, don't accept it, Tianyu. He has a class 4 blood lineage suitable for illusionist. Luo Mangwu also nervously persuaded Ren Tianyu. Don't worry and rest assured. I don't look down on this guy. Ren Tianyu carelessly said. In his heart he was thinking, playing with illusion in front of me will be your downfall. But Long Luo was still anxious. Calm down. Have a little faith in me. He comforted the beautiful little lady Long Luo. Actually Ren Tianyu wanted to know more about the illusionist and magicians of this different world. Tianyu, are you really sure about this? Luo Tianxing was also not convinced. Rest assured, honestly speaking I am not underestimating him.
Do you really believe I am only intermediate fighter?
Ren Tian Yu said with mysterious smile. Well, in short, just be a bit more careful.
Luo Tianxing said.
Snort, dumb idiot. See how I will play with you. He said with ferocious expression, seeing that Ren Tian Yu had agreed to the duel.
Yeah, sure.
Ren Tian Yu was not in the mood to play with this clown. Luo Tianxing and other paid the bills and left the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. They directly went to the duel field which was located at center of the town. Inside Eiffel Town it was not allowed to engage in combat, so if anyone wanted to settle their score they had to go to the duel field. If a battle took place inside the town then, no matter the identity of the person, you would be punished.
They arrived at dueling place, Ren Tian Yu and Tian Yunguan jumped onto the arena.
And the staffs also arrived there, and raised a barrier so that no one could interfere with the duel.
But life and death duels were not allowed in this arena.
Haha, dumb idiot, you snatched my long luo, so I'll not let you die easily. I'll let you despair before you die. Seeing that the barrier of the arena was raised, Tian Yunguan arrogantly roared towards Ren Tian Yu.
Finished? If you have finished talking then let's begin. I want to return back to eat.
Ren Tian Yu used his finger to dig out his ear and spoke towards Tian Yunguan with ridicule. Snort, since you urgently want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. After finished speaking, Tian Yunguan took out a staff, and suddenly released his illusion power. Illusion of blood lineage. After Tian Yunguan shouted, his body suddenly became a little illusionary, and it became harder to know whether it is real or not.
Interesting. I hope you will not disappoint me.
Seeing Tian Yunguan, Ren Tian said to himself. And then he suddenly closed his eyes, and when he had opened it again, his eyes had changed into blood red in color and it contained 3 spiraling curves.
Mangekyo Sharingan open.
You? A look of surprise appeared when Tian Yunguan saw Ren Tian Yu's eyes. Just now he had merely seen those eyes, but he felt like his consciousness almost sunk. He was so scared that he immediately turned away, and no longer dared to look at those eyes.
Use all the moves you have. I just so happen to want to look at your illusions. Don't disappoint me. Ren Tian Yu causally said. Brother, do you see the eyes of Tian Yu? At the audience, Luo Mangwu asked Luo Tianxing.
Well, this should be his power of blood lineage. I didn't expect it, his blood lineage power was located in his eyes.
Still it's quite strange.
Luo Tianxing looked surprised, but he was not in discomfort. Because Ren Tian Yu had controlled his power so that it would not affect the audience.
Damn, how dare you underestimate me? I'll cut your body into 1,000 pieces. Tian Yunguan was filled to the brim with anger and suddenly began to use his illusion to attack Ren Tian Yu.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 16, Dujitsu Tsukuyomi. Chapter 16, Dujitsu Tsukuyomi.
Ren Tian Yu was folding his hands behind his back, and was looking at the spell of Tian Yunguan. If he didn't want to observe the illusion techniques of this world, he would already have finished this fight in an instant. With the progression of the chant, Tian Yunguan began to fade away, and a section of the duel arena became foggy.
Illusion Art, Forest Domain.
The illusion finally started to take effect after Tian Yunguan finished his chant. Tian Yunguan looked at Ren Tian Yu with a trace of a sneer and thought to himself, "Kid, look how I finish you off." At that time a gentle breeze blew over, along with it Tian Yunguan started to dissipate, until he thoroughly disappeared.
Well, that's interesting, but still too easy.
Seeing Tian Yunguan disappear, he muttered to himself.
Then he promptly activated his right eye. Outside the arena, Luo Tianxing saw the illusion spell and cried in surprise, "The forest domain? What? Forest domain? Isn't this a secret art of the Zhao clan of the imperial capital? How did this kid learn it?" said Long Yu in surprise.
Some time ago, I heard this fellow's father and the Zhao clan had some dealing with each other, but I never thought that the cheap Zhao clan unexpectedly handed over the secret art to the Tian clan.
This is truly unexpected.
Li Feng mentioned what he had heard.
Big brother, in the end, what is this secret skill forest domain? Is it impressive?
Seeing the startled face of her brother, Lan Xinming asked full of curiosity.
This forest domain is one of the top-ranked secret skills.
It's not a simple illusion. The user of this skill can use this skill to create countless trees to capture enemies, but the most astonishing thing is that the user of this skill can enter this illusory world and attack the target physically. Although with his current level of power Tian Yunguan wouldn't be able to create many trees, but I fear, with Tian Yu's strength, Lan Yan said anxiously.
Then isn't brother Tian Yu in danger? Not good, I have to stop this duel. Long Luo Luo was very anxious. In her heart she was blaming herself. Because of me, big brother Tianyu is in this dangerous situation. Thinking this, she rushed towards the arena. Miss, here at Eiffel, no one is allowed to meddle with a duel, unless a life or death situation occurred or the duel is finished, otherwise the barrier around the duel arena will not be opened. Long Yu hastily blocked his sister and explained. Then what should I do? Ah, because of me, big brother Tianyu fell into such a dangerous position. Blaming herself, Long Luo Luo walked back and forth. Long Yu didn't know what to say to his anxious younger sister. All of them were anxious, even their identities were of no use here. Her Highness Princess and His Highness Prince, don't worry. Your friend will be fine. The voice of an old man was suddenly interrupted. Long Luo Luo and others looked back and saw several old men behind them. They were the old men who had been following Lon Yan in company. Second grandfather, why are you here? Seeing the thin and small old man, Long Luo Luo asked with a surprised look. Yeah, fourth elder, why are you here? Luo Tianqing was surprised too and asked a tall and big old man. Haha, do you think your family could send you to this place without any precautions? As a result, His Majesty and the clan leader of your family sent us to protect you. Fourth elder said with his booming voice. Oh, that's right, fourth elder, why did you tell us not to worry about Tianyu? At the same time, Luo Mengwu asked curiously. Haha, do you really think that your friend is only at the intermediate fighter level? He is not as simple as he looks. The fourth elder said with a mysterious smile. Then they started to look at the arena. In the ring, along with the disappearance of Tian Yunguan, 4 to 5 meter large trees began to grow. From these trees countless branches extended towards Ren Tianyu and tightly bound him. Suddenly the upper half of Tian Yunguan emerged from a tree near to Ren Tianyu. His right hand was holding the staff and his left hand was holding a dagger. Grinning hideously, he said to Ren Tianyu, Kid, die for me. Tian Yunguan waved his dagger in Ren Tianyu's direction. Ren Tianyu was looking completely calm at Tian Yunguan with his Mangekyo Sharingan. He had a mysterious smile plastered on his face, and a ripple of power was released from his right eye. Tian Yunguan sneered as he observed how his dagger was drawing nearer to Ren Tianyu. In his mind he was roaring, die for daring to steal my woman, dumbass. But something unexpected happened as Tian Yunguan approached the 10 centimeters mark. The dagger stopped, and couldn't advance anymore. Sensing something from above, he looked up and was stunned as his vision was blocked by the branch which was holding Ren Tianyu. He had disappeared from there. The mouth of Tian Yunguan was gaped open wide with surprise. He didn't know what was happening. Merely this level of illusion. I just wanted to see if you had any powerful illusions, that's it. I'm completely disappointed with the result. Stated Ren Tianyu watched the Tian Yunguan who was bound by the illusory tree. Just now he had only used his right eye to reflect the illusion. This level of illusion was child's play. Since you have disappointed me, you can die now. Ren Tianyu watched Tian Yunguan and unsheathed his snake sword. Using this sword he stabbed in Tian Yunguan's direction. Seeing the sword getting nearer, Tian Yunguan was screaming in his heart, Move ah, your father move ah. At this time, the necklace around his neck flashed with a blue light and the tree that was binding him disappeared, regaining his freedom. After that he hastily retreated to dodge the attack. Well, I didn't accept you had a treasure. Ren Tianyu looked at Tian Yunguan with indifference. Hoo. Tian Yunguan was breathing heavily after avoiding the attack. He was nearly at death's door. Tian Yunguan looked at the necklace and displayed a look of regret. The necklace was a gift from father, a high-level treasure. It had the power to dispel an illusion, a rare treasure. He never thought it would be wasted here. You know, I hate troublesome fellows the most, and you are the one who started this mess. I generally tend to eradicate the trouble at its source. Since you have used an illusion, let me show you what a real illusion looks like. Saying this he sheathed his sword and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Ren Tianyu didn't have any good impression on Tian Yunguan, and he didn't care if he died. But after he had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he didn't have a chance to use its power, so it was a good time to test its power. Dujutsu Tsukuyami Ren Tianyu released the power of his left eye, and suddenly a mysterious aura radiated out from his body. Tian Yunguan was prepared for the attack of Ren Tianyu. Suddenly he discovered that the eyes of Ren Tianyu were completely different. They were blood red and there were 3 spiraling curves within the eyes. Shortly afterwards, he felt dizzy, and saw 7 or 8 pairs of Sharingan circling around the sky. By the time he awoke from his stupor, he unexpectedly found himself in a strange place. He was tied to the cross and no matter how he tried he couldn't free himself. At this time, Tian Yunguan suddenly saw Ren Tianyu before his eyes, and in his right hand he was holding a sword. Where is this? What do you want to do with me? Seeing the sword, Tian Yunguan was completely terrified and hastily questioned with a loud voice. Welcome to Tsukuyami world.
In this world I can control all matter, time and space.
For next 72 hours, I will use this sword to stab you. Hope you are able to withstand it. After Ren Tianyu finished explaining, he stabbed his sword into Tian Yunguan. Ah!
Tian Yunguan released a blood-curdling scream, clenched his hands, as he saw blood flowing out from the injury. But as Ren Tianyu pulled out the sword, he saw that the injury was already restored.
Don't panic, don't panic. This is only an illusion, everything is an illusion. Inside his mind, Tian Yunguan was reminding himself non-stop and was thinking how to escape. Yes, it is only an illusion, but the pain is real. Ren Tianyu seemed to see through Tian Yunguan's thoughts. You, how could you?
Seeing that Ren Tianyu had clearly seen through him, he was startled. As I have already stated, inside this world, I can control all matter, time and space. And without doubt that also include your thoughts.
There is still 71 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds left. Saying this, Ren Tianyu again stabbed Tian Yunguan. Ah! Tian Yunguan again released a blood-curdling scream. And he was even more horrified when he discovered that Ren Tianyu was gradually multiplying. One after another appeared, each one was holding a glittering sword. You! Tian Yunguan looked all around and discovered countless Ren Tianyos. With a cold sweat running down his back, he tried to say something. Ren Tianyu ignored him, and he kept on stabbing Tian Yunguan. Tian Yunguan kept on releasing a blood-curdling scream, and wanted to escape, but there was no way to escape. He could only suffer endless pain. This endless torture gradually caused him to give up all hope. 3 days in the Tsukuyami world is only a moment in the real world, nothing more. The people who were watching outside the arena only saw Ren Tianyu suddenly cover his left eye. After that, Tian Yunguan released a blood-curdling scream and collapsed. This is a real illusion. 3 days in that world is only an instant in reality. Tian Yunguan thought and looked at Ren Tianyu. Shortly afterwards he felt vertigo and directly fell onto the ground. Is this the power of Tsukuyami? Incredible! The system has eliminated the normal side effects, so my left eye only feels a little fatigue. Ren Tianyu covered his left eye and recalled the feeling of using Tsukuyami. In that Tsukuyami world, he clearly felt that he had everything in his grasp, like a god. Looking at the fainted Tian Yunguan, he slowly closed his Mangekyo Sharingan. And slowly started to walk towards the audience, the barrier around the arena already lifted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17, Explanation. Chapter 17, Explanation. Ren Tianyu slowly closed his Mangekyo Sharingan, then walked towards the spectators. The spectators who were watching were completely baffled and didn't understand what had happened a moment ago. They all realized that the duel was purely an illusion showdown, full of mystery. Just now they only saw Ren Tianyu's eyes flash for a second, and a moment later, Tian Yunguan released a blood-curdling scream and directly fainted. The match was decided in a split second. Other than Ren Tianyu and Tian Yunguan, no one knew what had happened. As a result, everyone felt a subconscious fear towards Ren Tianyu. Every human tends to fear the unknown. Who would have thought that Ren Tianyu, who was just an intermediate fighter on the surface, defeated a great illusionist scholar in an instant? Young master, what happened to you? Are you awake? After the barrier around the arena was lifted, the guards of Tian Yunguan rushed towards their young master. They breathed out a sigh of relief, because Tian Yunguan was still breathing, but no matter how much they called him, he didn't wake up. Halt! What did you do to our young master? If you don't clear this up, no matter what, today you won't leave here alive. One of the guards yelled with a stern voice towards Ren Tianyu. In reaction to the shout, the other guards had drawn the weapons. Hearing the voice from behind, Ren Tianyu slowly turned around, glanced at the guard who had just spoken and said, "Oh, I'd like to see how you prevent me from leaving." You? When the guard who had just spoken saw the blood-colored eyes of Ren Tianyu, he suddenly felt an incomparable chill run down his spine. He tried to say something but couldn't. Snort. I'd like to see who dares to stop my friends. At that time, Long Yu and company jumped on the arena and stood in front of Ren Tianyu. Everyone had a cold expression on their face and were about to draw their weapons. Seeing Long Yu and others, the guards could only look at each other, and didn't dare to make a move. They all knew the identities of Long Yu and others. Even if they had 10 times more guts, they wouldn't dare to offend these youngsters. Snort. So you all understand. Tian Yu, let's go. Lan Yan coldly looked towards those guards, and prepared to leave with Ren Tianyu.
Hearing Lan Yan, Ren Tianyu closed his Sharingan and walked with Lan Yan and company towards the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. Since the guards didn't have the ability to stop Ren Tianyu, they could only watch him leave. Among the guards, one pondered for a while and said, "We should immediately return to the imperial capital with the young master and report to the clan leader." Affirmative. All the guards agreed. They immediately picked up their young master and hastily left the arena. Ren Tianyu didn't realize that someone was observing him with great enthusiasm and soon after left with an enigmatic smile. "Tianyu, I didn't expect you to be this strong." Although the character of Tian Yunguan is not great, but his strength was the real deal, you instantly defeated him without breaking a sweat. On the road, the face of Lan Yan was filled with wonder. "Yes, big brother Tianyu, when I saw that bastard use the forest domain, at that point I was somewhat anxious, but I never thought that you could break this illusion and give that bastard a taste of his own medicine." Long Luoluo also remakered with admiring expression. "Oh, that's right, Tianyu, exactly happened in the end? We merely saw you covering your eye and that fellow directly fainted." Luo Mengwu asked rather curiously. Yes. Hearing the question of Luo Mengwu, Lan Yan and company also declared their interest. "You asked so many questions at once, how can I answer them all at once?" Ren Tianyu said with a wry smile. "Then simply tell us what happened." "Fine. First of all, my actual strength is not at the intermediate fighter level. I specially released the aura of an intermediate fighter to trick others. That's all. And to answer the second point, why did he fall into his own illusion? It's very simple, although that move looked amazing, but before my eyes that skill was full of holes. So I just reflected it back. And finally, in fact I used my power of blood lineage and he was pulled inside my illusion world, where he was broken. So in truth it was only a split second, nothing more. This illusion power of mine put a heavy burden on me, so I can't use it regularly." Ren Tianyu explained in simple wording and didn't explain anything about the Sharingan, instead gave all the credit to the power of blood lineage. "So that's it. However, Tianyu, what is the cultivation level of your actual strength, and furthermore are you a battle chi warrior or illusionist?" After listening to the explanation of Ren Tianyu, Li Feng asked. If Ren Tianyu is an illusionist, then why is he carrying around a sword all day and had an intermediate fighter level in the cultivation of battle chi? And if he is a battle chi warrior, then his illusion power was far more powerful, which can insta-kill a great illusionist scholar. Well, this is. Actually, I am a magician. As for actual strength, probably at the great magic master level. Ren Tianyu considered a bit and called himself a magician. Later he would mostly rely on ninjutsu, which was quite similar to magic. As for taijutsu and genjutsu, he intended to hide them and use them as his trump cards. What? You're a magician? Lan Yan and the others howled in unison. This startled Ren Tianyu as he didn't fathom why they were making such an enormous fuss about it. The passerbys who picked up on the clamor looked at them funny. This caused his face to gradually redden. What's going on? Is there a problem? Ren Tianyu withdrew his head and asked after seeing the other's oppressive expression, what's with the terrifying expression? It looks like they want to eat me. He thought. Are you playing dumb? Of course, is there a problem? Unexpectedly you said you are a magician. F***K, you are a magician who is carrying a sword on your back and has an intermediate fighter level battle chi. Additionally you still have an illusion skill which can insta-kill a great illusionist scholar. And you are asking if there is a problem? Are you trying to provoke us? Hearing the question of Ren Tianyu, Luo Tianqing barked and grabbed his collar. Next to him Lan Yan and others were nodding. Ah pay, release me. F***K, Luo Tianqing, you stubborn bull, does your family sell watering cans? Your little sister, you sprayed your saliva all over your father's face. Ren Tianyu wanted to beat him up. Don't be too excited. You listen to my explanation first. I am not deceiving you. I really am a magician. I originally cultivated battle chi, but after cultivating up to intermediate fighter level I can no longer advance. So I didn't have a choice but to become a magician. As for illusions, didn't I already told you all that was my power of blood lineage? The illusion power of my blood lineage is unusually powerful and hard to resist. Just using this illusion skill puts a heavy burden on my body, so I can't use it frequently. Looking at the eyes which were about to eat him, Ren Tianyu quickly explained. After listening to his explanation they gradually settled down and no longer looked so frightening. Phew, damn it, it was terrifying. Seeing all of them calmed down, Ren Tianyu released a long sigh of relief. So it's like that. But why do you only display an intermediate fighter level of strength? This. If you think about it, if my enemy saw that my strength level is only at the intermediate level, then they will most certainly underestimate me and become careless. And when I suddenly release my true power, won't that be extremely interesting?
With a gloomy look, Ren Tianyu answered in a low voice. Shameless. Wretched.
Hearing derogatory terms from Lan Yan and company, Ren Tianyu had black lines emerging on his face and thought, F***K, your father call it clever, okay?
Bah!
Lan Yan looked at Ren Tianyu with disdain, turned his head around and walked towards the heavenly fragrance restaurant, never turning his head back.
F***K, wait for me. I just went through a duel.
Younger sister Luo, your big brother Tianyu is tired, quickly come and help me, don't run so fast, Ren Tianyu gloomily yelled in the back. Hearing his call, the beautiful little lady Luo ran even faster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 18, Kochios Sunju Rashomon. Chapter 18, Kochios Sunju Rashomon. Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomon.
Ren Tianyu and company noisily returned to the heavenly fragrance restaurant. It was not dawn yet, so they had a light breakfast and went to rest, as they had to leave early in the morning.
Ren Tianyu also went to his own room.
The room of this restaurant was not comparable to the room of a 5-star hotel on the earth. In this room there was not a television, air conditioner or any other kind of technology which was available on the earth. He sat cross-legged on the bed and started to cultivate chakra. This was one of his essential daily routines. With the exception of a day or two, he never had ceased to cultivate his chakra in the 2 years of time he had spent inside Magical Beast's forest. The amount of chakra had already reached the peak of elite ninja, but he had already mastered a lot of the ninjutsu compared to other elite ninjas. Even the ninja known as Copy Ninja, Kakashi, didn't know more ninjutsu than him.
That was because he had the all-encompassing ninjutsu system.
At present, he could form hand seals very fast and could at least form 4 hand seals per second. Although it was not as fast as Itachi, but the difference isn't great. After about 3 hours, he suddenly opened his eyes with activated Sharingan. His right hand directly reached into his ninja backpack grabbing a kunai, and he threw it in the direction of the window.
Pang! The kunai quickly passed through the window and then it felt like it hit something and it fell.
Then he saw a shadow flash by the window.
What, someone is there?
A cold light flashing in his eyes, he immediately attacked towards the window and after that immediately jumped out from the window.
Pang!
The window was burst apart, and he firmly landed on the street. Surveying his surroundings, he saw a shadow flying towards the east gate.
Ha! Do you think that you have the ability to flee?
Since he had discovered the target, he was not going to let it easily escape. So he immediately started his pursuit. Although the shadow was flying in the sky, Ren Tianyu was not slow. But it was not easy to keep up with the opponent. He took out a scroll and an ink brush from his backpack, and quickly drew an eagle on the surface of the scroll, followed by forming a series of hand seals, Ninja Art Super Beast Scroll. Ren Tianyu quickly jumped onto the back of the eagle and accelerated in the pursuit of the shadow. He was anxious throughout the chase. After some time, the shadow stopped on top of a tree of the forest, which was 30 miles away from the city. It looked like he was waiting for him to arrive. Seeing that the shadow was waiting for him on top of a tree, he also jumped to the top of a tree next to it. After that he cancelled the Super Beast Scroll, the eagle immediately changed into ink which rained down. So who are you? Why were you lurking outside my room? It seems like we don't know each other.
Ren Tianyu watched the person who was surrounded by the black fog and asked.
Thanks to the presence of that fog, he couldn't determine whether the opponent was male or female, much less see the face. His Sharingan also didn't have the ability to see through it. However, this shadow didn't answer, instead directly used the dark fog to attack Ren Tianyu.
Ha!
Seeing the shadow was directly attacking, he decided not to waste any more of his saliva and decided to directly knock down and capture the enemy. Ren Tianyu instantly dodged this black-colored fog, and when this black fog touched the tree where he was standing just a moment ago, it suddenly corroded, and after a few seconds the whole tree was decayed.
F***K, so ruthless, you wanted to ruin your father's face. Seeing the fate of the tree, Ren Tianyu barked.
After that he quickly formed the hand seals as he didn't want to be on the defensive.
Futon Atsugai. Wind style, pressure damage.
After he finished forming a hand seal, a powerful highly compressed wind was released from Ren Tianyu into his surrounding and all the trees around him were torn asunder.
Hon. Hon. Hon.
The sound of explosions was heard in the tranquil night. After about 30 seconds the hurricane gradually stopped, and after some time all the smoke and dirt settled and he could again see the situation. Ren Tianyu saw that everything around him was thoroughly crushed. the originally fresh green turf was completely gone and every trees around him were blown to smithereens and had disappeared. Without pause he was scanning the battlefield with his Mangekyo Sharingan. He hadn't thought that the enemy was taken care of with just this. The opponent is capable of flight and was at least a Saint-class expert. At this time he suddenly sensed someone was above him as he heard a sound. His complexion suddenly changed and he hastily moved sideways. Hon! The sound of an explosion was heard. From the corner of his eyes he saw a black sword had burrowed into the earth where he stood just a moment ago. Ren Tianyu firmly stood on the ground, and lifted his head to look towards the sky. He saw that the shadow was wearing black female clothing and her face was covered by a piece of black veil. This youthful girl was floating in the air and was holding a black sword in her right hand. So, who the hell are you? Ren Tianyu asked with a frown while looking at the young girl floating in the sky. Although this beautiful young lady had a perfectly charming figure, he didn't have the time to admire it as she was radiating a heavy pressure. If you want to know who I am, you'll have to beat me first. The young lady said with a broad smile. Well, have it your way then, a pity that I am forced to destroy such a flower. He said after hearing that young lady. After that he quickly formed a hand seal, futon, shinkajoku. Wind-style, vacuum bullets. Ren Tianyu opened his mouth, and spit out a dozen of wind bullets at the young lady. Eh? At this moment, the girl in the air only heard the sound but couldn't see anything, and was completely surprised. After that she hastily tried to dodge but Ren Tianyu had grouped them together so it would become harder to dodge. Shio! The vacuum bullet directly landed on her left hand and blood scattered from the injury. Groan! Seeing her black protective screen was powerless and she had no way to dodge, she quickly waved her black sword with her right hand. From the edge of that sword a black light was emitted and that changed into another black protective screen blocking the vacuum bullets. Oh, you actually blocked. Let's see how long you are able to block. He laughed. After that he pulled out his snake sword and dashed towards the girl. He quickly formed hand seals, and as he was dashing towards the girl, his sword was bathed in lightning and the sound of thousands of bird chirping was heard. He used Chidori. When? The sword of Ren Tianyu and that girl's sword collided with each other and released a spark. The Chidori on the sword of Ren Tianyu had caught the girl completely off guard, and that lightning paralyzed the girl. Pung! Ren Tianyu used this to his advantage and used Leaf Strong Whirlwind to directly kick this girl. After that he quickly followed. At that time that girl suddenly released a black radiance soaring into the sky, and appeared next to Ren Tianyu along with that dark-colored radiance. Ren Tianyu had no choice but to stop and prepare his Chidori-cladded sword to guard against this girl. Hung! You dared to hurt me, I'll kill you. That young girl said coldly while rubbing off the blood from the corner of her mouth. Bah, quite a big talker. I say your mask is quite hideous Since it is like that, you should never have come outside, as frightening children too much is not good, you know? He said with disdain. Die. Although he didn't see the appearance of the female, Ren Tianyu had confirmed that she was cold as ice. To prove this point, he could see that she was moving in his direction with the intention of chopping his body into 1,000 pieces. That young girl suddenly held her sword vertically in front of her, and the black radiance started to radiate from that black sword. The girl was chanting some kind of spell, but Ren Tianyu couldn't understand any of it. Nevertheless he could felt the surroundings around him was changing, making him unable to calm down. Seeing the black clouds gathering in the sky, Ren Tianyu knew that this was her final move. Along with the black light beam, strong wind currents started to appear. He observed his surroundings for a while, the weather was changing, and a smirk gradually appeared on his face as he slowly sheathed his sword. With imposing eyes he looked at the every movement of hers. Very quickly the chant of the spell was finished, he could only see that the black light was towering towards the black cloud in the sky. Suddenly that black light started to shine with the sword as the center. When the light disappeared, Ren Tianyu could clearly see all of her movements. He saw that the black sword on her hand had already turned into a black light beam and a formidable power was gathered there. Go to hell. Dark Annihilation slash. Along with a lovely shout, she slashed towards Ren Tianyu. Her sword's length started to unexpectedly increase by several dozens of meters towards the sky, and along with the slashing motion of hers, the sword started to descend towards him. Crap! Did I make a mistake? Suddenly Ren Tianyu was scared, seeing the technique of her. F***K, if this attack hits me then I can say goodbye to my life. Thinking this, he immediately bit the thumb of his right hand and quickly started to form a series of hand seals. After the hand seals were complete he hit the ground with both his hands. Kochios Sunju Rashoman. Summoning Jutsu Triple Rashoman. Rumble rumble. Along with the rumbling, suddenly the ground split open, and 3 blood-red-colored huge gates successively sprung above ground in front of him. Just then the light beam collided with these huge gates.
Hong! A huge collision of Ren Tianyu's triple Rashomon and the black light beam was heard.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 19, Space Transmission. Chapter 19, Space Transmission.
A series of deafening explosions were heard, and the huge shockwaves cracked the rocks in the surroundings. Ren Tianyu was standing behind the Rashomon, and with an imposing look, he was staring at the girl who was wielding that huge black light beam. Actually, he was not worried all whether these 3 Rashomon could withstand her attack or not, as he already knew that in Naruto world, Orochimaru had used this jutsu to withstand the powerful attack of Naruto, who was in tail beast mode. Although Naruto had only released 4 tails, but the power of the Kyuubi should not to be underestimated. So he had full confidence in these 3 Rashomon. He saw that the huge black light beam had hit the first Rashomon gate. After a brief resistance, the first gate broke and the black light beam headed towards the second gate. With its power greatly reduced, the black light beam hit the second gate and could only create a small crack before it disappeared. This. With the black sword in her hand, that young lady was gasping for air and her face was full of indescribable fear towards the strange gates which had obstructed her attack. To her surprise, her dark annihilation slash had merely destroyed the one Issei gate, and before it could break the second gate its energy was already consumed. What the hell is this? Furthermore, she had never seen a skill surrounded by that kind of deathly aura. Phew! Seeing that the attack of that young girl was stopped, he vanished and reappeared on top of the Rashomon gate, and stared at the female. I honestly don't wish to ruin a flower like you. As long as you tell me why you were monitoring me outside my place, I'll let you go, he said after staring at that girl for a while. Simultaneously he was also pondering in his heart who his enemy could be. Except for duel with the son of the Tian clan, he hadn't made any other enemies. But the Tian clan is situated fairly far away, at the imperial capital. Even if the master of the Tian clan knew that his son had an accident, it would be impossible for the people who were assigned to arrive here this soon. Humph. If you want to know, then defeat me first. The winner is not determined yet. Hearing the question of Ren Tianyu, she responded with scorn. Since that's the case, I have to find the answer myself. Although I hate to fight with women, I hate trouble even more. So I would like to evade it by cutting off the trouble at its origin. I'm terribly sorry, your actions gave me a hunch that if I let you escape here alive, I will be plagued by quite a lot of trouble. So I have no alternative but to eliminate you. Knowing that the girl didn't have any intention to comply with him, he had no choice but to unleash his killer moves, and if possible capture her, and using his illusions to acquire the information he required. Katan Goka Mekyaku. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Ren Tianyu quickly formed hand seals. After that he took a deep breath in one, then facing the female, he spit out numerous flames. This fire encompassed a broad range of more than 100 meters in front of him. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Formerly this was the wide-range fire style jutsu which was first utilized by Madara against the ninjas of the allied forces. To resist this jutsu, more than 20 water element ninja had to use the water screen jutsu. This is... The face of that girl was filled with terror, watching the vast flames advancing in her direction. She realized that this was not the time to be in a stupor, and she had to immediately figure out how to resist this fire magic. The girl landed, both of her hands firmly gripping her sword, stabbing it into the ground. She started to chant. Along with the chant, a tremendous amount of dark fog gathered around her. Dark Guardian. Along with the roar of that female, the tremendous black fog formed into the shape of a 30-meter tall protective screen in front of her, which blocked the attack of Ren Tianyu. Just when she released a sigh of relief, a bright gleam had reached her. Inside her heart she was awed and shocked. Without thinking, she dodged to the side. After that she stood up and saw that there was an odd hidden weapon stuck into the ground where she was just standing. Close call, the girl released a long sigh of relief inside of her heart and simultaneously cursed Ren Tianyu for suddenly using that hidden weapon. He, you fell into my trap. Seeing that the female had dodged his sneak attack, Ren Tianyu sneered. He pointed at the ground where the female was standing with his right hand and clutched his hand. After that an endless amount of sand sprung out of the ground and gradually spread around her body. Sand coffin. Ren Tianyu finally trapped her. He snapped his fingers, jumped from the Rashomon and walked towards her. The female had not noticed that behind the Rashomon, another Ren Tianyu turned into smoke and disappeared. After he saw that she had landed on the ground, taking the advantage of the time when she was confronting his flame jutsu, he had formed a shadow clone and hid it behind the Rashomon, and let that shadow clone summon sand around her. He didn't summon the sand directly where she was standing, to not raise her suspicion. And when she had just repelled his fire attack, he used a kunai for a surprise attack.
Sure enough, she didn't have the sword as she had stuck it into the ground to repel his flame attack and could not block it, so she dodged by moving right into his trap. Looking at the sudden appearance of the vast amount of sand wrapping her body, she was utterly baffled as she had never thought that Ren Tianyu could even control sand. Seeing that he was nearing her, she ground her teeth and used her final plan. Above the ring of her right hand a black light flashed, and a scroll appeared in her right hand. "I'll be back," she said with a cold voice, following that she immediately crushed the scroll. An invisible fluctuation of space became visible and a short moment later she vanished. The sand which was enveloping her lost its target and showered down. Not good. Seeing the action of hers, he cried out in alarm and directly charged forwards, but he was too late as she had already vanished. F***K, unexpectedly it was Space Transmission Scroll. Ren Tianyu cursed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20, 7-Star Broken Bone Blood Lineage. Chapter 20, 7-Star Broken Bone Blood Lineage. In an unnamed mountain, suddenly space started to fluctuate, and shortly afterward, a woman with a black dress appeared at that place out of thin air. Cough cough, truly awesome. I never would have thought that your actual strength was this high. Now I really look forward to our next meeting. This young girl suddenly coughed out few mouthfuls of blood and shortly afterward, she flew towards the sky and disappeared. F***K, I never expected that she had a rare item like Space Transmission Scroll, truly hateful. Unexpectedly I let her get away. Ren Tianyu looked at the empty ground and was feeling frustrated in his heart. He didn't expect that after so much effort, he still let her escape. That magic scroll, which was created by a space system magician, only needed to be crushed to activate, and as long as it is activated it can transfer anyone to a random location. It is one of the most efficient items for fleeing to save one's life. This Space Transmission Scroll, however, is extremely rare because you can easily compare the number of space system magician with that of the giant panda on the Earth, which is one of a kind rare species. But who is she? Why was she monitoring me and lurking outside my room so late at night? Different questions started to rise in his heart, but no matter how much he thought he couldn't get any answers. Forget it, everything will be alright, don't think about her. Ren Tianyu decided to no longer think about this problem. Afterward, he got rid of his Rashomon jutsu, the remaining 2 Rashomon gates burst into smoke and disappeared. After that, Ren Tianyu also changed into smoke and disappeared from that place. Only the Earth's surface, which was riddled with holes, was left as a proof of this big battle. Ren Tianyu returned back to his room, called maidservants of Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant, and made them exchange the window which was broken. After that, he lied on his bed and entered his dreamland. The next day, early in the morning, sunray shined on Ren Tianyu's body, and then he slowly opened his eyes, got out from his bed, and began his morning duties. After he finished his morning duties, he went to 3rd floor only to discover that Lan Yan and the others were already at that place and were about to have their breakfast. Tianyu, did you have a good sleep last night? Seeing Ren Tianyu had arrived, Lan Yan asked Ren Tianyu with a broad smile. Yes, but you all are really unusual. Each and every one of you are young masters and young misses of a large clan, but it is quite unexpected that you all woke up early in the morning. Ren Tianyu found an open seat, sat down and curiously asked. Then he directly started to wipe out the breakfast on the table. There is nothing we could do. Today we have a very long distance to cover. We have to cross Carol Plain today. And at that place there is the frequent appearance of packs of wolves. As a result, we have to speed up and cross this plain before evening, and enter the territory of the imperial capital of Emperor Fei Lu. Just now we were about to head to your room to wake you up if you didn't arrive here. Li Feng answered while eating his breakfast. So actually it was like that, then we should quickly finish eating. Ren Tianyu increased his eating speed, and in a blink of an eye, he had already wiped out all his food along with the water. F***K, Tianyu, just eat slowly. F***K, brothers, we should also increase our eating speed. Seeing the eating speed of Ren Tianyu, Luo Tianxing couldn't help but roll his eyes and then yelled towards Lan Yan and others to also start increasing their speed of eating. Jia! Ren Tianyu and others finished eating quickly and without wasting any time, took their horses and carriage, then left Eiffel Capital and headed towards the direction of Carol Plain. Ren Tianyu, who was riding the gale horse, looked above towards the blue-colored sky and started to think about the power he possessed now. Before arriving at this world, he would have never believed that he could have such power. Right now in his heart, there was an indescribable feeling. Tianyu, what happened? Why are you staring blankly towards the sky? Li Feng felt strange as he saw Ren Tianyu and asked. Nothing, just a little homesick. Homesick? Oh, that's right, I still haven't heard you mention about your home. Where is your home? My home? It is very far, far away from me now.
I don't know if I will have a chance to return there in my whole life. Ren Tianyu looked towards the vast plain and said sadly. Sorry, Tianyu, Li Feng didn't know what to say next. It's all right. One day I will absolutely return. Ren Tianyu's eyes flashed with strong determination and decided to strive even harder to become stronger. Perhaps, after having this, I might be able to return to Earth. Ren Tianyu thought about the Naruto system in his mind and he slowly thought in his heart. Tianyu, no need to think twice, we are already brothers. Luo Tianxing laughed and spoke. Haha, uncle, you are right. I still have several good brothers. Along with a warm feeling in his heart, Ren Tianyu spoke with a laugh. F***K, don't call I, your father and uncle. Yelled Luo Tianxing. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ren Tianyu and others had run for almost half a day, then they stopped and began to eat their lunch. These were the food they had packed from Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. Howl. Just when they were eating their lunch, they heard the howling of wolves. Immediately after that, the faces of Lan Yan and others changed. Not good, a pack of wolves. We should immediately leave this place. Luo Tianxing immediately cried, got up and hastily rode his horse, and he didn't even pick up the food. After that, all of them left that place in a hurry. Behind them they heard a big rumbling noise. All of them looked back to see, suddenly fear started to rise inside their heart. Because they could see a huge number of magical beasts advancing towards them. Only looking at the number, there was at least several thousand magical beasts. F***K, like this we won't be able to escape. Get ready to dismount and fight. Luo Tianxing quickly yelled to others to prepare to dismount from the horses. Inside his heart, he was bursting with anger. F***K, fourth elder and others left because something came up. And now we encounter these pack of wolves. Yesterday, fourth elder and others who were responsible for protecting them had left in advance because of some matter. So now they had only themselves to rely on. Over time, the distance between them and the pack of wolves was getting shorter. Ren Tianyu was the only one who was relaxed because it was very simple for him to dispose of this pack of wolves. He had decided, however, not to dispose of these wolves directly because he wanted to see the fighting ability of Luo Tianxing and others and wanted to train them. Although the strengths of Luo Tianxing and others were extremely high, and also had good natural talent, without experiencing blood-filled battle, they could only become mediocre. The elders had also seen this problem, so when these youngsters were going through the trial by fire in Magical Beasts Forest, they had protected them secretly without their knowledge. Those elders wanted these youngsters to grow up and become qualified warriors. Roar! Luo Tianxing, who was taking the lead, roared and a copper-colored light started to flash through his body. 7 stars broken bone blood lineage, now! Along with Luo Tianxing's shout, all of a sudden the aura around him changed. Ren Tianyu discovered that Luo Tianxing's body had grown tall again. Combined with his tall body and his huge sword in his hand, he looked just like a war god. Tianyu, today I will let you see the might of the Luo clan's 7 stars broken bone blood lineage and the power of the battle chi of bone refining heavenly star. Luo Tianxing turned his head towards Ren Tianyu and said. Followed by his body emitting a copper-colored battle chi, and from this battle chi, Ren Tianyu sensed that this battle chi had the power to destroy everything, and also felt that this battle chi had completely abandoned all defense and only focused on attack and destruction. The members of the Luo clan inherit the 7 stars broken bone blood lineage and cultivates the supreme battle chi bone refining heavenly star. This is also the reason why compared to general males, the males of the Luo family looked more mature. This power of blood lineage tempers their bones. As a result, their physical body became more mature quickly compared to other general males of the same age. When 7 stars broken bone blood lineage reached great success, they would achieve a hard body comparable to diamond. This is why 7-star broken bone blood lineage is one of the first-rate blood lineages. If not for the fact that it is extremely hard to cultivate, it would be classified as at least saint-rank blood lineage. Heavenly star first kill, earthquake start. Seeing that the packs of wolves had already arrived, Luo Tianxing directly launched his killing move. Luo Tianxing half squatted the ground, suddenly inserted his huge sword in the ground, and started to release his copper-colored battle chi to embed into his huge sword. Shortly afterward, the ground in front of him started to shake and dozens of towering yellow-colored light erupted from the surface of the ground. These light hit the pack of wolves and made them fly in the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21, Quicksand Shower. Chapter 21, Quicksand Shower. Truly a violent aura. After thoroughly observing the burst of power of Luo Tianxing, Ren Tianyu, who was standing behind, thought inside his heart. After releasing the power of his blood lineage, Luo Tianxing had already thoroughly changed into a violent war god, and was completely filled with the aura of destruction, as if any defense before him would be broken into pieces. This power of blood lineage of Luo clan and the cultivating technique of battle chi entirely abandon all the defense and completely maximize all the attack power of the user. At the same time, suddenly Ren Tianyu sensed several special aura around him. Ren Tianyu turned his head and saw that one after another the body of Long Yu, Lan Yan and Luo Mengwu also emitted a powerful battle chi. All Heaven Fire Feather Blood Lineage, manifest. Gentle Gale Dance Blood Lineage, manifest. Azure Cold Ice Blood Lineage, manifest. The battle chi around Long Yu was fiery red in color, and gave a kind of burning sensation. It looks like this boy Long Yu's blood lineage had something to do with fire, and it is definitely not an ordinary blood lineage. The battle chi around Lan Yan was green in color. Along with the appearance of this battle chi, Lan Yan gave a kind of lively and agile sensation. This was the rhythm of the wind. And the battle chi around Luo Mengwu was not a violent battle chi like her brother, rather a kind of azure color and gave an ice-cold aura. This blood lineage was one of the two major power of blood lineage of Luo clan, Azure Cold Ice blood lineage. This Azure Cold Ice blood lineage a kind of blood lineage that was only inherited by the female member of Luo clan. This power of blood lineage was also extremely formidable. If this blood lineage was cultivated to the highest level, the user could instantly freeze anything, killing the opponents within her sight. The blood lineage of Long Yu and others were among the first-rate blood lineage, but Azure Cold Ice blood lineage was a little bit lower compared to them. Younger sister, you defend in front of magicians. Do not let those damn beasts to break through. I will also stop them in the front. Seeing Luo Tianxing in the front, Lan Yan and others also immediately released their power, but didn't act rashly, rather they started to protect Lan Xian Meng and other magicians. Okay. Good. No problem. Behind them Lan Xian Meng and other also finished preparing. Lan Xian Meng was a wind system magic master, and Long Luo was fire system great magic scholar. Li Feng, who was illusion master, also finished getting ready, but currently Li Feng still lacked large-scale illusion. As a result his role in this battle was very small. Luo Tianxing, who was holding a huge sword, alone blocked most of the wolves at the front. Occasionally few wolves slipped through him, but those were taken care by Long Yu. At that time the magic preparation of Long Luo was completed. Wild Sea of Flames. Long Luo shouted with her tender voice, and with the staff in her right hand she pointed towards the middle of the wolves. Suddenly in the midst of the wolves a boundless large flame started to burn. Howl. From the midst of the flame, a tragic howl of the wolves were heard, and hearing these tragic howl, Long Luo couldn't help but retreated few steps and was also a bit absent-minded. Luo, concentrate. Now is not the time to take pity upon these beasts. If you don't kill them, we'll all die. At that time, suddenly the voice of Ren Tianyu rang in the ears of Long Luo. Absent-minded Long Luo immediately woke up, turned her head and saw Ren Tianyu was looking at them with an encouragement expression in his face. I know what to do, big brother Tianyu. Long Luo spoke with determination. After that she concentrate to maintain her magic. 8,000's wind. At this time, Lan Xian Man had also finished preparing her magic, and along with her command, a huge powerful wind blew at the sea of flame of Long Luo. Suddenly the wind assisted the flame. Under the assist of Lan Xian Mang wind magic the range of sea of flame increased and became even wilder. Time passed, under the attack and defense of Luo Tianxing and the others. Next to them there were already countless corpses of the wolves, but the number of the wolves didn't seem to reduce. After such a long period of time, they had already severely consumed their battle chi and magic power and they could no longer persist. It seems, we're going to die here today. Seeing the number of wolves still not reduced, Lan Yan said with a calm face, as if he had nothing to do with it. Dying together with my good friends, I Luo Tianxing don't have any regret. Still defending at the front, Luo Tianxing, who was already covered with blood, spoke with a tired face, after hearing Lan Yan. Correct. That's right. Seeing these friends who were directly confronting life and death battle without abandoning anyone, a warm feeling appeared inside the heart of Ren Tianyu. And he thought that for having such friends, he no longer had any regret in life. This is my final attack. Beasts, look at Uncle's finishing blow. Heavenly Star second kill, Divine Chariot Rush. Luo Tianxing roared loudly, waving his huge sword he jumped in the air, and just like the yellow meteor he landed in the middle of the groups of wolves and hit the ground with his huge sword. Then with Luo Tianxing as the center, the yellow-colored shockwave was spread all around him. This shockwave swept all the wolves around him, and those wolves that were swept by this shockwave bleed from its 7 apertures and fell on the ground never to rise again. Howl. Howl. Taking advantage of the gap at moment when Luo Tianxing had just finished releasing his big attack, countless wolves threw themselves towards Luo Tianxing.
Big brother! Tianxing!
Seeing this scene, suddenly Lan Yan and others cried out in alarm. Their eyes were filled with desire to help, but their current level of power was not enough to catch up to Luo Tianxing in time. When Luo Tianxing was already prepared to die, suddenly the sands floated in front of him and blocked all the attacks of wolves. Shortly afterwards, these sands immediately surrounded the whole body of Luo Tianxing, and in a full speed retreated towards Lan Yan and dropped at the side of Ren Tianyu.
This is?
Luo Tianxing and others looked at the sands on the ground and again looked at Ren Tianyu. For a while they tried to think what had happened, but no answer came.
Well, you all take a break. Everything else leave it to me.
Ren Tianyu looked at Luo Tianxing and others who were staring blankly and said with a smile. All of them had passed this trail successfully.
Now it is time to end this.
Tianyu, Lan Yan still wanted to say something but Ren Tianyu interrupted him.
Well, no need to say anything.
Before I take care of these wolf cub, first I'll send you to a safe location. After talking, he quickly formed a series of hand seals.
Doton, Chidakaku. Earth-style, mobile core.
Ren Tianyu dropped his right hand on the ground. Suddenly the ground began to shake violently, and Long Luo and others' feet became a bit unstable. Along with the violent shaking of the ground 30 meter around with Ren Tianyu as a center started to raise. After raising about 10 meter, it stopped. Seeing that the ground had raised, Lan Yan and others were completely stunned and didn't know what to say. You all stay here, I'll be right back. He jumped down after speaking. He had used this earth element jutsu to raise the ground because after fighting these wolves for a long time, they had consumed serious amount of their battle chi and magic power. Although Ren Tianyu had full confidence to defeat all these wolves pack, still he feared that due to little carelessness, he won't be able to protect them. So to thoroughly make sure that they would be safe, he had raised the whole ground.
Ren Tianyu steadily landed on the ground.
Seeing the frenzied rush of the wolves, his two eyes gradually changed into Sharingan and a cold light also flashed in those eyes. Then he started to quickly form the series of hand seals. His speed of forming hand seals was so fast that others could only see shadows, not signs made.
Ninja art, sand tsunami.
Along with the dramatic surge of chakra, and unexpectedly on the ground in front of Ren Tianyu appeared a spring. However, water was not flowing inside that spring but sands. Endless sand turned into monstrous sand waves and all the wolves that were charging towards him were tossed away. Howl! Howl! Along with the terrified howl of the wolves, the leader wolf didn't even get the chance to act and was completely submerged in sand's wave. Monstrous waves, surging sands. A range of several miles radius was instantly submerged with endless sand and the surrounding landscape was also completely changed.
On the top of the earth stage, seeing this gorgeous scene, Luo Tianxing and the others were completely dumbfounded.
Seeing the youth who had used this magic, their brain had short-circuited for a short period of time. Along with the ceasing of sand's waves, Ren Tianyu half squatted and suddenly inserted both his hands into the sands and started to release chakra at frightening speed. After that, along with the invisible fluctuation, the sands started to roll around.
Sabaku Taiso. Giant sand burial.
All the grounds around him shook violently. Ren Tianyu slowly stood up, looked at his masterpiece, and nodded his head with satisfaction. After that, he quickly formed a series of hand and the earth stage started to descend. Ren Tianyu was thinking that he will receive the heroic reception. First-rate beauty Long Luo and other two beautiful ladies will come flying towards him and give him a kiss. But Luan Luo and other two beautiful ladies didn't came towards him. Instead, Luo Tianxing rushed towards him with terrifying looks.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 22, Nature of Expert. Chapter 22, Nature of Expert. Tianyu, you little ah.
We were desperately fighting by risking our life to withstand the attack of these wolves. And you could have obviously disposed all of these wolves in a flash, but you were only watching us fight desperately, and only now you decided to use your power. Do you know how I felt just before? In my heart I thought I was dead for sure. Luo Tianxing instantly rushed over, hold the collar of Ren Tianyu and right in front of his face cursed. This caused saliva of Luo Tianxing to fly toward the face of Ren Tianyu.
Ah Pei, you deadly sprinkling can, do you want to kill me? Did you ever brush your teeth? Ah, your mouth is so smelly.
F***K, spiting all over your father's face. Freed himself
Kanoha de Zenpu.
Tree leaf great whirlwind, Ren Tianyu cursed, and simultaneously freed himself from Luo Tianxing's claw. And seeing that Luo Tianxing was still rushing towards him, Ren Tianyu yelled and directly kicked him.
Ren Tianyu straightened out his disordered clothes.
After seeing grief and indignation expression of Lan Yan and others, Ren Tianyu cleared his throat and explained, "Don't blame me, I did this for your own good. Don't tell me you didn't know, although your innate talent is very high and cultivates secret or higher level cultivation method, nevertheless you could display at most only 70% of your actual strength." Along with the explanation of Ren Tianyu, Lan Yan and others started to think. Seeing that his explanation had effect on them, he continued. "Compared to ordinary people, the cultivation condition is much higher for you. You all have best guidance from teacher from your childhood, have best cultivation method, have best skill books, and so on. These are all the things that normal people cannot get. Nevertheless, if you want to become peak expert, then you all are still lacking something, which is strong resolve to get along with blood baptism. Only those person who had truly faced life and death situations can evolve into a peak experts. Those people who had tempered themselves with the experience of countless life and death situation can easily excel over those so-called many geniuses, even if their strength is weaker than those geniuses. Because they know exactly how to use their own power for their own advantage, and they also grasp their each and every move and attack of themselves, whether it is big or small. This is the thing which is most important to become top expert. The person who had grown up in a completely protected environment, even if he have high innate talent, will never become truly strong. Because such person will lack a strong resolve or heart. Truly strong person, regardless of any difficulties in front of him, never gives up and fight with that problem heads on. Also, you should know that the senior members of your families had clearly understand this issue. As a result, even though they had sent elders to protect you all, they didn't tell you about it. Because they wanted you to experience some hardships and temper yourself. Now you understand why I didn't help you. This was the rare opportunity for experience and training. I believe that this life and death battle will play a very important role for you all to become strong." After finishing listening, Ren Tianyu, Luo Tianxing and others lowered their head in thought for a long time. Afterwards, Luo Tianxing raised his head and looked at Ren Tianyu and spoke full of resolve, "Many thanks, Ren Tianyu. Now I understand why my cultivation speed was decreasing, and also know what I should do from now on. But yes, Tianyu, if not for your advice, I think we would have never known about our error till this day. And would have walked towards wrong direction." Lan Yan also spoke with complex emotion. "Well, it's still not too late for you guys, as long as you focus not only on cultivating but also train in battle experience. I believe you all will definitely become top experts." With full of certainty, Ren Tianyu said. Lan Yan and others' innate talents were extremely high, blood lineage was also first-rate, and the cultivation method of their family also certainly not bad. As a result, their path of growth is already extraordinary. Well, let's not talk about these things anymore, it's better to get away from here as soon as possible. The big move that I used just a moment ago is likely to attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives, so it's better to get out from here. Ren Tianyu changed the topic and told everyone to leave this place as soon as possible. Tianyu is correct. Everyone, let's quickly leave this place. Lan Yan also supported the decision of Ren Tianyu. The big attack of Ren Tianyu had changed the landscape around them within certain range. How can this not get any attention? So it was better to leave before trouble arrived to them. Ren Tianyu and others immediately rode their horses and hastily depart from that place towards the direction of nearest town. Lan Yan and others were riding gale horses at high speed, probably because of the big attack of Ren Tianyu. The wolves of this plains were staying away from them. All along the journey they didn't encounter another groups of wolves. When it was evening, finally they saw Emperor Fei Lu country's border town, Dilu City. Dilu City is the Emperor Fei Lu country's west border fortress, and is also the west gateway of Emperor Fei Lu country. Also, it was not necessary to mention that this town was also located in the strategic location. Ren Tianyu and others quickly entered this city. Unexpectedly, this border fortress also possessed heavenly fragrance restaurant. This clearly shows how strong the background power of this restaurant was. All of them entered this restaurant and directly went to their destination. That was bathing space. After having life and death battle with the pack of wolves and hastily running, they were all sticky with sweat and at the same time uncomfortable. As a result, their first choice was to take a bath. After comfortably bathing with hot water, Ren Tianyu arrived at the third floor of the restaurant. He saw that Li Feng was already there and was waiting for others with table full of delicacies. Phew, really comfortable. Just a moment ago it was really uncomfortable because my body was dirty. Li Feng wiped his wet hair and talked to himself. That's enough. Come on, you can't even endure this little hardship. You don't have enough endurance. I think you should start practicing to endure some hardship. Hearing the complaint of Li Feng, Ren Tianyu joked. Is it? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Li Feng's face fell, and a miserable expression appeared. I already said, the top experts are not made overnight. After going through many experience and training, only then they grew into top expert.
As a result, if we want to become top expert, we should face many life-threatening experiences and take one step at a time.
To be honest, among all these people, the strength of Li Feng was the weakest, merely great illusionist scholar. This was not because his innate talent was low, but because of his nature. The nature of Li Feng was little bit casual and too fond to play. Using the terms of the earth, you could say he had a little bit of childish nature of rich kid. So among all them, Ren Tianyu had least confidence on Li Feng.
I know what to do, Tianyu. Thank you.
A firm light flashed in the eyes of Li Feng and he thanked Ren Tianyu. At that time Luo Tianxing and others also arrived there after washing themselves.
Ren Tianyu greeted everyone and started eating.
Seeing the foods that were in front of Ren Tianyu on the table disappeared quickly, the serving peoples were completely dumbstruck and staring at him with silly expression. After Ren Tianyu and others returned to their respective room to rest, those servants could only thought, from where did this starved devil came from? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 23, Spacetime Ninjutsu. Chapter 23, Spacetime Ninjutsu.
Next day Ren Tianyu and others woke up very late in the morning. After all, currently they were already inside the territory of Emperor Fei Lu country. Here the unexpected dangers were also greatly reduced, as a result they were more relaxed. And also just yesterday they had a big battle, so Luo Tianxing and others reverted back to the nature of young master and miss of big clan, and didn't get up early in the morning.
Currently it didn't matter to Ren Tianyu, because he didn't care where he had to stay.
And currently he had only two goals. First was to find the way back home and other was to get revenge against Shiman clan. After thinking for a very long time, it was obvious to Ren Tianyu that his current power was insufficient to achieve his goal of finding the way back home to Earth. After thinking very hard for a long period of time, he had estimated that, first of all he had to evolve his Sharingan to Rinnegan level. This would help him to summon the body of 10-tailed beast. After that he could exchange 1 to 9-tailed beasts with system points, then revive the 10-tailed beasts. After reviving 10-tailed beasts, become its host, Jinchuriki. He thought that perhaps, with the help of 10-tailed beasts incomparable strength added with the power of the Supreme Eye Rinnegan, may be capable to break through the dimension and return back to his original world.
But currently he was extremely far away from accomplishing that.
First of all his eyes were only at the level of Mangekyo Sharingan, and that was also awoken just recently so he was still not yet completely familiar with its basic power. No need to talk about mastering most supreme level Eyes Rinnegan. And after that, there was the resurrection of 10-tailed beast, and for its resurrection, all the 1 to 9-tailed beasts was necessary. And even for the exchange of single 1-tailed beast Shikaku, it required at least 30,000 system points to exchange, no need to mention about the requirement of system points to exchange the tailed beast having almost infinite chakra, QB. And before trying this, he should gasp some spacetime-related ninjutsu. Even in the original world of Naruto, there were only a handful of ninja who could use spacetime-related ninjutsu. And the most famous was 4th Hokage, who was also known as Yellow Flash. But his ninjutsu which made him famous Hiraition no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, was not created by him. It was actually created by 2nd Hokage who was also the younger brother of 1st Hokage. 4th Hokage merely improved this jutsu, and developed Hiraition no Dan, Flying Thunder God technique, level 2. In the Naruto world, the most admired ninja of Ren Tianyu was not the ninja who was known as God of Shinobi 1st Hokage or the first person to evolve his Sharingan to Rinnegan Madara,
but the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Because Ren Tianyu thinks that the talent of 2nd Hokage was far above 1st Hokage or any others.
The 1st Hokage had merely inherited 6 paths incomparable in chakra, which made him possible to use wood element ninjutsu, that's all. But 2nd Hokage merely depending on his common water element ninjutsu became 2nd Hokage. Even more he also developed a space ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Jutsu and also forbidden jutsu Kuchio's Edo Tensei, summoning jutsu reanimation. TL, was written in raw. Either of those ninjutsu were matchless. Relying on Flying Thunder God Jutsu, 4th Hokage had got the nickname Yellow Flash of Hidden Leaf and became one of the most powerful ninja in his time period. Relying on summoning jutsu reanimation forbidden jutsu, Kabuto alone could actually hold on his own when fighting against the army of allied force, and after summoning Madara with that jutsu, he also succeeded to force the allied force army to corner. So Ren Tianyu thought that even though 2nd Hokage was matchless genius, he was merely overshadowed by the matchless reputation of his brother 1st Hokage, that's all. The main goal of Ren Tianyu was to find a way back to Earth, and for this first he must learn and master space-related ninjutsu. But even after researching and studying Flying Thunder God Jutsu for a long period of time, he still lacked the slightest knowledge of it. Because for learning this jutsu he should first be capable to sense dimensional fluctuation. If he couldn't do that, then forget about practicing and mastering, he couldn't even take the first step to start studying this jutsu. It's not that the strength of Ren Tianyu was not enough to learn this jutsu, rather he was completely powerless to sense slightest fluctuation in dimension. So with no other choice, he thought about the shortcut, which was Sharingan.
The powers of Sharingan is very mysterious and unparalleled.
And after awakening Mangekyo Sharingan, the user can get even more unique or unusual ability.
This includes the space-time related ability too.
There were only two people with the Sharingan which possessed time-space related ability, they were Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Ren Tianyu knew only one space-time related ability of Madara, which was temporal shift. This jutsu was shown once in Naruto World. And the space-related ability of Uchiha Obito was even more prominent. The ability of this fellow could not only shift space but the user could send himself inside the different dimension to dodge the attacks, and he could also send other person inside his dimension where that person would be in his mercy. And his both eyes had the same ability and that ability was known as Kamui. Kakashi who had left eye of Obito couldn't use the full version Kamui, but even the uncompleted version was far more powerful. Ren Tianyu was completely sure that for the time being he couldn't learn Flying Thunder God Jutsu, so he wanted to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Obito. Because he possessed Naruto's system, he was not limited by any rule of original Naruto World. As long as he had enough system points he could awaken Mangekyo Sharingan of every person. So he came up with this shortcut which was to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan of Obito, since he already realized that for the time being he couldn't learn Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he thought since I can't even sense space fluctuation, for now I won't dwell on it. After I personally let my body feel another space-related jutsu, it would be easy to sense space fluctuation. Then I can easily learn this Flying Thunder God Jutsu. As a result, Ren Tianyu had gave up his plan to awaken Mangekyo of Sasuke, and decided to awaken Mangekyo of Uchiha Obito next. Although Ren Tianyu had already decided what to do next, he still had quite a numbers of matters that was troubling him. First was, his wind and lightning attributes chakra nature change hadn't make any progress whatsoever, because of this he couldn't learn Futon Raisin Shuriken, Wind Style Rasen Shuriken, Ninjutsu.
Second was quantity of system points.
After exchanging Mangekyo Sharingan, he didn't have many system points left, so he must hurry and start earning system points. Third was the mission system of Naruto system. He had already owned this Naruto system for more than 2 years but he hadn't completed even a single mission, because there was not even a single mission mentioned.
So it was harder to collect system points.
If this mission system had any missions then he would have another method to earn system points and he no longer need to kill magical beasts all day long like he is some kind of butcher. Honestly speaking, currently he still did not have full confidence that he could successfully take revenge against Shiman clan. As one of the major clan among 4 clan of country of Emperor Ai Lu, surely the strength of Shiman clan was not weak. Although he had power which was far more incomparable to previous Shiman Tian Long, still he didn't let this power to get into his head. Before taking revenge, Ren Tianyu at least wanted to awaken Mangekyo Sharingan of Obito and completely master Wind and Thunder Chakra nature change. Only after that he would start to take revenge against Shiman clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 24, Lightning Nature Change. Chapter 24, Lightning Nature Change, 2nd Degree.
After thinking about his future plans, Ren Tianyu didn't sleep but just sat on his bed. Currently he was mostly worried about his wind and lightning attributes nature change.
His chakra was of 3 attributes, namely fire, lightning, and wind.
Because he possessed Sharingan, he had already mastered his fire attributes nature change, but for wind and lightning attributes, he had only grasped form change, nothing more. All attribute of chakra have form change and nature change, and to use or create a high-level ninjutsu, one should grasp both of them. For instance, simple Rasengan is wind attributes form change and after adding wind attributes nature change in this normal Rasengan can evolve into Futon Raisin Shuriken, Wind Style Rasen Shuriken, this is S-ranked ninjutsu.
T.L. Isn't normal Rasengan a form change of chakra only?
In the Naruto world, basically most of the senior ninjas, Jonin, already master at least 2 chakra attributes form change and nature change, because they had enough time to research and practice these. After they reached senior ninjas, Jonin, they would research and try to grasp form change and nature change because most of the high-level attribute style ninjutsu can be learned, only if they had grasped both form change and nature change. Current level of Ren Tianyu could be said to be elite senior ninja, and with regarding to chakra attributes, he had already grasped all 5 attributes. Lightning, fire and wind attributes were his inborn chakra attribute, so grasping form change of these attributes were very easy for him. Compared to those 3 attributes, he had to spend more time to grasp form change of earth and water attributes, but he had succeeded in doing so. Nevertheless, with the exception of fire attribute, he couldn't even grasp a small clue of any other attribute's nature change. While sitting on the bed, he was carefully thinking about the original plots of Naruto which he had seen on the earth.
He couldn't remember each and every plots clearly because it had already been more than 2 years since he had arrived in this different world. Tian seems to remember that only after completely grasping Rasengan, Naruto began his training on wind attribute nature change. And only after completely mastering nature change of wind attribute, Naruto created wind style Rasen Shuriken, which was rated as S-ranked ninjutsu. Then he had used this jutsu to kill the enemy who had cornered Kakashi and others. But Naruto had practiced wind attribute nature change with the help of Kakashi and wood style user Yamoto of Koona. At that time, how did they practice? Ah, I remember. First Naruto compressed his wind attributed chakra, then tried to cut the leaves by only using that compressed wind attributed chakra. After successfully completing this task, Yamato used water style jutsu to create waterfall, and the final task to completely master wind nature change was to cut that waterfall. So that means wind attribute chakra nature change means making wind attribute chakra very sharp as much as possible. Tian hit his own head as he remembered the steps to master wind attribute nature change. But even after this he was little bit worried about creating waterfalls. Although he could easily make waterfall by using water style jutsu, but right now he was inside the restaurant. If he fool around and create a waterfall, then no need to mention the reaction of unknown master of Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant, just the reaction of the tenant who are staying in this restaurant are capable enough to make his chrysanthemum explode. Since now he couldn't practice wind attributed chakra nature change, he decided to practice lightning attributed chakra nature change. Originally Sasuke followed Kakashi and learned Raikiri, lightning blade, after that he had deserted Koona. And at the place of Orochimaru, he gradually mastered lightning attribute nature change. And after that developed a series of Chidori-based ninjutsu, even to the extent that he created lightning style, Kirin, which was rated as S-ranked ninjutsu. However, after thinking for a long time for the concrete details of practicing lightning attribute nature change, he finally reached the conclusion, he didn't know. Yes, he didn't know, because he had already forgotten most of the details of plots, until this date even after he tried very hard, he couldn't remember most of it. K, I simply don't believe, depending on my intelligence and wisdom, even if I don't remember the original plot, I myself am not that powerless to not practice lightning attribute chakra change. Tian scratched his hair and said furiously. He sat cross-legged on his bed and started to meditate. Lightning generally represents fast speed and destructive power. Carefully think, all the lightning-style ninjutsu, all without exception, had the relation with speed and destructive power. For instance, well-known lightning style, Chidori. The key point to use this ninjutsu was the user should sprint in a fast speed, then use the lightning-attributed chakra gathered in the hand that had achieved matchless destructive power to kill the enemy. In those years, Sasuke had copied the movement of Lee with the help of Sharingan, and with the addition of the training from Kakashi, he excelled at that trick. So there are many times you could see the destructive power of the lightning system. Also, the third Raikage had a similar move known as Jigakuzuki, Thrust of Hell. Third Raikage had once used this jutsu to cut off the horn of the eight-tailed beast. Similarly, Kakashi had used Chidori to cut off the natural thunder and lightning. Don't these reasons prove that lightning attribute had destructive power? Besides all these, fourth Raikage had become famous as the fastest person with the help of lightning attributed chakra. And even the yellow flash of Koona, who could use flying thunder god jutsu, didn't dare to get entangled with fourth Raikage within a small range. Because even if fourth Hokage used flying thunder god jutsu to dodge, fourth Raikage could also move and arrive at the location of marked kunai in a flash. This shows that lightning attribute also represents speed. Even though he understand these things, still he didn't know how to start practicing. Because he only knew behavior of lightning attributes but didn't know how to comprehend it. He kept on thinking. Suddenly he thought about the moves of fourth Raikage. The purpose of the ninjutsu of fourth Raikage was to use lightning attribute chakra to simulate and turn himself, thus imitating the speed and destructive power of lightning. T.L. was written in raw. Haha, I finally understand. So it was like that. Tian, who was thinking, suddenly became happy and jumped up from the bed and roared happily. Suddenly he thought, no matter if it is Raikage's ninjutsu or Sasuke's Chidori, both were the result of lightning attributed chakra's nature change. Although lightning attributed chakra possessed amazing speed and destructive power, still it depends on how the user use it. Just like the wind attributed chakra's sharpness, you only compress it more and more, trying make it thinner to make it even sharper. Lightning attributed chakra demands user to make his every thread of chakra to intensely collide and move, thus imitating real lightning's attribute. The fourth Raikage precisely used this lightning attribute's nature change. Thus when his is activated, he would possess speed and destructive power. Sasuke's Chidori also used this principle. Actually, I was always using lightning nature change, and unexpectedly I was foolishly thinking the solution to take a first step to master lightning nature change, truly stupid. Tian, you make a wry smile and pat his head.
Actually, Chidori display the basic of lightning nature change. This jutsu was perfect to analyze the lightning attribute nature change, and didn't realize it till now, and was still worrying about lightning nature change, truly an idiot who had reached a very high level. So after understanding it, he used his lightning attributed chakra and easily destroyed the target. This proved that his guesses were not wrong.
Ren Tianyu quickly formed the hand seals, Dotun Ganban Q. Earth style, stone plate coffin.
He used earth style jutsu, but he had controlled the amount of chakra, and created a single palm-sized rock. He held this rock with his right hand, and gradually in that right hand started to channel lightning attributed chakra. After some time his right hand was filled with lightning attributed chakra. Nevertheless, only with the chakra in his right hand didn't do a thing to the stone in his right hand. This proved that without guidance from user, it didn't have destructive power. Ren Tianyu gradually began to control the chakra nature change. After experiencing 2 years of practice, the chakra control of Ren Tianyu was extremely good. From the control of Ren Tianyu, the chakra in his right hand gradually began to change. Ren Tianyu gradually let the chakra in his right hand to move faster, let every trace of chakra collide with other chakras. Very quickly the lightning in his right hand became impatient, and the stone inside his right hand gradually began to split, then slowly turned into a powder.
Ha, finally succeeded, I really am a genius.
Seeing the fate of the stone ball in his right hand, Ren Tianyu jumped up happily.
Haha, following moment is the most important.
Ren Tianyu slowly stopped smiling. He started to form hand seals. Suddenly at that time countless lightning flashed around the body of Ren Tianyu, and the ear-piercing sounds of birds, especially in this very early in the morning, was particularly harsh to hear.
Chidori stream, success.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 25, To Eat One's Own Fruit.
Chapter 25, To Eat One's Own Fruit, T.L, idiom, suffering the consequences of one's own action. Ren Tianyu was very happy to see the electric currents appear around his body. This meant he had finally mastered lightning nature change. Now he could use many other jutsu, such as Chidori Nagashi, Chidori Stream. If enemies is near his body, then this will make enemy wish he was dead. In original Naruto world, Sasuke had used this jutsu for the first time when Naruto and Sai had caught him. Even Naruto, who was the host, Jinchuriki, of nine-tailed beast with abnormal physique, was unable to resist against this jutsu. Furthermore, there are still Chidori Senbonai and Chidori Iso, Chidori Laser Spear, ninjutsus, even to the extent of lighting style, Kirin. Now he had the ability to learn all these ninjutsus. And what's more is, he himself could also create his own original lightning attribute ninjutsu.
In Naruto world, which famous ninja didn't have their own original ninjutsu?
For example, Yellow Flash of Koona created Hiraishin Ni no Dan, Flying God Thunder Jutsu Level 2, as well as Rasengan, which didn't need any hand seals. And Kakashi had also created his own original jutsu, Chidori. And based on this Chidori jutsu, Sasuke had created Chidori Stream, Chidori Senbon, and Chidori Iso. After that he finally created lightning style, Kirin ninjutsu. Even the stupid Naruto had created his own original ninjutsu. Most of them were based on Rasengan, and finally developed a first-class wind style Rasen Shuriken. As a result, if Ren Tianyu wanted to walk farther, then he must create his own original ninjutsu. It was necessary, because the ninjutsu which is created by himself not only will be more suitable for him, but also help him to more clearly understand the meaning of ninjutsu. But these things were still far away for current Ren Tianyu, because he hadn't reached Shadow, Kage, level. He was only elite senior ninja. So he had decided to create his own original ninjutsu after he reached Kage level. At this time, he was still calm and very happy. However, all the other guests who were staying in Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant were about to explode with fury. It was very early in the morning, each and everyone who were having their beauty sleep, or were having their breakfast pleasantly. Suddenly the string of ear-piercing cry of the birds caused those who were having a beautiful dream, were suddenly startled to awake from their beautiful dream, where they were talking with a beautiful woman. Suddenly the home run ball hit them, and the reason for all of this was the cry of birds. How could anyone not get angry to be awakened harshly like that when they were having such comfortable dream?
Each and every one wore their clothes and came out from their room with a murderous expression.
And all of them wanted to look which grandson dared to disturb their dream. And they were thinking to catch him and making him kneel down without letting him escape. Those who were having breakfast pleasantly, when they were slowly savoring the fine wine, the sudden ear-piercing bird's cry frightened them so much that they sprinkled all of the wine in their face, and some had directly gulped down whole wine in a single breath.
Immediately anger soared and they started to stand one by one.
At this time, when all the other were about to explode with anger, Ren Tianyu was deeply thinking about developing original ninjutsu. Suddenly he heard the noises coming from outside his room and wondered what was going on outside. He got up from the bed, opened the door and walked out from his room. He only wanted to look what was going on, but he was completely startled. Because he saw that countless disheveled guests were grabbing those servants of Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant and asking them questions. He approached one of them and listened. Instantly after listening he was completely drenched in cold sweat. You give your father a clear explanation. Where did the sound of that bird cry came from inside this restaurant in this early morning and disturbed my dream? Your father was having a sweet dream, where I was talking with a fine woman, and was just prepared to mount her. These cry of the birds awoke me from my dream. Now you say, how are you going to compensate my loss?
Yes, that's right. Just let me know who the one behind this was.
I must make the experts of my clan to chase and kill him. Listening to these roars of other tenants, his sweat was already falling like waterfall. It seemed the bird cry they were talking about was his Chidori stream. He rubbed the sweat in his forehead, and again looked at those tenants with the expression like they wanted to explode his chrysanthemum. Suddenly he sensed that his chrysanthemum tightened, he started to tremble and slowly retreated several steps. Good gracious, fortunately I used Chidori stream only once, and because the sound traveled very quickly, they were unable to point out where it was originated from, otherwise.
He simply didn't dare to think any more about what these people had done him otherwise. Everyone, we are extremely sorry.
We have already sent someone to investigate the source of bird's cry.
And concerning to everyone's loss, we Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant feel extremely sorry.
In order to compensate everyone, today all the guests can consume foods for free in the morning. At this time a middle-aged beautiful dame walked out from the rear of restaurant's yard and apologized towards all the guests. But inside her heart she was violently cursing, don't let your old mother to know who caused trouble at my Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant, otherwise I will definitely not forgive you for actually causing such a huge loss for us. You should know that by giving free foods in the morning, the restaurant will lose the revenue of at least 100,000 gold coins. The cost of accommodation was very cheap in this restaurant, so all the crucial income was generated from food and drinks.
Now think about it, how can this dame not hate the person who had caused such a huge loss?
Tian was completely in an awkward situation. When he heard the voice of Long Yu from his back, Tian, you were also woke up. Tian turned back and saw, Long Yu and others were coming towards him. Long Luoluo and other two beautiful girls were clearly half asleep, as they had a sleepy expression on their face.
Yes. With no other choice he was forced to agree with them.
I don't know which grandson dared to make such a huge ruckus very early in the morning while everyone is sleeping.
Li Feng cursed.
Yes, that's right. Don't let me catch that grandson, otherwise I will let him taste our Luo clan's stars breaking hand.
Luo Tianxing clenched his hand and said,
If that grandchild is a male then sell him as a slave, and if female then, you all understand right?
Lan Yan said with a smile. Look at your filthy appearance.
If that troublemaker happens to be male and I got him in my hand, then I will directly kick him in his balls and castrate him.
Long Luolu said disdainfully.
This sentence caused all the male present there to sense chill on their back. As they were talking, they didn't notice that the expression of Tian was getting darker and darker and thought, F***K, your father.
This is like getting shot even when lying down, idiom, ah.
He couldn't even refute the cursing of Luo Tianxing and others, but was also forced to listen. And especially that sentence of Long Luoluo caused Tian to suddenly sense a slight chill in his crotch. F***K, your father will tolerate for now. Look forward to next time, how I will make you all suffer. Tian roared unhappily inside his heart.
Tian, the color of your face looks so bad, is there a problem? Luo Tianxing noticed the face of Tian and asked curiously.
Probably because I didn't get enough sleep. So you were also awoken by that grandchild's bird's cry, and couldn't sleep well.
Lan Yan said.
That?
Should be it.
Tian was tongue-tied, and black lines started to appear in his forehead and said slowly. But inside his heart he was slapping his mouth and was roaring, you despicable mouth, saying I didn't sleep well, now I gave them to curse myself.
Well, since we already woke up, let's go and eat breakfast. Luo Tianxing invited everyone for a breakfast.
That's right. Everyone is already here, so let's go to eat breakfast, I'm starving.
Tian quickly said. Tian couldn't help but urge them to go for a breakfast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 26, Entering Inside Supreme Light Academy. Chapter 26, Entering Inside Supreme Light Academy.
Tian, Luo Tianxing and others started to eat breakfast at the third floor of the restaurant. Although the ruckus of the Chidori stream had died down and no one knew that the one who had created this ruckus was him, still he wanted to quickly finish eating and quickly depart from this place as soon as possible. Tian was completely satisfied with this sumptuous meal. Once they finished eating, Luo Tianxing and others quickly left the restaurant and rushed towards the imperial capital of country of Emperor Fei Lu, Kali Si. After traveling for 3 days, they finally arrived at the imperial capital, Kalisi City. This city was incomparably huge city, as far as his eyes could only see city walls and couldn't even see the other end of the walls. In front of them there were 3 huge city gates, among them middle one was the biggest, but currently that biggest gate was completely closed. This city gate only opens at the time of welcoming emissary of the country or at similar level important events.
Finally. Tian Yu, do you know, this is our clan's imperial capital, Kalisi.
Long Yu, who was riding on the horse, sighed with feelings and mentioned. This city is worthy to be called imperial capital.
Sure enough, it's flourishing.
Seeing this flourishing Kalisi city, Tian Yu spoke with admiration.
Haha, let's enter the city without wasting any time.
Li Feng urged everyone and started to head towards the entrance of the city. Tian Yu and all others get down from their horses and started to walk towards the city.
Oh, that's right, Tian Yu, you can come with me to my clan.
It is important for us to visit our clan first. Li Feng said to Tian Yu.
Haha, don't want to.
I want to go to the Supreme Light Academy first. Honestly speaking, I have never been to academy before this, so I am a little bit curious about this academy.
Tian Yu laughed and refused the good intention of Li Feng.
That is also okay. After we finished visiting our clan, we will look for you inside the academy. Nodding his head, Lan Yan mentioned.
Okay, I will first go to academy.
This 4 gale horse, Long Yu, I think you should return them to its rightful owner. Tian Yu, after finished speaking, he laughed heartily and prepared to leave.
Hey, Tian Yu, you are heading towards the wrong direction.
You are heading towards east, Supreme Light Academy is at west side.
At this time Luo Tianxing spoke with his loud voice.
Hearing this, Tian Yu immediately stopped and he staggered and almost fell down on the ground. Your sister, don't speak so loudly, ah.
Tian Yu turned his head and roared towards Luo Tianxing with grief and indignation. Ha ha.
Suddenly Lan Yan and others burst out with laughter, after hearing Tian Yu. After separating with others, Tian Yu found Supreme Light Academy at noon. Finally seeing this academy, immediately he was shocked in his heart, F***K, is this still in the middle of city? At the entrance of this academy, there was 2 tall and upright statues. These were the creator of Supreme Light Academy. One of them was director named Divine King Xinghuo and other was vice director named Sword God Yanli Luo. Tian Yu arrived at the entrance of academy, but the guard suddenly stopped him and asked, "Halt, who are you?"
That, I came to register and enter this academy. Enrollment time is already over.
Currently there is only one other method to enter the academy, that is to use force, however is your strength enough to force your way inside the academy?
Z's, TL, clicking the tongue, still not leaving already.
After hearing the purpose of Tian Yu, he looked at Tian Yu for a while and determined the strength level of Tian Yu was only intermediate fighter level. Clicking his tongue he spoke. Previously Lan Yan had already informed about these things to Tian Yu. The enrollment time of the academy was already over, so if he wished to enter then the only way was to battle with someone. Correct, battle with someone from the academy. If that person gave up or he defeated that person, then he could enter Supreme Light Academy.
Haha, I want to enroll this academy.
Tian Yu smiled towards that guard.
Oh. That guard carefully looked towards Tian Yu and measured him. Fine, you come with me.
After speaking, that guard started to enter the academy through the right-hand side gate. Inside the gate there was a huge training area, and there was also a huge statue. At this huge training ground 2 middle-aged people were talking with each other. That guard advanced towards them and spoke few sentences. After that the gaze of those 2 people suddenly concentrate on the body of Tian Yu. After finishing listening to the guard, those 2 middle-aged men slowly advanced towards Tian Yu.
I heard you want to take the exam. The robust muscle man among the 2 asked Tian Yu.
Yes.
Tian Yu firmly answered.
You with the insignificant strength of intermediate fighter level came here to take the exam. Interesting, you should already know the rules, right? Little thin and weak-looking middle-aged man spoke with a smile.
I know. What is your name? Tian Yu.
I am called Wang Li, and he is Li Yun.
No need to talk any more nonsense, let's directly begin the exam.
That robust man spoke and he walked towards training ground.
Well, boy, give me all you got.
Seeing that Tian Yu was standing firmly, that robust man spoke.
Since it is like that, I will be impolite.
Tian Yu replied with a broad smile. The eyes flashed with a dim light, and then he exerted the force from his right leg and directly rushed forward. Only the afterimage was left in the place where he was standing before, and he quickly appeared at the right side of Wang Li, and kicked.
Leaf Whirlwind. Pung. The extremely fast kick of Ren Tianyu didn't give Wang Li the chance to dodge. The kick caused Wang Li to lose his balance.
Then Ren Tianyu landed his both hands on the ground and kicked the face of Wang Li with a powerful strength.
Lead strong whirlwind.
Because of the force of the kick, Wang Li flew in the air and slowly fell on the ground.
What?
Li Yun and the guard who was looking at the battle from the sideline were completely surprised. They looked at each other with wide eyes which didn't hide any surprise they were feeling. They also never expected that Wang Li, who was at the level of Great Sword Master, would be flying in the air with the kick of a little fellow who was only at the level of intermediate fighter.
Cough, cough.
At this moment Wang Li coughed several times and slowly stood up from the ground. The attacks of Ren Tianyu had only caused him minor injuries, that all. Considering that Wang Li was at the pinnacle of Great Sword Master, this was nothing for him. Nevertheless, his face couldn't conceal any of the surprise he was feeling. Ren Tianyu was standing straight, his left hand was behind his back and right hand was stretching straight towards Wang Li's direction.
Rock Li's stance.
Seeing that Wang Li had stood up, he slightly smiled and said, "Don't look down on me just because you thought that I am intermediate fighter level.
Do you really think that my strength is only intermediate fighter level?
If this was life and death battle, then you would have died just a moment ago from my hand. Ha, I have never thought that I, Wang Li, after leaving house for 30 years, a youngster would taught me a lesson."
You are absolutely correct.
I have offended you by looking down on you, however now I will use my full power to fight against you. Prepare yourself. After standing up, Wang Li looked towards the sky and laughed heartily.
After that, all around his body, suddenly earth element appeared. These earth element had suddenly gushed out from Wang Li's body.
Earth blood lineage, appear. Along with the loud roar of Wang Li, suddenly his body was covered with thick and heavy earth element, just like a battle armor.
An invisible shockwave spread out with Wang Li as the center. This was the power of blood lineage of Wang Li.
Shortly afterwards, again the yellow earth-colored battle chi sprang out from Wang Li, and in his right had appeared a huge two-handed sword.
This is my full power strongest state, boy, are you ready? Wang Li roared towards Ren Tianyu.
I was ready already at an earlier time. Ren Tianyu said with a slight smile. After that his two eyes suddenly changed into blood-red color.
And 3 tomo quickly spin, within those each eyes. An outstanding battle was about to begin.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 27, Konoha Ryujin. Chapter 27, Konoha Ryujin, Leaf Dragon God. Ren Tianyu stood straight, and his pair of Sharingan issued boundless fighting spirit. Although if he fought for real then, Wang Li was not his opponent, but he thought that Wang Li was perfect opponent to test his taijutsu. After leaving the magical beast's forest, he had defeated 2 opponents. First opponent was Illusionist Master. This opponent was defeated in a flash by using Tsukuyomi of Mangekyo Sharingan. Second was that mysterious woman, but to defeat her he mostly used ninjutsu. His taijutsu was also not weak, although his taijutsu still not reached the level of Madogai, still it was already at the level of later stage Rock Lee. Also he had no opportunity to test his taijutsu till now, so he thought that this was a good chance. Wang Li was Earth System Warrior, so his physical strength was stronger compared to others, and the Earth System Warrior rely on their own inner Earth Chi and Earth element, unlike the other element system warriors who mostly relay more on their own inner element. Roar! Wang Li issued the roar of excitement. After that he started to advance towards Ren Tianyu step by step with the huge sword in his hand. And when he arrived near Ren Tianyu he slashed with the huge sword towards Ren Tianyu. With the help of Sharingan, Ren Tianyu clearly saw every action of Wang Li. Ren Tianyu also clearly saw the path of the sword attack, and after seeing that, Ren Tianyu just shift all his weight to his right leg and spin to dodge the attack. After dodging he placed both of his hands on the ground and quickly kicked Wang Li. Koona Severe Whirlwind. Pang. Ren Tianyu heavily kicked Wang Li.
But he saw that the element armor that was covering the body of Wang Li flashed with rays of lights, and that flash of light only slightly shook but the body of Wang Li remained stable.
What? Ren Tianyu was surprised to see that his attack didn't work.
At that time Wang Li again slashed with his huge sword towards Ren Tianyu. As if Ren Tianyu had expected the attack, he bent his hands and rolled on the ground immediately. After that he firmly landed on the ground, and with an imposing looks, he looked at Wang Li who was surrounded with earth element. Truly a tortoiseshell, it is just like the sand armor of Dara. Ren Tianyu spoke, and in his heart, he thought, if I had known about this earlier, I would have learned Tsunade's unusual powerful fighting styles, which could destroy many things with just single punch or kick.
AI, it's too bad I didn't learn it.
Ren Tianyu regretted in his heart. Since it is like this, I can only use Omote Renge, primary lotus, of Li which I have learnt.
However before that I should test some other moves. Haha, boy, I admit that your speed is very fast, and I can't compare with you in terms of speed. But I have Earth blood lineage as well as I have the Earth Element Battle Chi of peak level Great Swordmaster, and my defense is also not to be trifled with. As long as you can't break through my defense, I am invincible against you. Wang Li heartily laughed and said. I think you are wrong about a single matter. Tian Yu indifferently said. What matter? Feeling surprise, Wang Li asked. After the speed reached maximum, the attack power also sharply increased. Tian Yu's eyes flashed and he raised his leg and started to spin rapidly. Doubt started to flash in the eyes of Wang Li, seeing the movements of Tian Yu, and he didn't understand what the purpose of Tian Yu was. But very quickly the doubts disappeared, and forced him to think deeply. Wang Li could see that along with the rapid rotation of Tian Yu, a whirlwind was appearing around the body of Tian Yu. The faster Tian Yu rode, the powerful the whirlwind was becoming. After some time the overflowing chakra from Tian Yu took the shape of white-colored dragon. Konoha Ryujin. Leaf Dragon God. Along with the big shout, Tian Yu disappeared and huge white-colored dragon which was completely made from whirlwind replaced his place. This dragon resembled the ancient dragon, and its eyes were flashing with light. This is... Seeing the move of Tian Yu, Wang Li was completely solemn, but his battle chi was still shining. And Li Yun and that guard who were watching the match from the sideline were also completely stunned. The white dragon issued a roar filled with excitement, and quickly advanced towards Wang Li. Seeing that the white dragon was advancing towards him, Wang Li held his sword in battle-ready stance. Very quickly the white dragon appeared before Wang Li. At that moment Wang Li slashed his huge sword towards that white dragon. But an unimaginable matter occurred. Unexpectedly the huge sword of Wang Li penetrated the huge body of that white dragon without any resistance. This white dragon was purely formed from the whirlwind created by the rotation of Tian Yu, so it didn't have solid body. Shortly afterwards, this white dragon collided with the body of Wang Li. After this suddenly countless powerful force of whirlwind rushed towards Wang Li. This powerful force met with the earth element armor of Wang Li. As the time was passing, the body of the white dragon started to quickly shrink, followed by the earth element armor of Wang Li becoming thinner. At this rate the earth element armor of Wang Li will break first before the disappearance of white dragon. Wang Li had also discovered this problem. With great difficulty he inserted his huge sword on the ground, and stabilized his body. Shortly afterwards the earth essence started to float in the air from beneath Wang Li and started to enter the body of Wang Li, and all the energy that he had consumed started to recover. No! Not only his earth element energy was recovering, the yellow-colored light armor of earth was already recovered and started to become solid like a real armor. Earth Battle Armor. With the completion of Earth Battle Armor, the Leaf Dragon God attack of Tian Yu already cannot harm Wang Li. And this white dragon also gradually disappeared and the figure of Tian Yu started to appear at the same place. Haha, boy, I admit I was still underestimating you. But I myself am an Earth Element warrior, focus on defense, and I possess Earth blood lineage which granted me an ability to continuously absorb the Earth Element power from the Earth to maintain this Earth Battle Armor as long as I touch the ground. Unless you break through my defense, you can't defeat me. If that is the case, I'll try. Tian Yu slightly smiled. From inside his leg ninja backpack, Tian Yu took out 2 rolled-up special nature bandages and started to wind both bandages in each hands and leave behind 2 long strip in each hands. After doing this, he slightly bent his body and both of his Sharingan was locked onto Wang Li. Here I come. Currently Tian Yu plans to use Omote Range, Primary Lotus, and see if this could break through his defense. If not he would open Hashiman, the 8 inner gates, and use Yura Range, Hidden Lotus. Ha, feel free to use any tricks you have, boy. Wearing the Earth Battle Armor, Wang Li was laughing. He was holding the huge sword in his hand and waiting for Tian Yu to attack. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28, Divine Imperial Earth Armor. Chapter 28, Divine Imperial Earth Armor. Tian Yu tied bandages around both of his hands, and his pair of Sharingan firmly locked onto Wang Li who was wearing the Earth Battle Armor. After that Tian Yu instantly disappeared from his original place, and in a flash he appeared before Wang Li followed by the elbow of Tian Yu hit the abdomen of Wang Li. Pang! Under the high-speed attack of Tian Yu, Wang Li involuntarily stepped back several steps. But he quickly stabilized his body and spoke, I already said, even though your speed is very high, unless you can break through my defense it's completely useless. Actually Wang Li had already acknowledged the strength of Tian Yu, so even if they stopped this battle, Tian Yu could enter the Supreme Light Academy. But as if they had understand each other's feelings, both of them didn't yell stop to stop the match. Wang Li was completely focused on defense. And after defending every attacks before him, he would wait and seek for an opportunity to defeat Tian Yu.
Ren Tianyu originally had only the intermediate fighter-level battle chi of Wind system, but after he possessed Naruto system inside his body, this had greatly helped him to improve his close combat techniques. Basically, he could learn all kinds of taijutsu which were available to learn inside the system. But he didn't purely focus on becoming only taijutsu user ninja like Rock Lee and other, as a result he mostly focused on speed. Ren Tianyu had focused mostly on speed because by seeing the martial arts, kung fu, films, he had learnt that fastest martial arts under the heaven cannot be destroyed.
Another reason was because he also possessed ninjutsu and genjutsu.
As a result, he had only reached at the level of Rock Lee, and still a bit far away from reaching the level of Mato Guy.
Also, this was the reason he hadn't learnt the unusual taijutsu of Tsunade.
Nevertheless, this was the best opportunity to test his taijutsu level. As he had already reached elite ninja level, not only his ninjutsu or genjutsu should be powerful but also taijutsu also shouldn't be weak. In the Naruto world, when Madara had just took on the stage, he relied only on his taijutsu to dominate the single-unit army of allied force. Although the current distance between the strength of Madara and his strength is 108,000 li, Ren Tianyu had estimated, if Madara fights seriously against him, then even if he activates Susanoo, he won't be able to last even 10 attacks of Madara. But his objective was not to become as strong as Madara but to surpass Madara. As a result, Ren Tianyu won't permit himself to have any weakness.
And the defense of Wang Li was indeed extraordinarily powerful, so the ordinary taijutsu were completely useless.
But Ren Tianyu had estimated that the Omote Range, Primary Lotus, had the chance to break through his defense. If not, he could open Hashiman, 8 gates, and use Yura Range, Reverse Lotus.
F***K, if even that didn't work then your father will open 6th gate and use Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock, and KO you.
Ren Tianyu ignored Wang Li, and started to run at full speed. Followed with a barrage of attacks. Although Wang Li repeatedly fell back due to attack, and also couldn't see the figure of Ren Tianyu, nevertheless he didn't receive any substantial injury. After about 2 minutes, Ren Tianyu felt that the amount of chakra flowed in his brain had increased, almost there. Shortly afterwards Ren Tianyu appeared in front of Wang Li, and Wang Li was heavily kicked at his lower jaw with the right leg, causing Wang Li to fly in the air. After that he placed both his hands on the ground and locked onto the flying Wang Li and disappeared at that place and appeared behind flying Wang Li, Kagebayo.
Dancing leaf shadow.
Floating in the air, Wang Li thought, could it be you want to cut off my contact with the earth, however it's useless. Only depending with the battle chi of Greatsword's master, I can easily maintain this earth battle armor for more an hour.
This is?
While he was thinking this, he suddenly discovered that Ren Tianyu had already appeared behind him. Ren Tianyu appeared behind Wang Li, then suddenly the bandages which were tied around his hands started to quickly untie from his hands. After that Ren Tianyu controlled this bandage to restrain Wang Li and piledrive him into the ground head first while rotating at a ferocious speed.
Omote Range. Primary Lotus. Ping.
A huge explosion sound rang from the center of training area. Also a huge amount of dusts and smoke raised from the ground, many pieces of stones were knocked out towards every direction. After that Ren Tianyu suddenly jumped out from the cloud of smoke and rolled for several times and firmly half-crouched on the ground, only then the impact of Primary Lotus disappeared. After that Ren Tianyu looked towards the impact zone with his Sharingan because he didn't know whether his Primary Lotus break Wang Li's defense or not. At that time, a yellow-colored light beam rised towards the sky from within the dust and shortly afterwards all the smokes of dusts disappeared.
Finally Ren Tianyu could see the figure of Wang Li.
Only the arm of Wang Li was broken and that was also recovering with the power from the earth.
F***K, I knew it. It won't be this simple.
Seeing that Wang Li was recovering, he cursed. This is Earth's favor. He is crazy using this move when he is only having a simple match. Seeing the move of Wang Li, Li Yun exclaimed. Senior Li, what is Earth's favor? The guard curiously asked. Since this was not a secret, Li Yun told him.
This Earth's favor is the special power of Wang Li's Earth blood lineage.
Using the power of blood, he creates the sea of the earth element, and surrounding himself with this sea of earth element, he could recover any of his injuries, his strength as well as increase the defensive power of his earth battle armor and change it into divine imperial earth armor.
It was said that by utilizing this move, Wang Li had once battled the Saiyan class warrior to draw.
But this move had a great backlash, which is he had to stay in bed for 3 days. In addition to this he won't be able to use earth blood lineage for a month.
Roar, divine imperial earth armor.
Along with the roar of Wang Li, the yellow light started to rush towards Wang Li. Accurately speaking, it didn't pour into Wang Li's body but towards the armor which was formed from earth element. As the light faded, Ren Tianyu saw that the shape and looks of previous armor was changed. There was mysterious runes on the surface of that armor, and the whole armor was giving the dazzling yellow lights. Ren Tianyu felt heavy pressure from this armor.
F***K. Ren Tian, you couldn't help but to swear.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 29, Hashiman Tanku. Chapter 29, Hashiman Tanku, the 8 Inner Gates.
Seeing the big change in the appearance of Wang Li, inside his heart, Ren Tianyu was completely shocked. Although Ren Tianyu didn't understand this secret art of Wang Li, nevertheless the pressure released from that armor was enough for Ren Tianyu to become serious. Now that you are finished preparing, now it's time to get serious.
Ren Tianyu said with a smile.
After that, all around his bodies, intense chakras started to burst out. And with this overwhelming pressure, the ground where he was standing started to disintegrate. And all of his hair too started to stood erect. Third gate, gate of life, Simon, open.
Ren Tianyu shouted loudly.
The restraint on his body was lifted, followed by boundless strong chakra erupted from Ren Tianyu.
What is this mysterious skill? Seeing the skill used by Ren Tianyu, Li Yun, Wang Li, and that guard was completely dumbfounded. Fourth gate, gate of pain, Shoman, open.
After opening third gate, Ren Tianyu didn't stop there, rather continue to open fourth gate.
Looking at the stupefied Wang Li, Ren Tianyu let out a slight smile, then his right leg pressed on the ground, then in an instant, he appeared in front of Wang Li. The place in front of Wang Li where Ren Tianyu had stepped ruptured, hung, and then suddenly the body of Wang Li flew in the air with the fast heavy kick of Ren Tianyu. Due to this kick, a deep impression appeared in the divine Imperial Earth armor, but along with the yellow light, it quickly revert back. Your tortoise shell is truly hard, look, how I will destroy it. Ren Tianyu was quite surprised in his heart, as the defense of the armor of Wang Li had exceeded his expectation. He knew that now he had opened fourth gate, his current attack could be comparable to the unusual attack power of Tsunade. But unexpectedly the armor of this guy had withstand the attack, so he concluded that the direct skill of this fellow was not weak. However, Ren Tianyu turned around and he quickly rushed towards still flying Wang Li and heavily kicked.
The sudden kick caused Wang Li to fly towards another direction in the air.
Li Yun and the guard who were watching this battle from the sideline could only see the silhouette of Ren Tianyu all over the air, and Wang Li was powerlessly sent flying here and there and taking the continuous hits of Ren Tianyu. While Ren Tianyu was attacking Wang Li in the sky, an idea appeared in his mind. After that he directly appeared in front of Wang Li and said, "Ready to take my next attack?"
What? Wang Li's subconsciousness asked. Shortly afterwards that Wang Li felt unimaginable sharp pain in his abdomen and with a high speed he fell towards the ground.
You're a renge. Hidden Lotus. Hearing the word of Wang Li, Ren Tianyu smiled.
He had suddenly used Hidden Lotus, and saw that the body of Wang Li was falling towards the ground at supersonic speed.
Pang!
Along with the loud sound, the smokes of dust started to spread.
Ren Tianyu firmly landed on the ground, and he stopped the 8 inner gate state.
The huge amount of chakra that was releasing from his body also stopped. Ren Tianyu was slightly breathing heavily and looked a little tired, nothing else.
The side effect of this skill towards him was not as bad as compared to the side effect when Li used the 8 inner gates for the first time in the Naruto world. This was so because for using the 8 inner gates, you should have a strong body. In addition to this, you should also have very good grasp of timing too. It is so because the backlash is directly related to the time period stayed in that state. That means the longer you stayed in that state, stronger the backlash you will suffer and vice versa. So it is very important to grasp the timing to use this skill, so that you finish off the opponent within the shortest time possible. This was the reason why, after opening the 8 inner gate, without wasting any time, Ren Tianyu would speed up to end the battle. Because he knew about the backlash of this skill, he had only used this skill as a test for a short time. Otherwise he had to lie down on the bed for several days, and he was not a fool and he also didn't have any masochistic tendencies. Even after some time, there was not any movements inside the smokes. Only after the dust settled down, Ren Tianyu could see what was happening again. He saw that Wang Li was lying inside a deep pit, and the armor of Wang Li was not as powerful as it was before. Even after some time, Wang Li was still lying inside the deep pit without any motion, and the armor of earth element which was surrounding the body of Wang Li also disappeared, and it could be seen this his body was covered with wounds. Seeing the miserable condition of Wang Li, Ren Tianyu suddenly shed cold sweats, and wondered whether or not he had hit too hardly during his excitement. Ren Tianyu hastily jumped inside that pit, only after that Li Yun and the guard reacted and started to run towards Wang Li. Ren Tianyu went near Wang Li and after checking his breath, he let out the sigh of relief as this guy was still breathing. It seemed like most of the impact was absorbed by his divine Imperial Earth armor and only the remaining force of impact had knocked him out. "Hello, Junior, how is Wang Li?" Li Yun asked nervously. "Well, nothing serious, just passed out." After hearing the reply of Ren Tianyu, Li Yun and the guard let out a sigh of relief.
After that, Li Yun said towards Ren Tianyu, Jr., "This is the first time since I joined this academy I had ever seen a junior defeating the examiner." Listening to the words of Li Yun, Ren Tianyu was a little embarrassed, and he smiled with embarrassment. "Well, you do not need to giggle, follow me to finish up the admission procedure. And you take him to the treatment room." Seeing Ren Tianyu giggle, Li Yun spoke with bad mood. Then he told that guard to take Wang Li for the treatment. After that, he led Ren Tianyu for his admission procedure. After reaching the destination, Li Yun took out a form from the desk and filled the name of Ren Tianyu. After that, he took out 2 cards and said to Ren Tianyu, "Drop your blood in these 2 cards. This is your student card. Afterwards, you can use this card in dining hall to eat, participate in refining, and to borrow the books from library. The remaining card is your hostel room card. After you drop your blood in these cards, only you can use them." Ren Tianyu dropped a drop of blood in each card. After that, Li Yun took the cards and placed a small-sized magic array inside the cards and returned them to Ren Tianyu and said, "You are the in special class of warrior skill department. If you want to go to higher class, then complete the trial by fire mission given by the academy. Another method is to climb up the Babel Tower. You will be living in boys' dormitory of 3rd area, 2nd floor, and room number 202. Since you are a special class student, you don't need to pay any fees for this year. And as long as you can stay in this special class, you don't need to pay any tuition fees in next year too." "Well, I got it." After listening to Li Yun and finishing his admission procedure, he went out from the door and looked towards the blue sky. He let out a sigh in his heart and thought that new challenges are coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30, Selling Magical Beasts Core. Chapter 30, Selling Magical Beasts Core. Ren Tianyu walked outside the door and looked at the boundless blue sky. After thinking for a while, he turned towards the entrance of the academy and walked towards the city. Now, since he had decided to attend this Supreme Light Academy, it was essential to be wealthy. Although he had a good relation with Lan Yan and others, however, Ren Tianyu didn't want to use their money. Even if they don't mind, he himself won't agree to that proposal. So Ren Tianyu had decided to sell some of the magical beasts core which he had obtained while he was staying inside the magical beasts forest, for some spare gold coins. He planned to sell only few high-level magical beasts core because he had accidentally discovered something, i.e. he could let the Naruto system inside his body, to absorb the power contained within magical beasts core for system points. But this exchange rate was extremely low. The system didn't absorb the core of class 3 or lower magical beasts, it only absorbs the core of class 4 or higher magical beasts and exchange some system points. Even the core of class 7 magical beast, which is equivalent to human greatsword master, only gave 200 system points. Isn't this income falling short of expenditure? Nevertheless, now he was no longer inside the magical beasts forest, so he don't have any other good method to earn system points. Also, now he had already awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, and every time he used the Jujutsu of Mangekyo Sharingan, it increases blindness value, and to offset this blindness points he had to use system points. 50 system points only offsets 1% blindness value. As a result, although exchanging magical beasts core for the system points was not cost effective, but currently he had no other method to earn system points, so he had no choice but to exchange system points using magical beasts core. Although killing a person can also earn a huge amount of system points, still he can't just go around killing indiscriminately just for the system points. Even if he tried to kill indiscriminately in this continent, then with his current strength, he won't be able to escape death from the hands of those hidden extremely powerful old humans. After asking many peoples along the way, he finally arrived at the market, which was located at the southern part. This was the place where most of the markets were concentrated in whole imperial capital. And in the middle of this market, there was a 10-meter tall building, which was auction house of imperial capital Kali Sea. In this auction house, they often auction rather valuable items and weapons, even to the extent that sometimes they auction high-grade skill book. Ren Tianyu went towards this auction house named Blue Emperor's Song Auction House. Ren Tianyu entered the auction house and walked towards the central hall of the ground floor. Exactly when Ren Tianyu came inside the auction house, a beautiful-looking maidservant came forward. "Hello, welcome to Blue Emperor's Song Auction House. May I ask if Mr. needs any help in something? I want to sell few high-level magical beasts core, but if Mr. wants to sell magical beasts core, then please follow this passage all the way. And at the right side, 4th room from the end, please look for Great Master Gao Liyun." "Well, thanks a lot." Ren Tianyu thanked, and after that he immediately followed the direction. After a moment he arrived at the room mentioned by that maid. After that he pushed open the door and entered inside. This was a wide room. Everything that is needed in the room, such as tables, chairs, and other kind of furniture, were available in this room. And in the center of the room,
there was an old man sitting on the chair and looking at the book attentively. Hearing the sound of the door, that old man put down his book and looked towards the direction of Ren Tianyu. "Hello, I want to sell a number of magical beasts core." Ren Tianyu stepped forward towards that old man called Gao Liyun and directly spoke straight to the point. "Oh, selling core of magical beasts? Then take out the cores of magical beasts and let me examine it." With a little interest in his face, Gao Liyun said. "This table may be a bit small, oh. Then you can just take out in the ground." After hearing the words of Gao Liyun, Ren Tianyu took out a storage scroll from his ninja backpack. After that he opened the scroll and spread it on the floor. Gao Liyun didn't understand the reason behind the action of Ren Tianyu, and he just kept watching. "Open." Ren Tianyu made few hand seals with his right hand, pang, pang, then suddenly the scroll suddenly pop off with smokes. When the smoke dispersed, they could see several piles of magical beasts cores had appeared on the floor. "This is?" Seeing the action of Ren Tianyu, surprise flashed in the eyes of Gao Liyun. After that he looked towards Ren Tianyu and said, "Youngster, very good tool. Thank you for your praise. Please check the total price of these magical beasts core." Okay. Gao Liyun came near this piles of magical beasts core and started to examine carefully. After about 10 minutes, Gao Liyun stood up and said to Ren Tianyu, 269 class 3 cores, 257 class 4 cores, 193 class 5 cores, 127 class 6 cores, and 37 class 7 cores. All the energy within these magical cores were properly preserved, there is not any loss, so we will pay you according to market price. 20 gold coins for class 3 cores, 100 gold coins for class 4 cores, 700 gold coins for class 5 cores, 1,600 gold coins for class 6 cores, and 8,000 gold coins for class 7 cores. Altogether 665,380 gold coins. Do you have a magic card? If you have, then I can directly transfer the gold coins. Oh, I still don't have magic card. Do you provide magic cards? If so, then can I get a magic card for myself? We Blue Emperor's Song Auction House, of course, give this service. Please wait a moment, I will call a person to get you a magic card. Gao Liyun called a maid and said something in her ear. Then that servant nodded her head and left. Haha, is there anything else to sell? Or do you have more magical beasts core? Turning around, Gao Liyun asked Ren Tianyu. For the time being, I don't have. Ren Tianyu shook his head. Now he had only a dozen or so class 7 cores, in addition to this he had only class 8 core, and same class core. He didn't have any intention to sell these magical beasts core. Oh, it really is a pity. At this moment that maid came in. She handed over the purple-colored card to Gao Liyun and left the room. Gao Liyun produced another similar card, and he stacked them together. After that a faint wave of magic flashed. Then he handed the card to Ren Tianyu and said, "Well, this is ownerless magic card, if you drop a blood in this card, then it will recognize you as its master. Your total gold is 665,280. 100 gold coins are deducted as a fee to create this card." Ren Tianyu dripped a drop of blood on the card, after that he clearly felt that there was exact 665,280 gold coins, then he said, "Well, there is nothing left, I will leave first. Looking forward to your next visit." After watching Ren Tianyu leave, he waved his hand and all the cores on the ground disappeared. Interesting, only at the level of intermediate fighter, but taking out such a large number of high-class magical beasts core. After leaving the auction house, Ren Tianyu was returning to the academy. Just at that time, a surprised voice of a female appeared behind him. Aren't you Shiman Tianlong? Hearing this, Ren Tianyu suddenly paused his steps. He had never thought that someone who knew the previous owner of the body would appear here. Ren Tianyu turned around to look behind him. He recognized the identity of this young girl from the memory of Shiman Tianlong turned out to be her, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31, Genjutsu Shibari. Chapter 31, Genjutsu Shibari, Paralysis Genjutsu. Seeing this beautiful young girl, his eyebrows gradually wrinkled. How can he came across her at this place? Really a bad luck. The girl in front of him was Shiman Ziyu, Shiman Tianlong's younger sister. From the memory of Shiman Tianlong, he learnt that when they were young they were extremely close, and during their younger days, she used to call Shiman Tianlong as Tianlong elder brother. But after she grew up, perhaps she became aware of reality and gradually distanced herself from Shiman Tianlong. Afterwards she started to treat Shiman Tianlong with freezing irony and burning satire. "Why are you here?" Ren Tianyu frowned and asked. He never thought that he would meet someone from Shiman clan this fast after leaving Magical Beasts Forest. Hee, I didn't expect to come across you here. Shiman Ziyu said with grinning. Look at your appearance, aren't you looking more comfortable? It seemed like leaving Shiman clan was best choice for you. Ziyu, who is he? A youth wearing a purple dress was following her. In addition to this youth, there were still 4 or 5 bodyguards following her. Seeing that Ziyu was familiarly talking with Ren Tianyu, he asked with a frown. He used to be my elder brother, Shiman Tianlong, trash of Shiman clan. So our clan had expelled him from our clan. Shiman Ziyu said with grinning. Oh. That youth suddenly released the sound of understand. Shiman Shiyu, you better pipe down your mouth. First, I would like to correct several things you said. First, I'm not your brother. Second, my name is Ren Tianyu, and I don't have any relation with your Shiman clan. And each and every insult you have given me, I will return back to you all with interest. Third and also the last, don't utter the word trash, otherwise I will kill you. Hearing the insult of Shiman Ziyu, the eyes of Ren Tianyu gradually changed into a blood color, and gradually Sharingan became visible, and staring at Shiman Ziyu he said every word clearly. You? Shiman Ziyu's face was filled with anger, nevertheless seeing those abnormal eyes of Ren Tianyu, a chill appeared inside her heart from nowhere. And even though she opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. Humph, impudent, you trash, ah! Hearing the words of Ren Tianyu, the youth who was standing beside Shiman Ziyu, suddenly spoke with disdain. But before he finished speaking, he only sensed something, then he felt a severe pain in his face, and after that he involuntarily gave a horrible shriek and flew backwards. Second young master, Zhao Guanglei. The bodyguards and Shiman Ziyu suddenly cried out in alarm. Humph, I said I don't want to hear the word trash. Without even withdrawing his right hand, Ren Tianyu spoke with complete indifference. Ah, this pain is killing me, bastard, you all hastily capture him, and I'll kill him. Zhao Guanglei was screaming and rolling on the ground while holding his right side of the face and roared towards the bodyguards. Yes. Those several bodyguards answered. But before they could take out their weapons, Ren Tianyu had already started to take action. They could only see that Ren Tianyu changed into smoke and disappeared, and suddenly above the area of those bodyguards the silhouette of Ren Tianyu was seen along with the several horrible shriek. After that the heads of those bodyguards suddenly fell on the ground and the blood started to flow from their neck. Ren Tianyu was standing behind Shiman Ziyu while carrying Snake's sword in his right hand, and then Ren Tianyu spoke in the ear of Shiman Ziyu, you better not get involved, otherwise you will lose your pitiful life. You? Hearing the cold voice, and again looking at the dead bodies of the bodyguards that were lying on the ground, suddenly caused her to be so scared that she didn't dare to even move. As for you, young Master Zhao, how do you want to die? Ren Tian turned around and looked at Zhao Guanglei. And with a faint smile in his face, he slowly advanced towards Zhao Guanglei. You, don't come. Watching Ren Tianyu advancing towards him with a sword in his hand, Zhao Guanglei was so scared that he couldn't even retreat, and roared towards Ren Tianyu with complete fear. Step aside, step aside. Several voices started to come from behind the crowds of onlooker. Shortly afterwards, several armor-wearing patrolling guards made their way inside. Seeing the guards, Zhao Guanglei felt that he had seen his savior. And towards those guards he roared, you all quickly come over here. I am Zhao Clan's second young master, this person wants to kill me. He already killed all my guards, you all hurry over here and arrest him, no, directly kill him. Is that so? The guards saw the dead bodies lying on the ground, and questioned Ren Tianyu while frowning. I killed some damn people, because loath trouble. Ren Tianyu didn't deny. In that case, you should come with us. Defending imperial capital is our job, so today we must take you with us. After listening to Ren Tianyu, even if he didn't have any good impression on Zhao Guanglei, as he was the protector of imperial capital, he spoke to Ren Tianyu. After that he waved his hand, then all the guards took out their weapons and pointed towards Ren Tianyu. I'm very sorry, I don't have any interest to take a walk with you. So you might as well stay in that place, Genjutsu Shirbari. Paralysis Genjutsu. Seeing that those guards were approaching him, although he could kill all of them, but he didn't do so because he's not an indiscriminate killer and he only kills those who he thinks are wretched. So Ren Tianyu used his illusion of Sharingan. In the perception of guards, they suddenly found that huge nails were inserted in their bodies, and couldn't free themselves, no matter how hard they tried. This was the illusion technique used by Itachi to bind Orochimaru. Even the great swordsman and illusion master could not struggle free for this technique in a short period of time. After sorting them, Ren Tianyu turned back to Zhao Guanglei. Just at time the voice of Shiman Ziyu could be heard, Shiman Tianlong, you shouldn't kill him. He is the second song of Zhao clan of imperial capital Kali Si. If you kill him, you won't be able to live in this city. I said, my name is Ren Tianyu. Don't call me Xin Tian Long. In addition, when did you start caring about me?
He didn't even turn around and walk towards Zhao Guanlei, and at that moment, suddenly an attack came towards him.
Ren Tianyu slightly smiled and mumbled, finally coming out.
He used his snake sword to block.
Pang! Sound of metal colliding rang.
Ren Tianyu unexpectedly saw the old person wearing black clothes who was holding a board sword with the one hand. And Ren Tianyu's snake sword had collided with this person's board sword.
Youngster, who are you, and why must you kill the young master of our house?
The old man asked coldly. Bah, who I want to kill is not your concern, you just need to concern about yourself, old man.
Ren Tianyu said with disdain.
After that he secretly made several hand seals with his left hands. Followed by the sounds of birds' cry, a strong lighting suddenly appeared in his right hand and started to cover his snake sword.
Not good. Flame charge.
That old man was surprised to see lightning appear in Ren Tianyu's hand, and shortly afterward suddenly a flame ring appeared from his body and the impact spread all around him.
Tut. Ren Tianyu suddenly spat, and then used Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique.
After that he withdrew his snake sword and placed it inside the sheath, after that he used his right hand to make seal, Kai.
Release. Suddenly those city guards could move again. Then he said to Shiman Ziyu, go back and tell Shiman Batian and Shiman Foam, within 1 year, I will come back to Shiman clan, haha.
After finishing speaking, Ren Tianyu turned into a smoke and disappeared.
Shortly afterwards, another old man who was covered with purple lightning all over the body suddenly appeared there. Great-grandfather.
Seeing this old man, Zhao Guanlei rushed towards that old man. That old man looked at Zhao Guanlei and those dead bodies of bodyguards on the ground for a while, and suddenly asked with a cold voice, what's going on here? Zhao Guanlei immediately started to state the matters occurred here and also didn't forget to add more details, however Ren Tianyu had already left that place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 32, Mysterious Youngster. Chapter 32, Mysterious Youngster.
At this time Ren Tianyu was already en route towards Supreme Light Academy.
Just now Ren Tianyu had suddenly felt a formidable energy quickly approaching towards his location.
Also compared to the energy of the mysterious girl whom he had encountered last time, this energy was stronger, so it meant that the approaching person was at least Science class. Although Ren Tianyu was not afraid to confront this person, still if he fought inside this imperial capital, which was also the stronghold of other person, he would be the one to suffer most. As a result he had quickly left that place. From start to finish he had never cared about that kid from Zhao clan. As for Shiman Ziyu, she will return and report about this matter to Shiman clan. Ren Tianyu didn't think about this matter anymore. After all, if his strength is strong enough, then he didn't need to fear about anything or anyone. Just like Madara, who alone confronted the whole ninja world in the past, Kages who were completely fearless. They can do so because they had strength. Ren Tianyu before long reached the entrance of Supreme Light Academy. There he suddenly discovered several human vague figure. After carefully looking, he found out that they were Lan Yan and others.
Ren Tianyu quickly walked towards them and said, hello, uncle, why are you standing here? F***K, didn't I say not to call me uncle, but you are still calling. Do you need a beating? Hearing the word uncle, Luo Tianxing violently rushed towards him.
Humph, then let's go to training ground. By coincidence, my hand is itching a bit.
Ren Tianyu spoke.
Today I am feeling unwell, some another day I will hit you. Luo Tianxing knew that if he accept the proposal of Ren Tianyu, then he would be in great tragedy under the fists of Ren Tianyu. So he quickly refused.
Ha ha.
After listening to the words of Luo Tianxing, Lan Yan and others suddenly laughed.
We were not waiting for you without reason, it's just we wanted to hear about your enrollment test, but you were not inside the academy.
So with no other choice we had to wait for you here.
Lan Yan slowly talked.
Ah, so it was like that. I had just went to buy something, nothing more. Well, why are we still standing here? Let's go inside the academy.
Ren Tianyu and others walked inside the academy.
Just when Ren Tianyu was about to speak, suddenly a loud sound rang from the nearby training area.
Hon.
Hearing the sound of explosion, Ren Tianyu and others stopped their steps and looked at the door of training area.
What happened? Long Yu asked with uncertainty.
Just at that time the door opened, and a person suddenly came out from there. Seeing this person, suddenly the eyes of Ren Tianyu and others shrunk, as all the hair of this person was standing erect. This young man was wearing a gray-colored clothes, had an elegant face, and if you look at him calmly, then you could immediately tell that he was from a large clan just like Lan Yan and others. He had white-colored hair all over his head, as well as his skin was also so white in color, that it was almost scary, as it felt like he was issuing a pale death aura from all over the body. That fellow glanced at Ren Tianyu and others, and then as if he didn't see anyone he walked inside. Gudong, who is this person, and why the aura of his body like that? It remind me of dead person. Li Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and asked stammeringly. I also don't know. He came out from inside that door, should be a new student like Tianyu. After thinking deeply, Lan Yan said slowly. Just then, that door again opened, the same guard that Ren Tianyu had met came out while carrying unconscious Yi Yun. Lan Yan and others looked at each other and went towards that guard. Hello, what is going on inside the room? Yes, the test teacher is knocked out again by the challenger, just like your friend over there did in his test. Damn it, what is happening today? Only abnormal people are coming to take the test. After giving a reply and muttering something to himself, he quickly rushed towards the treatment room. Oh, Tianyu, so you knocked out the test teacher? Luo Tianxing was covered with cold sweat and asked Ren Tianyu. Haha, I just come across a tough tortoise shell, as a result I use a bit more force. Ren Tianyu replied. Great. Li Feng and others all gave thumbs up to Ren Tianyu. Wah, still big brother Tianyu is awesome. With the stars forming inside her eyes, Long Luo spoke. Ren Tianyu embarrassedly laughed. Let's go, I still don't know the location of dormitory where I will be staying. So you should take me there. Where was you assigned? Li Feng asked curiously. Boys' dormitory, 3rd area, 2nd floor, room number 202. Oh, 3rd area, what? You were assigned at 3rd sector. Li Feng roared in surprise, and Luo Mengwu and all others also had a look of surprise in their face. K, why on earth are you all surprised? I don't think I said anything that shocking. Ren Tianyu said gloomily. Nonsense, although 3rd district used to be boys' dormitory but now it is already decided to change this area into the girls' dormitory area. Thanks to this no male lives in this dormitory. Although currently there are not many students living in this dormitory, but all the residents of this dormitory are females. Mengwu also resides there. Li Feng explained. No way. Ren Tianyu was completely dumbfounded. Without doubt it's real. In this dormitory you get a single room per person, and the living conditions is much better than other ordinary dormitory. Luo Tianxing said in a bad mood. Mengwu, what is your room number? If I cannot fall asleep at night, I can come to your room for a heart-to-heart talk with you all. Ren Tianyu suddenly said to Luo Mengwu with a vulgar appearance. Die already. Hearing to Ren Tianyu, Luo Mengwu's beautiful face became deathly pale and in a bad mood she kicked Ren Tianyu. Hey, Tianyu, I am quite worried that you and my sister will be living under the same roof, so let's exchange our room. Luo Tianxing suddenly whispered in the ear of Ren Tianyu. In your dream. Ren Tianyu directly refused, and inside his ear he thought on the earth, I had never got the chance to enter girls' dormitory, but here at different world I got this opportunity and what's more I can live with them under the same roof. Ren Tianyu followed Lan Yan and others, and walked all the way to the northern part of the academy. After about 10 minutes, crossing the bamboo forest, they arrived in front of 5-story building. At this moment, Luo Mengwu said, this is our dormitory, let go in. Okay, Tianyu, go to your room and you can wait me there. Luo Mengwu said that and entered her room in 1st floor. Ren Tianyu and others went straight to 2nd floor to room number 202. After that Ren Tianyu took out his room card, and inserted in the groove at the front of door. A surge of magic flashed and the door automatically opened. Then Ren Tianyu took back his room card and all of them enter inside his room. This was 2 LDK room. This room was comparable to the room of residential buildings on the earth without any electric appliances. Wow, I am more and more envious. Tianyu, you really don't want to exchange our rooms? Luo Tianxing again asked this question. Seeing the facial expression of Luo Tianxing, Ren Tianyu suddenly shuddered. And coldly said, your sister, don't disgust me. And after this he kicked Luo Tianxing and because of the impact of kick Luo Tianxing fell towards the door. Humph, with only this much do you think this will hurt me? Do not underestimate Copper Skin ability of 7 broken bone, blood lineage of our clan. Luo Tianxing spoke while patting his body. But just as he finished speaking, bang! The door heavily hit his head. This caused Luo Tianxing to roll on the ground while holding his head. Luo Mengwu came inside from the door and seeing her fallen brother, she was completely dumbfounded. Humph, Copper Skin. Hey, Lan Yan, do you think the hit from this door can improve his brain? Looking at the fallen Luo Tianxing, Ren Tianyu asked Lan Yan. Ha ha. Ha ha, laughter is killing me.
Lan Yen and others laughed while holding their belly. Especially Long Luo Luo, she was already tearing up while laughing.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 33, Babel Tower. Chapter 33, Babel Tower.
Ren Tianyu and others laughed for a while. After that they went to academy to bring back some daily necessities to the room of Ren Tianyu. After that Ren Tianyu remembered about that Babel Tower, which was mentioned by Li Yun, so he asked Li Feng and others about this tower.
Babel Tower, we also don't know many things about this tower. Shaking his head, Lan Yen said.
We only know that, even before this Supreme Light Academy was established, this Babel Tower already existed inside the ground of this academy.
As far as where it located is, what it is, how it looks like and so on, none of us know about it.
And it is also forbidden to spread rumor about this Babel Tower.
Long Yu explained slowly. We all are only first grade.
Currently we just need to inform teacher that we completed trial by fire assignment at Magical Beasts Forest, and after that we can obtain the permission to enter this mysterious Babel Tower.
Can't you ask about this to your clan elders? I think the background of all of you is not that simple. Ren Tianyu asked curiously.
Long Yu is the third prince of the imperial family, Long Luo Luo is seventh princess, as for Luo Tianxing and his sister, their father is Grand Marshal. He is in charge of 1/3 army of the empire, their father is known as Crazy Blood War God, and he is Saint rank warrior.
The clan of Li Feng is also not weak.
They are aristocratic clan of illusionists, whole clan members are expert in cultivating illusions.
And as for my clan, we do business.
Lan Yen slowly explained.
The family of Lan Yen is very rich. Do you know the Blue Emperor auction house in the Imperial City?
That is their auction house.
Li Feng added. F***K, that auction house belonged to your clan.
Suddenly Ren Tianyu rolled his eyes and said.
Yes, what happened? Seeing the odd reaction of Ren Tianyu, Lan Yen asked.
Today I went to that auction house, and sold all the magical beasts core that I had collected in these 2 years, and got more than 600,000 gold coins. Lan Yen and others were a bit surprised. What is this? Their good friend was shortage in money and he sold his everything had in his friend's house.
Well, no need to speak about this anymore. Didn't you all ask your clan's elder about this Babel Tower? Ren Tianyu was mostly curious about this Babel Tower.
We asked about it, but they said that after we enter, we will know about it ourselves, and didn't disclose a single word about Babel Tower.
Li Fen said. That's right, big brother Tianyu.
My father always loves me very much, but even he didn't tell me a single word about Babel Tower.
I'm very angry. Long Luo Luo added.
Listening the explanation of Lan Yen and others, Ren Tianyu started to thought, why didn't anyone give any information on this Babel Tower, even a king himself is keeping it a secret from his own sons and daughter. In addition to this, today he encountered that mysterious youth. That special aura surrounding around his body resembled the specific race which Shiman Tian Long had accidentally read in ancient book. Still, truly interesting, seems like the decision to come to this academy was indeed correct.
Tianyu, what's going on with you?
Patting Ren Tianyu who was deeply thinking, Li Feng asked.
It's nothing. Just thinking about Babel Tower. Ren Tianyu replied. Well, don't think any more about it. Oh, it's already this late. Let's go to eat something first.
Long Yu pulled Ren Tianyu and started to head towards dining hall. After they reached the dining hall, Long Yu and others didn't sat there but headed towards the second floor, which was reserved for nobility to eat. This shows that discrimination between poor and rich is present everywhere. After ordering meals, Ren Tianyu again asked about the academy.
Naturally Lan Yen and others answered every question about the academy. From this Ren Tianyu got general understanding of the academy.
The classes in the academy were divided into 5 courts: General Magic Court, Warrior Skill Court, Magic Court, and Alchemy Court. Everyone who attend this academy, no matter the level of strength and innate talent, can only attend grade 1 of any court at the start. Only after you pass the trial by fire assignment given by the academy, you get the chance to enter Babel Tower. And only after completing the assignment of Babel Tower that is given by the academy, you can ascend to next class. You can take these assignment anytime, as long as you think your strength is strong enough. Even if that is your first day, you can attempt this assignment. But if you fail to complete the assignment, you are barred to attempt this assignment for next 6 months. Also, if you didn't ascend to the next class within 2 years of joining the academy, then you are expelled from the academy and is forever banned to enroll this academy again. No matter what your identity is. And every grade had a special class. This was the class where Ren Tianyu was assigned. This was the class where only genius and experts of the same grade can attend. Of course, entering this class didn't give any chance to sit back and relax, as every other student of the same grade can challenge the student of special class of same grade. If the challenger wins, then the loser special class student will lose his place in special class to the challenger. Also, the challenges can't be refused, and refusing the challenge meant giving up the challenge. Of course, there is the limit on how many challenges you should accept daily. At least 3 challenges should be accepted, after that you could reject any other challenges for remaining day. Interesting. After listening to Lan Yen and others, Tian muttered to himself. Just at that time, meal also arrived. They stopped their discussion and started to eat. After they had eaten and drunk to their heart content, they left dining hall and started to stroll around the academy. Little Wu, you came back from your trial by fire assignment. Just then, they heard a surprised voice of male from behind them. Tian and others looked behind them and saw a young man with a blue hair who resembled Lan Yen and Lan Xin Meng, and was running towards Luo Meng Wu. Lan Yin, how many times should I tell you, don't call me so intimately? Seeing that male, Luo Meng Wu suddenly had a headache and said, Lan Yin? Same surname as Lan Yen and Xin Meng, furthermore that blue hair, don't tell me this kid is. Hearing the name of the kid, coupled with the blue hair, Tian immediately speculated the identity of this young man. After that, Lan Yen confirmed his guess. Hey younger brother, I and your younger sister both are standing here, but even after so long you didn't see us? Is Meng Wu only the person in your eye? Lan Yen said gloomily. Ah, elder brother and little sister, you are also here. It seemed like Lan Yin had just discovered them, so he hastily greeted them. You? Lan Yen didn't know what to say anymore. Lan Xin Meng was also speechless seeing the reaction of her second older brother. Haha, never thought that the younger brother of Lan Yen was this interesting. Tian laughed in his heart. Little Wu, did you eat? If not, then please come with me to have a dinner. Lan Yin didn't even turn towards the direction of his brother and sister but was only staring at the direction of Luo Meng Wu. Well, sorry, this young lady had already eaten just a moment ago. Furthermore, I don't want to eat meal with you. Luo Meng Wu was already having a great headache. AI, little Wu, this is already 383th time you turned me down when I invited you. Why do you turn me down every time? Lan Yin said with a sad face. Hearing Lan Yin, Tian shook his head. The willpower of this fellow is indeed high, even after getting rejected so many times, he still hadn't given up. That is because I already have another person I love, yes, he is Tian. Luo Meng Wu suddenly pointed towards Tian and said. F***K, what, me again? Hearing this, Tian felt like crying. Ever since I came to this world, every time someone wants fake boyfriend, they look for me. And what's more, I have to take the hit of jealousy. At that time, Tian suddenly sensed a powerful murderous intent. Looking at the source, he saw that the eyes of Lan Yin was shining with dangerous glint and was firmly staring at him. Gudong! Tian heavily swallowed his saliva, and he couldn't help but retreat few steps. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. T.L. No title. Well, listen to my explanation. Seeing that boundless murderous intent in the eyes of Lan Yin, Tian suddenly shuddered. After that he hastily opened his mouth to explain, but before he could finish talking, his mouth was covered. Help me to drive him away, alright? Luo Meng Wu covered the mouth of Tian and then whispered. Wu, pointing at the covered mouth and nose, Tian tried to talk. Ah. Immediately without losing any time, Luo Meng Wu released her hand. After that Tian took a deep breath and said, so am I going to become a cannon fodder every time? Why don't you just find a real boyfriend or find another person to act as a fake boyfriend or something else? If this continues on, then even if I have 9 lives, it won't be enough? Tian put on a long face and said to Luo Tianwu. Please, among all my friends, you are the only one he don't know. So you are the only one qualified to become my fake boyfriend. Also, if you don't help me, do you believe that I will tell everyone you molested me? Luo Meng Wu was annoyed and rolling her eyes she said. You, sigh since you say so, what I say anymore? Tian put on a long face and looked at Luo Meng Wu, and inside his heart, he wailed, I know you are a different type of person than your brother. Unlike your brother who is black in skin color, you have a black belly. Ah, oh God, why did you let me meet these evil friends? Ah. That, little Wu is correct. I'm her boyfriend.
After speaking, under the stupefied gaze of Lan Yan and others, he encircled his right hand on the body of Luo Mengwu and embraced her against his bosom and thought, your father may not become your shield for nothing, at least I can take some interest. You actually take advantage of me. At the bosom of Ren Tianyu, the whole body of Luo Mengwu was stiff.
Till now, with the exception of her close family member, no other man had ever embraced her.
As a result, her body was stiff. Oh, but currently I am your boyfriend. Embracing, hugging, and cuddling is quite normal.
I still haven't kissed you yet, why are you so overwhelmed?
Inside his heart, Ren Tianyu was laughing evilly. You dare!
Hearing Ren Tianyu still wanted to kiss her, immediately Luo Mengwu glared at him. Inside her heart she was deeply regretting about why she asked this big lecher to become her fake boyfriend.
You guys! Staring at Ren Tianyu and Luo Mengwu with burning eyes, Lanyin didn't know what to say. Hey, Tianyu, he is my younger brother. Don't play too much. Lan Yan passed by Ren Tianyu and whispered. Boss, I am also being forced to do this by this black belly woman.
She is blackmailing me by saying that she will shout out that I molested her if I don't do this.
So, I will try to do what I can.
Ren Tianyu explained with wry smile.
AI. Lan Yan sighed and shook his head, and didn't know that to say anymore. You actually dared to snatch away my most lovable little Wu. I want to have a duel with you. Lan Yan yelled full of anger. I'm sorry. I'm not interested. You coward, do not even dare to accept my duel. Are you still a man? You don't need to know whether I am a man or not, besides I think she is clearer about this matter, right little Wu Wu? Ren Tianyu lewdly smiled and looked at Luo Mengwu in his embrace. You?
Luo Mengwu immediately gnashed her teeth and didn't know what to say. Now she was really regretting that she asked Ren Tianyu to become her fake boyfriend.
You guys actually. Lanyin trembled all over and pointed towards Ren Tianyu and Luo Mengwu and was speechless.
Luo Tianxing and others were covering their face, they felt disgraced, and were asking themselves why they met such an evil friend. And especially Luo Tianxing, if this case was not for the sake of his younger sister, he would have already chopped Ren Tianyu to death. It was obvious that this couldn't be dismissed by saying it's a simple harassment.
You bastard, I want a duel against you. Lanyin roared while blaring Ren Tianyu. Humph, again duel, don't you have any other fresh trick? I'm not interested in duel. Ren Tianyu picked his nostrils and said disdainfully. It's already this late, we should rest. Little Wu Wu, let's get out of here. Saying this, Ren Tianyu turned around and walked away while still holding Luo Mengwu.
You bastard, hold it right there.
Seeing Ren Tianyu and Luo Mengwu walking towards the dormitory, Lanyin thought they were going to have an affair. In a flash, anger suddenly rose sharply. Grandfathers, no need to mention about snatching your father's most treasured woman, still brazenly showing off affection in front of me. Lanyin directly took out his sword and attacked Ren Tianyu. Pu Chi.
Along with the sound of blade entering the body, everyone was stunned.
They could only see that the sword in the hand of Lanyin had stabbed through the body of Ren Tianyu. Tianyu.
Luo Mengwu cried out in alarm, and from the side Lan Yan and others directly dashed towards Ren Tianyu. Just at that time, they saw that the body of Ren Tianyu suddenly turned into 4 black crows and scattered towards Lanyin. This was the unique skill of Uchiha Itachi, Megan, Shinkarasu, Demon Illusion, Mirage Raven.
Where is this? Lanyin looked all around him and asked. This is my world.
Suddenly the space in front of Lanyin twisted, and Ren Tianyu appeared before him.
You didn't die? Seeing Ren Tianyu, Lanyin was frightened and asked stammeringly. Haha, of course, I didn't die. I brought you here to talk to you about something. Ren Tianyu said, grinning. What something? Between us there is nothing left to talk. Lanyin replied with a disdain. I want to talk about the matter of Luo Mengwu. Actually, honestly speaking, there is nothing between me and Luo Mengwu. We are just good friends, but...
Ren Tianyu said slowly, but before he could finish speaking, the pleasantly surprised voice of Lanyin interrupted him.
Really? No kidding, without doubt it's real. In addition, I discovered that, although you like Luo Mengwu, but she seemed to be too cold towards you. In a bad mood, Ren Tianyu said.
I have been pursuing her for almost 3 years, but she always treated me like a younger brother and never before responded to my feelings.
Lanyin said very depressingly. Why do you like her? Ren Tianyu stared the eyes of Lanyin and asked. I like... Lanyin stammered and couldn't tell even a single reason.
Actually, you really don't like her, you just purely wanted to obtain her, nothing more.
Isn't that right? Ren Tianyu said.
Inside his heart he was secretly sneering, didn't expect these pickup lines that I had browsed on the internet on the earth to be useful in this different world.
No, I'm not. Laning's complexion became ghastly pale, and tried to explain.
You merely deceived yourself into thinking you liked her, nothing more.
Laning sat on the ground. But he didn't know what to say.
I think Luo Mengwu was already aware about this matter, so she had been refusing you all this time. If you want Luo Mengwu to really accept you, first of all give yourself a reason to love her.
I got it. Laning lowered his head and spoke.
Oh, that's right. You should hurry up, otherwise Luo Mengwu may like someone else and you won't even find a place to cry. For example I am such an outstanding guy, so I can't guarantee you that she won't fall in love with me. Laning lifted his head and was about to curse Ren Tianyu, only to find the space was around him was gradually twisting. When he regained his vision again, he discovered that he was still standing at his original location. His sword was still inside his sheath and his brother and others were also standing at the side without moving from their place.
This is?
Laning tried to think, but he didn't know the matter just now was real or not. He even started to think that all the matters happened before were his fantasies. That was my illusion skill, and the things we talked with each other just now, I hope you will think about that carefully. Ren Tianyu said to Laning while covering his left eye with his hand, as his left eye was a bit tired.
I know.
Laning thought for a while, then turned around and left.
Hey, Tianyu, what's going on?
Why did my brother leave so suddenly?
Lan Yen came towards Ren Tianyu and curiously asked.
Secret.
Ren Tianyu laughed. Then he turned towards Luo Mengwu and said, let's go, darling little Wu Wu.
It's already late, so we should go to bed.
Go to hell.
In a flash, the face of Luo Mengwu was filled with dark clouds, and with a strong murderous look she lifted her long, slender, and beautiful legs and kicked Ren Tianyu.
Ah!
Ren Tianyu made a beautiful arc in the air pang and fell on the flower bed on the side of the path.
Ha ha! Wah ha ha! Seeing the miserable condition of Ren Tianyu, suddenly each and every one of them cannot help but laugh.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 35, Return to the room of dormitory through the window. Chapter 35, Return to the room of dormitory through the window. Limping Ren Tianyu and Luo Mengwu walked towards their dormitory.
Hey Mengwu, you are so ruthless, kicking me too hardly. Even now, my body is still hurting.
Who told you to take advantage of me? Do you think I'm that cheap?
I think it was still too light of a punishment.
Luo Mengwu said disdainfully.
But you still used me as your shield/excuse, how can you forget about this?
Ren Tianyu immediately argued back. Oh, is it? Why can't I remember? When did that happen?
Luo Mengwu said with uncertain look in her face.
You are something. Ren Tianyu said while grinding his teeth.
Honestly, our forefathers didn't deceive me. Women are very difficult to deal with, and this phrase is also applied here. F***K. Ren Tianyu cursed inside his heart.
Hey, Tianyu, why did Laning suddenly leave at that moment?
I clearly know that he is a type of person who never gives up so easily.
Luo Mengwu asked curiously.
Actually, I just merely created an illusion and told him something.
What thing?
That is secret, I cannot say.
Ren Tian shook his head.
After that they walked silently and reached the dormitory, but seeing the condition of dormitory, Ren Tianyu immediately ceased his steps and refused to move forward. Because in front of him, Ren Tianyu saw several female students were talking, washing clothes and so on.
If Ren Tianyu swaggered inside the dormitory now, he was uncertain whether he will be alive or not. What happened, Tianyu? Let's go. Seeing that Ren Tianyu was not moving an inch, Luo Mengwu felt surprised and asked.
You go first.
I will follow you soon. Ren Tianyu resolutely shook his head.
So it was like that. Be at ease, these sisters are very gentle and soft.
They will definitely receive you warmly.
After looking at the direction where Ren Tianyu was watching, Luo Mengwu understood the thought of Ren Tianyu.
So she teased him.
No need, I will think about the way to go up myself. Ren Tianyu resolutely shook his head in refusal.
Since you insist, you are on your own.
I'll go first. Seeing the resolute expression, Luo Mengwu no longer teased him.
And she walked towards the dormitory. Seeing Luo Mengwu disappeared inside the dormitory, Ren Tian once again looked at those female students in front of dormitory.
Grandfathers, this is also my dormitory, so why am I afraid? Although he mumbled like this, but he didn't have enough guts to brazenly walk inside the dormitory filled with girls only. Since I can't walk through main entrance, then your father will enter through window them.
Tian grinned his teeth and quickly walked behind the dormitory.
After some time, he arrived at the walls behind the dormitory, then he used his chakra to cover his feet and started to walk on the walls. Just when he was at the side of second floor room, he suddenly heard the noise from that room.
Not good.
Tian cried out in alarm and quickly started to form the series of hand seals, Doton Iwagakure no Jutsu.
Earth style, hidden in stones jutsu.
After he completed forming hand seals, suddenly the chakra started to fluctuate around him and his figure disappeared from the wall. After that he saw that the window of that room was open from inside, and someone threw a basin of water from that window. After that the window was closed again. At that time, space started to twist and Tian figure suddenly appeared on the earth.
Phew, that was a close call. Tian wiped the sweats on his forehead. Doton Iwagakure no Jutsu.
Earth style, hidden in stones jutsu. Allowed him to camouflage himself with the earth around him. After that he walked towards his room windows. After arriving near his room windows, from his ninja backpack he took out a kunai, and then pry open his window and entered inside his room.
Phew, finally came in. His sister really is not easy.
Tian sat on the bed and wiped his cold sweat from his forehead. A moment ago, it was really dangerous. If not for the concealing ninjutsu, I would have been discovered.
He would have become a big jock.
At that time, he suddenly thought about a problem. How was he going to come and go from his room every day? Should he use window every day?
K, what a great thing
Although he was depressed enough to cough blood, still there wasn't any good solution to this problem, so he could only use window for the time being. Tian shut the windows of the bathroom, and started to have a pleasant bubble bath. After bathing he wiped his wet body dry and lied on the bed.
Right now Tian was not feeling any drowsiness.
From his bed he was lying, he looked towards the sky outside the window. After that, looking at the two moons for a long time, he started to thought about many things. It's already been more than 2 years since I arrived to this divine wind continent. I don't know how my parents are doing.
In addition, after they got the news of my death, I don't know whether they could again live normally or not.
But Mom and Dad, your son is not dead, but still alive in this another world. You can rest assured, as soon as I am strong enough, I will search for the way back and will definitely return back. Thinking about his current strength, Tian couldn't help but become vexed and upset with himself. Although he is already at the level of elite ninja, still regarding to understanding the nature of chakra was the greatest difficulty for him. Till now he had grasped thunder chakra nature change, but as for wind attribute,
he only got a clue, nothing more.
After he grasped the nature change of wind attribute, he wanted to fuse two attributes to use Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit, ninjutsu.
There was a huge improvement in the amount of chakra he possessed.
But he can exchange a tail beast from the system and borrow its chakra. Nevertheless, seeing the long string of zeros in system points requirement, Tian felt sharp pain in his ass. In addition, there is Sharingan, which was the most important.
He wanted to awaken Mangekyo of Obito.
And also wanted to awaken Mangekyo of Sasuke so that he could fuse the Mangekyos and upgrade the Mangekyo Sharingan to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But just to awaken next 2 pairs of Mangekyo, he needed 20,000 system points, no need to mention about the requirement of system points to awaken Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But, even when Tian was staying at Magical Beasts Forest for more than 2 years, he didn't earn altogether 20,000 system points, but currently he wasn't at Magical Beasts Forest, and didn't have any chance to earn system points, so only God knows when he will have enough system points to awaken Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Currently Tian wanted to activate the mission system, so that he would have extra method to earn system points. But he had no idea how to activate it. As a result, there wasn't any mission listed there. K, I'm so sick of it, but I don't want to sleep.
Tian got more and more irritated while thinking about these matters.
So he covered his head and tried to fall asleep so that he don't need to think about these matters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 36, First Lesson at Different World. Chapter 36, First Lesson at Different World.
Lying on the bed, Tian no longer thought about those troublesome matters. Tian believed that if he believe in his own strength and cultivate, then there will come a day when his strength will soar to the heavens. Although he possessed an ultra-powerful good item, Naruto system, nevertheless this system merely made his starting point to be a bit better compared to other person, nothing more. So the most important thing to become strong was to rely on himself and his own effort, nothing else. After that Tian fell into a deep sleep, and early in the next morning, he woke up.
Today he wanted to report and attend the class in the academy.
Although he already possessed all the inheritance of Naruto world, nevertheless the cultivation system of this world also had the heritage of over millions of years, so it definitely had its own merits. Ren Tianyu intends to borrow this world's cultivation system, and adding it together with his Naruto system, he wanted to create one or two unique ninjutsu which only belonged to him. Furthermore, this Supreme Light Academy still had that mysterious Babel Tower. Ren Tianyu was extremely curious about this tower. This was the mysterious tower that existed even before the establishment of Supreme Light Academy, and the information about it was tightly sealed, so no information about it could be found.
Ren Tianyu was looking for an opportunity to enter this tower.
After getting out of the bed, he performed all his morning duties and freshened up. Then he stealthily walked out from his room.
Grandfathers, this is my own dormitory, but I am forced to behave like some thief. Ren Tianyu was never this depressed before.
That damn Li Yun, don't let me meet you again, otherwise I will let you taste the pain of having your chrysanthemum explode. Recalling the time when Li Yun assigned the dormitory for him, he couldn't help but grind his teeth and wanted to slaughter him. After leaving the dormitory, he directly walked towards the class of Warrior Skill Court.
Yesterday evening, Lan Yan had already told him the location of Warrior Skill Court. Today he wanted to directly report and attend this class.
Ren Tianyu walked for about 20 minutes, and arrived before a 5-story tall building. His special class was located at 5th floor.
Ren Tianyu entered the building, and at the 5th floor he found his class.
Then he opened the door and entered the class. Then he saw a spacious classroom where about 30 students were sitting and a single beautiful lady was standing at the platform. This lady had red-colored hair, her figure was also slender. When Ren Tianyu opened the door and entered the class, the eyes of all the students including this female focused on Ren Tianyu.
"Hello, student, what's the matter?"
The red-haired beautiful lady was staring at Ren Tianyu with her fresh eyes, and with her sexy light voice, she asked.
"I am newly arrived student, and it seemed I was assigned to this class."
Ren Tianyu crooked his head and slowly spoke. "Oh, then take out your notice for me to examine."
"Do you meant this?"
Ren Tianyu took out a piece of paper from his ninja backpack. That piece of paper was given to Ren Tianyu by Li Yun yesterday. That young girl came before Ren Tianyu. At that time the nostrils of Ren Tianyu were filled with the hot aroma, which almost made Ren Tianyu intoxicated.
"Ah, you actually defeated."
Looking at the result of test in that piece of paper, that young girl was surprised. Her lips parted involuntarily, and with an amazement in her eyes, she read everything that was written on that piece of paper. Very quickly she realized her misbehavior, and immediately controlled her surprise feeling on the surface. Then facing Ren Tianyu she said, "I'm Wang Jiafei, hereafter one of your guiding teacher, follow me."
Ren Tianyu followed Wang Jiafei and arrived above the platform.
Looking towards all the students, she said, "Everyone, today we have a new student in our class again, so let him introduce himself. My name is Ren Tianyu, am an orphan, and currently 17 years old." Facing all the students, Ren Tianyu introduced himself.
"Well, student Ren Tianyu, you can sit on the right corner at the back."
Pointing at the open seat at the back, Wang Jiafei said to Ren Tianyu.
"Okay." Ren Tian walked towards the pointed seat.
Ren Tianyu sat down and looked in front of him. Then he discovered that the mysterious boy whom he had met yesterday was also sitting in front of him. Watching this fellow, Ren Tianyu showed a mysterious smile on his lips. After that he no longer paid attention to that youth and looked at the platform. "Students, just a moment ago, we were speaking about the things we should know as a warrior. We are able to use battle chi because of battle chi seed inside our body. This seed absorbs the energy within the atmosphere and turn it into battle chi. According to different deposition of individuals, they absorbs different types of energy from the atmosphere." Standing at the platform, Wang Jiafei slowly explained. "And the innate talents of everyone is different. This affects the size of the battle chi seed. With the exception of innate talent, battle chi cultivation manual is also extremely important. As we all know, battle chi cultivation manual, magic secret law, and illusion secret book are all divided into heaven, earth, black and yellow, 4 large rank.
Each rank is further divided into 3 sub-rank, low, mid and high.
And the quality of battle chi cultivation manual is influenced by the energy absorbing speed from the atmosphere. For example, the most commonly found low yellow ranked battle chi cultivation manual, it only contains the most basic method. So, mid yellow rank battle chi cultivation manual is at least 3 times better than low yellow ranked method. The quality of the cultivation manual also affects the absorption quality of battle chi. Most of the common manuals teach us to directly absorb the energy which is filled with impurities, so they had to spend their time to refine that impurities. But some of the better quality cultivation manuals can decrease the amount of impurities while absorbing battle chi. This helps cultivators to save their time needed to refine the impurities.
and they will have more time to cultivate.
All battle chi is divided into fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, light and dark, these 7 big battle chi system.
But there are also variation battle chi, such as ice system battle chi.
Nevertheless, no matter what system battle chi, they each have their own characteristics. Like flame system had scorching and explosion, water system had constant and continuous, wind system had elegance, lightning system had paralysis, earth system had thick and heavy, light system had heal, and finally dark system had corrode and so on. These system of battle chi don't have any rank. As long as we deeply comprehend our respective element, we can become an expert. Teacher, I am fire system warrior, I pursue the profound understanding of fire system's wild character.
After advancing to same class, do I really need to train our battle chi? Without doubt, I know that this is too early to ask.
I ask this question because if we don't need to train our battle chi after same class, then currently we should focus more in learning element power rather than training battle chi.
This may help us in ascending higher rank in the future.
Well, only comprehending the element power and not cultivating or training battle chi is not possible. It is so because, even if you comprehend deep level insight on elemental power, you won't have required strength to put it into action.
And without comprehension of element power, one cannot be powerful expert.
So both of them is necessary for becoming expert warrior. Now I am going to explain about my understanding on element power. This will be very helpful for you all to increase your strength in the future. So listen carefully. Carefully listening to the explanations of battle chi, elemental power etc. from Wang Jiafei, the first lesson of Ren Tian Yu in the different world began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 37, Sage Mode. Chapter 37, Sage Mode.
Just now we talked about the power of elements. Roughly it is divided into 7 elements.
Each and every one possess one of these 7 elements. Some may possess single element, some may possess 2 elements or even 3 elements.
But no matter how many element one possessed, the elemental power of each and every one of us are absorbed from the void. In the future, after we absorb these elemental power inside our body, we convert it into our own power. But these power in itself do not count as our own power, as this is the power we absorb from this world. As a result, we should deepen our understanding in controlling the power we possess. Only after you have the ability to control your own power as you wish, can you bring out the true power of these elemental battle chi.
Let's take a fire element as an example.
Wang Jiafei slowly continued to explain.
Among the 7 major elements, fire element is the most violent/wild in nature.
It can also be said that it has the nature to destroy anything. And as a fire system warrior, first of all, they should be clear about the meaning of fire. Although fire is one of the most common element, but once your energy reach high enough, you can easily burn and destroy everything. And just like the meaning of fire element, we as a fire system warrior, must have courage to destroy every obstruction before our willpower.
Before Saint class, we all just use the elemental power which we absorb from the void. But since this elemental power is not ours, our own strength is always limited.
After reaching Saint class, everyone begin to learn their own elemental power, and oppose against the elemental power of void and learn to use the endless free power of void. After reaching God class, they can combine their own power with the power of void and make their own unusual domain.
T.L. Before Saint class they can absorb only the elemental power of void, not free power of void.
Listening to the explanation of Wang Jiafei, inside his heart, the power system of this world gradually became clearer. In this divine wind continent, all the powers are originated from elemental power of the void. According to the words of the earth, you can say power of nature. Cultivating this way is good, because from the start their power comes from nature. After their strength reached high level in accordance with divine wind continent strength rank, i.e. after saint class, they can easily communicate with the power of nature and form a resonance. Thus they can use the preliminary power of the nature. In the words of Naruto world, we can say, learning sage mode. But their cultivation method also have 2 extremely big drawbacks. First, since from the beginning they absorb the power of nature, and we should know that the power of nature is extremely violent, so it is not easy to control it. This is also the reason why, after reaching saint class, they learn to communicate with the power of nature. Thanks to this, from the beginning they have to spend very large amount of time to grasp and assimilate this power. But unexpectedly initial cultivating method of ninja is to extract the power from inside the body. As a result, compared to battle chi, chakra is far easier to use, and also can be used freely in many different ways. For example, you can use chakra to climb trees without using hands, run on the water, also after reaching high level can learn form and nature change and so on. But trying to do so by using battle chi is very difficult. Second, since their power is completely originated from the nature, this is also one of the fatal weakness, i.e. if any warrior arrived at the place which is completely isolated from the power of natural elements, then in a short time the battle chi inside their body will be consumed and become powerless, as they won't have any method to replenish their power. In addition, if Earth System warrior come to the area of sea or ice, then their power will be heavily oppressed and weakened, as well as it would be very difficult to replenish the consumed power. But the chakra of ninja is extracted for inside their own body. If they arrived at the place which completely cut off the natural elements, they can easily recover their consumed power by extracting chakra from inside their body, and eating foods and resting can restore the energy within their bodies. Also, if Earth System ninja arrived at the area of sea or ice, then there will not be any oppression or weakening effects. But battle chi also have merit, i.e. compared to ninja, they could easily comprehend the power of nature, which is sage mode. In Naruto world, those who had grasped sage mode are very few in number, such as Jiraiya, first Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, and finally Kabuto. Chakra is created when two forms of energy, namely spiritual energy and physical energy of the human, are molded together. And adding the power of nature in the chakra gives Senjutsu chakra. Before introducing power of nature, the chakra is maintaining a balance between spiritual and physical energy, so when power of nature is introduced in chakra, this balance is broken. And it is harder to maintain balance between these three types of energy. It is required to have 1/3 power of nature to execute sage mode. If it is more than 1/3, then the user is swallowed by the power of nature, and if it is lower than 1/3, then they can't use sage mode. In the Naruto world, Jiraiya had put on a great effort to master it, but even he couldn't maintain the absolute balance, so when he executes sage mode, he became a bit like a frog. T.L. Is Senjutsu chakra correct term? If not, then what is the correct term for the power of sage mode? In Naruto world, if you lose control while practicing sage mode, then you would gradually become frog forever, and slowly turn into a stone. And only the person with a huge amount of chakra could learn this senjutsu, otherwise, the power of nature would quickly swallow that person. From this we can see that it is very hard to learn sage mode. Nevertheless, from the viewpoint of Rintianyu, the same class warriors are only able to use fake sage mode. Because then can only use the energy produced from combining their own energy with only the preliminary power of nature. Only after they reach God class, they can use true sage mode. They can combine their own power with the power of nature and form a domain, and their every movement are combined with the power of nature. Senjutsu chakra is at least 2 or 3 times more powerful than normal chakra. Power of nature is boundless, you can depend on the power of nature to easily recover your consumed senjutsu energy. Also, using this senjutsu chakra can make user substantially stronger. For example, normally if you cannot lift a given huge boulder, then after using senjutsu chakra, you can easily lift that huge boulder. In Naruto vs Pain battle, Naruto had depended on the sage mode's enhanced strength to fight because he couldn't directly resist against pain. But at that time, Naruto had just completed his training, so he could maintain sage mode for only 5 minutes. So he had to use his shadow clones to cultivate senjutsu chakra while he himself fought pain. But controlling the absorption of power of nature was very hard, so he could only left 2 shadow clones to absorb it. And these moves let him successfully defend against pain. The sage mode cultivation methods are also available in the Naruto system of Ren Tianyu. But currently he hadn't even completely mastered his chakra elements first, so how can he have time to learn sage mode? So Ren Tianyu intends to learn sage mode after time was right for him to cultivate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38, Sisen Clan. Chapter 38, Sisen Clan, Death Clan. Ren Tianyu carefully listened to the explanation of that sexy beautiful woman who was standing at the platform. After listening her explanation, he got more understanding about the cultivation system of battle chi of this world. And soon, an hour passed very quickly, and the class was over. Okay, time's up. Next class is the actual combat class led by teacher Wei De. Everyone, get ready. After speaking, Wang Jiafei turned around and left the class. After seeing that the teacher had left the class, all the students started to talk and introduce among themselves. Hello, I'm Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu also left his seat, came in front of that mysterious youth, and extended his right hand. Something wrong? That mysterious fellow merely lifted his head and without any expression looked at Ren Tianyu and indifferently said few words. Ren Tianyu awkwardly touched his nose. He didn't expect that this youth was cold as an iceberg and indifference like this. It is nothing, only trying to make friend, nothing more. From the aura of your body, I think you are from one of the 100 clan, Sisen, Death, clan. Ren Tianyu said confidently. How did you know? Who are you? After hearing Ren Tianyu, a cold light flashed in his eyes and firmly staring at Ren Tianyu, he coldly asked.
Yesterday when you completed your test, that thin aura of death around your body betrayed you.
Very unfortunately for you, I happened to see the book which introduced Sis Hen clan. At that time, I was curious, so I read and remember about it in my mind.
Ren Tian, you answered. Ren Tian knew the information about Sis Hen clan from the memory of Shiman Tian Long.
In those years, Shiman Tian Long had accidentally caught the sight of a worn-out book in the study of Shiman Tian Ba. Since this race was extremely mysterious, he had always remembered about this clan in his mind. Yesterday afternoon, when this fellow had just came out from the testing ground, a unique aura of death surrounding his body had not disappeared yet. So Ren Tian Yu sensed something unusual, so at this moment he had only guessed. Sis Hen clan, one of the 100 clan of Divine Wind Continent, they possessed unique blood lineage of heart death. This blood lineage could be ranked between mid or high saint class blood lineage. Soul death, the special power of blood lineage of Sis Hen clan, no outsider clearly knows about how powerful this blood lineage is, nevertheless few special effects of this blood lineage is known.
First, this allows the member of Sis Hen clan to possess special undead battle chi.
This undead battle chi is filled with the aura of death. On the surface it doesn't even have the destructive power comparable to ordinary fire or lightning system, but they can fatally harm the enemy. If anyone outside the member of Sis Hen clan got this battle chi to enter their body, then this battle chi will corrode everything inside the body of that person including their battle chi source. This corroding is not simple like the corroding ability of dark attributed battle chi, it is far more unusual. This undead battle chi could even corrode energies, and once it enters the body, it is very difficult to expel it. Also, it consumes a huge amount of vitality to expel, as a result even if you completely expel this undead battle chi, your huge amount of vitality would be drained. So, thanks to this disgusting ability, most of the people are unwilling to battle against the member of Sis Hen clan, as there is a huge chance that both sides would suffer after the battle. Second ability of this blood lineage of heart death bestow the member of Sis Hen clan the ability to summon the undead. They can use their power of blood lineage to open the passage between this divine wind continent and death plane, and summon formidable undead to help them in their battle. As a result, you should fight against the Sis Hen clan only if you possess extremely high level of strength, or you have many helpers, otherwise it is definite that you would be surrounded by numerous undead and beaten. Merely with these two ability, Sis Hen clan firmly occupies one of the top 10 position among 100 clans from ancient times. But even though they possessed such a scary and evil ability, they don't engage on the terrorism activities. Rather they pursue, if other let me alone, I'll let them alone policy. But once you provoke them, you would definitely end up with an extremely wonderful bad fate, i.e. death. In the ancient time, when Divine Wind Continent was invaded by Devil World, members of all 100 ancient clans united together to resist. Although finally, they had forced the members of Devil World to retreat, and sealed the opening of Devil World, nevertheless Divine Wind Continents lost many experts, which was a critical loss. Most of the clan from ancient 100 clans didn't have a strong ability to reproduce, as a result they closed off their clan and no longer contacted with the outside world. Because of this, for thousands of years, there was not any traces of these clans. Because of this, Ren Tian Yu was extremely surprised inside his heart to meet a member of Sis Hen clan, inside the Supreme Light Academy.
Could it be that they already started to appear again in this continent? Do you know?
In general, curious people are very likely short-lived. That youth furiously stared at Ren Tian Yu with an ice-cold eyes.
Oh, is it?
I feel like, I have never heard this sentence. Ren Tian Yu said carelessly and sat comfortably on the top of table.
Also I am the type to have heavy curiosity, I firmly believe curiosity must be cleared. Otherwise you cannot sleep well. Oh, that's right, tell me your name. It is not very convenient to call you Hey. Yen Xin Luo. Yen Xin Luo, I will remember.
I have already introduced my name, still I am called Ren Tian Yu. Also don't stare at me with those eyes, even though I know I am very handsome, still I am not interested in men. After speaking, Ren Tian Yu went away from the seat of Yen Xin Luo, then he walked out from the class. Outside the classroom door, Ren Tian Yu leaned on the guardrail. Standing at the 5th floor, he looked around the campus ground. Seeing many peoples coming and going inside the campus ground, and hearing the sound of laughter everywhere, Ren Tian Yu slowly smiled. Actually the local conditions and customs of this different world was not very complex, it was interesting to live here, but unfortunately I don't belong here, my home is on the earth.
I am quickly get stronger and find the way to return my home.
Thinking this, Ren Tian Yu looked at his Naruto system. After changing the eyes of Obito, and other things, perhaps it would be extremely interesting to take revenge against Shiman clan. At this time, when Ren Tian Yu was staring blankly at the school ground, a lofty man with robust muscles came over from the stairs and entered his classroom. This should be the teacher of combat class, interesting. Ren Tian Yu muttered few words and entered to the classroom and walked over to his seat.
Well, brats, are you all ready? The most nerve-wracking combat class is about to begin immediately. Everyone, follow me and assemble at number 6 training ground.
That robust man roared and led everyone towards training ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 39, Undead Battle Chi. Chapter 39, Undead Battle Chi.
Tian followed the crowd all the way down the school building, then walked towards the east direction, and after about 10 minutes, a large arranged rooms appeared before the eyes of Tian. That robust man led all the students in front of the door of number 6 training ground, then took out a card and insert inside the groove of the door. After that, along with the fluctuation of magic, the door opened wide.
Tian followed the crowd and entered the training ground.
Before the eyes of Tian, a wide training ground appeared, which was almost 60 m in radius.
And there was an arena at the rightmost side of the training ground.
Well, I see new faces in the class, so I will introduce myself. My name is Yunlei Xiao, your combat class teacher. I'm known as Crazy Lightning Warrior, cultivation level at peak of Great Swords Master.
First, you two come in front at once.
After that robust man introduced himself, he pointed at Tian and Yan Xin Luo and asked them to come at front.
Well, first tell us your name. My name is Tian. Yan Xin Luo. Good, since both of you are new student, I want to grasp your strength level.
So, Wang Haicheng and Sun Chu Qian, come here. After saying few words, he turned towards the crowd and called out 2 names. Shortly afterwards, a man and a woman came out from the crowd.
First, you two come over here, they will be testing your strength. Since you two entered the special class, it means your strength should be pretty good. I hope you two will not disappoint me. Well, first Yan Xin Luo and Wang Haicheng will fight.
After instructing, Yunlei Xiao turned around, pulled a stool, sat down and prepared to watch the match between Yan Xin Luo and Wang Haicheng. All the other students also scattered around and surround the arena in all directions to watch the match. Tian was also interested to see this match, so leaning on the wall he carefully stared at Yan Xin Luo. Actually, there was not any suspense in this match. How can a mere great swordsman Wang Haicheng be an opponent of Yan Xin Luo? Tian was only interested to see peculiar power of Sishen clan. On the arena, Yan Xin Luo and Wang Haicheng were standing facing each other, and their eyes were also staring at each other. Yan Xin Luo still had the same indifference and forever cold looks in his face, and Wang Haicheng didn't know why, but cold sweat started to sprang out on the forehead.
From the viewpoint of Wang Haicheng, Yan Xin Luo was full of openings, but when he wanted to make his move, those openings completely disappeared.
A formidable pressure started to appear inside the heart of Wang Haicheng.
Cannot wait any longer, those who don't attack will be defeated.
Wang Haicheng calmed down his heart, then grinding his teeth he released his green-colored battle chi. Then holding the sword which was covered by the wind system battle chi, he rushed towards Yan Xin Luo.
Yan Xin Luo indifferently watched Wang Haicheng, and he didn't even react a bit.
All the others who were watching the match was terrified.
As the distance gradually closed in, Yan Xin Luo still didn't react.
Wang Haicheng didn't care about this much. A strong green-colored wind system battle chi covered his long sword, and then he stabbed towards Yan Xin Luo. Just when everyone thought that the sword of Wang Haicheng would stab Yan Xin Luo, along with the sudden appearance of gray-colored half-moon patterned rays of lights before everyone's eyes, ding, a metallic sound rang. On the arena, a short sword had suddenly appeared at the right hand of Yan Xin Luo, which had blocked the attack of Wang Haicheng. The sudden obstruction of his attack caused a trace of surprise to appear inside the heart of Wang Haicheng. He had used the battle chi and also the physical strength of his whole body in that attack, but his long sword was easily blocked by a short sword.
Is this your full power? Yan Xin Luo emotionlessly looked at the reaction of Wang Haicheng and said indifferently. What?
Wang Haicheng lifted up his head and answered involuntarily, and seeing the change in the body of Yan Xin Luo, immediately his pupil shrunk.
Yan Xin Luo had suddenly released the gray-colored battle chi which was filled with death aura, then Yan Xin Luo looked even creepier.
The released gray-colored battle chi slowly started to gather around the body of Yan Xin Luo.
Not good.
The pupil of Wang Haicheng shrunk. He quickly withdrew his long sword in his right hand, then transferred to his left hand. After that he held sheath of long sword in his right hand. Shortly afterwards, suddenly green-colored light beam filled with violent aura was released. Blood lineage secret skill, Wind Spirit Flash.
Undead Shock Wave. Hong Long Long. Along with the gray-colored radiance, followed an ear-splitting explosion sound.
Then a huge amount of dust rose above the arena.
Interesting.
Looking at the scene at the arena, Tian muttered to himself. A pair of blood-colored eyes were closely staring at the arena.
Don't know when, but he had already turned on his Mangekyo Sharingan. The sudden explosion had produced the dust, which had blocked the vision of the students. Only after the dust had settled down, they could see the situation on the arena. Now they saw that the originally flat arena was now filled with bumps and hollows. Yan Xian Luo was standing erect at the center of the arena, and with Yan Xian Luo as a center, there was a big pit. And at this time a green-colored light beam suddenly flashed and fell at the edge of arena. After the green-colored light disappeared, the figure of Wang Haiqing appeared in front of everyone. Wang Haiqing was half kneeling on the ground and was panting heavily. Looking at the destroyed arena, he looked at Yan Xian Luo with fearful eyes. Fortunately, I quickly used the power of blood lineage to dodge, otherwise the consequences. Wang Haiqing slowly straightened up and firmly stared at Yan Xian Luo. Just now Wang Haiqing had relied on his power of blood lineage, which had made it possible to change his body into a wind column and conceal himself high in the air. But the effect of the wind spirit flash was more than that. As long as the user have enough strength, they can turn into wind element and flutter in the air continuously. Also, this power gives very high speed to the user, which could be the highest level insurance to flee from any battle. But this skill consumes a huge amount of energy, and 2 hours later, the user's body start to ache and temporarily cannot use this power of blood lineage for following 3 days. After slightly recovering, Wang Haiqing once again immediately charged towards Yan Xian Luo while holding his long sword. With the radiance of wind spirit battle chi still covering his body, his speed was very fast. When the distance between Wang Haiqing and Yan Xian Luo was only about 5 meters, the wind spirit battle chi which was surrounding the body of Wang Haiqing suddenly turned into a strong whirlwind and started to rotate in a high speed. Along with the high speed rotation, the figure of Wang Haiqing also disappeared from the midst of that whirlwind. Only the small-sized tornado was advancing towards Yan Xian Luo, and this tornado was surrounded by the strong sword chi. Wind Spirit 1000 Sword Dance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40, The Waves of the World. Chapter 40, The Waves of the World. Along with the shout of Wang Haiqing, a powerful tornado column appeared at the place where Wang Haiqing had disappeared. And this powerful tornado was advancing towards Yan Xian Luo at a very high speed. This fellow actually forced Wang Haiqing to use Wind Spirit 1000 Sword Dance. It seems like the strength of this fellow is pretty good. Now I am looking forward to see the strength of another one too. Seeing the tornado, a flash of surprise appeared in the face of Yunlei Xiao, then he turned his head towards the direction of Ren Tianyu and muttered to himself. Even after seeing the rapidly approaching tornado, Yan Xian Luo was completely calm. Due to this powerful wind, his hair was fluttering in the air, but only after the tornado arrived near him did he make his move. Suddenly the strong radiance of grey-colored battle chi increased sharply, and gradually turned into a towering grey light which surrounded the body of Yan Xian Luo. This sudden increase of the strength caused the stones beneath Yan Xian Luo to disintegrate and turn into fine powders. At this time, Yan Xian Luo pulled out the short sword in his right hand, and threw in the air in front of him. Then the grey-colored battle chi was poured into that short sword. After that, the short sword was completely surrounded by grey battle chi. Just now Yan Xian Luo had released the strong battle chi and assimilated his battle chi with his short sword. Then he took a step with his right leg, and along with the light beam of grey battle chi, he charged towards the short sword in the air. Shortly afterwards Yan Xian Luo came in contact with the short sword, then the grey-colored light beam soared towards the sky from the short sword. From this it was clear that a powerful undead battle chi was gathered at this short sword. Dance of Death, first verse, undead cut open the sky. Along with the voice of Yan Xian Luo, this huge light beam of short sword advanced towards the approaching tornado. Hong long long. Along with the series of explosion, the powerful light beam of the short sword cut open the Wind Spirit 1000 Sword Dance of Wang Haiqing like a hot knife cutting through the butter. Then the tornado also gradually became thinner and finally dissipated. And Wang Haiqing, who was in the midst of Wind Spirit 1000 Sword Dance, flew out while spitting out a stream of mouthful of bloods and heavily fell on the ground outside the arena. When the light beam from the sword disappeared, Yan Xian Luo appeared at the arena while holding the short sword. It took less than 5 minutes to complete the battle, and from the beginning they used only 3 moves and the match was over. But the blood of the students who were watching the battle were boiling with excitement. In this match Wang Haiqing had taken the initiative to attack, and furthermore he had used 2 high-level attacks, but he was unable to change his fate of losing. It's not like Wang Haiqing was weak, rather Yan Xian Luo was far more powerful than Wang Haiqing. From viewpoint of Ren Tianyu, he felt that the last attack of Yan Xian Luo was at least equal or stronger than the attack of that mysterious girl. Match over, Yan Xian Luo wins. Yunlei Xiao stood up and declared the result. After that he walked towards the side of arena and checked the condition of fainted Wang Haiqing.
He discovered that there was not any serious injuries. After that, he placed Wang Haiqing near the stool where he was sitting. Then he went near the arena and took out an earth-colored stone and placed it into the groove of the arena. Suddenly the arena started to release the yellow-colored radiance, and Earth system magical power started to emerge. After the yellow-colored radiance disappeared, the original damaged arena was already revert back to the original undamaged state. This was the repair magic of Earth system. It can revert back all the damage which was caused within a day. But it requires to place repair magic formation beforehand. And only this arena had the repair magic formation in this training ground. Well, restoration of the arena is complete. Carry on the next match. After seeing that the arena was repaired, Yunlei Xiao announced the start of next match. After hearing the announcement of Yunlei Xiao, Ren Tianyu and that girl named Sun Shuqian walked onto the arena and stand opposite to each other. Match begin. Without wasting any time, Yunlei Xiao immediately announced the start of the match. Along with the announcement of Yunlei Xiao, Sun Shuqian extended her right hand. Then a light flashed from the blue-colored ring on her right hand. After that a slender rapier appeared in the right hand of Sun Shuqian. Along with the appearance of that rapier, a blue-colored battle chi sprang out from the body of Sun Shuqian. From this battle chi, Ren Tianyu could sense a moisture of water. This was gentle water battle chi. See spirit blood lineage, now. When Ren Tianyu heard the charming voice of Sun Shuqian, he felt like he heard the billows of the oceans. Make your move. Firmly staring at Ren Tianyu, Sun Shuqian spoke. In that case, I won't be polite. Ren Tianyu carelessly smiled and didn't decline the offer. Heavily stepping on the ground, Ren Tianyu suddenly turned into a blur and appeared in front of Sun Shuqian. And then heavily kicked her. Konoha Gariki Senpu. Severe Leaf Hurricane. Ping. The body of Sun Shuqian flew in the air. But after flying 3 or 4 meters, she balanced herself in the air and landed on the ground. And then, she looked at Ren Tianyu with a surprised expression. At this time, Ren Tianyu was just withdrawing back his right leg. Seeing that Sun Shuqian had firmly stabilized her body, Ren Tianyu smiled and said, "What is it like, beauty? Seeing that I am only an intermediate fighter on the surface, do not underestimate me. Otherwise the consequences will be very serious. This kid truly is sinister. I don't know what alchemy item he is using, even I couldn't see his true cultivation level. I was thinking how was it possible that an intermediate fighter level kid is assigned to the special class. Now I can't guess whether Chu Qian with sword master level could defeat him or not." Seeing the very fast speed and powerful kick of Ren Tianyu, Yunlei Xian quickly revalued the strength of Ren Tianyu inside his heart. Humph. Hearing somewhat mocking words of Ren Tianyu, Sun Shuqian coldly snorted, then the battle chi surrounding her body suddenly rose sharply and held her rapier in front of herself. See spirit first of 3 waves, sky dividing sea wave. Along with the voice of Sun Shuqian, energy suddenly sprang out from the body of Sun Shuqian. And all the gentle water battle chi started to accumulate at that rapier. And that rapier suddenly started to emit the blue-colored radiance. Seeing that Sun Shuqian was in the midst of preparing her big move, Ren Tianyu was surprised. Because he saw that an image of sea whirlpool had appeared behind her. At this time, Sun Shuqian had already completed the preparation of her big move. She slashed her rapier which she was holding on her right hand in front of her body, towards the direction of Ren Tianyu. Suddenly the light of rapier slash separated from the rapier and advanced towards the direction of Ren Tianyu. And unexpectedly that sword slash quickly absorbed the moisture of the atmosphere, and quickly changed into 4 or 5 meter big sea wave. And with an imposing manner advanced towards Ren Tianyu in a very high speed. T.L. Something like flying slash of the sword. Now it's too late to open Hashiman Tanku, the 8 inner gates. Forget about it. After learning nature change of lightning element chakra, I haven't used it in a battle. So it's better to try it now. Seeing the rapidly approaching attack, his eyes flashed with a peculiar light and suddenly a strong lightning system chakra appeared around his body. And they gradually formed a protective chakra membrane. All the hair of Ren Tianyu was standing erect and he had bent the thumb and small finger of his right hand. At this moment sky-dividing sea wave attack of Sun Shuqian finally arrived before Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu immediately turned into lightning blur, and right hand pointing straight forward, just like a lightning spear, directly rushed towards the big wave of sword chi. T.L. I don't know whether I was able to describe properly or not. Here RMC is using Hellstab 3-finger spearhand of 3rd Reikage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41, Cultivation Room Ranking Competition. Chapter 41, Cultivation Room Ranking Competition. Sanbon Nu Kite.
Hell Stab 3-Finger Spear Hand. Along with the shout, Ren Tianyu looked as if he had turned into sharp spear of lightning rushing towards the sky-dividing sea wave attack of Sun Shu Qian. In the Naruto world, Sanbon Nukite, Hell Stab 3-Finger Spear Hand, was one of the unique skill of the third Reikage. The main principle of this skill was to concentrate a considerable amount of lightning chakra into just the fingertips of a single hand and then thrusting that hand towards the opponents. Initially use 4 fingers to attack. With the reduction of number of fingers, the attack power continuously increase. And when used only 1 finger, it would have the strongest attack power, thus it was named Strongest Spear. In those years, when 8-tailed beast of Hidden Cloud Village had run amok, third Reikage alone had prevented the amok of 8-tailed beast. And at that time, he had used this Jigakuzuki, Thrust of Hell, to completely cut off all the tails of 8-tailed beast. You can say that this jutsu was fierce and cruel to the extreme, and it was similar to Chidori, but the power of Jigakuzuki, Thrust of Hell, skill is higher. When Ren Tian, who had turned into a lightning spear in the sky-dividing sea wave attack of Sun Shu Qian, finally met, in an instant the Sanbon Nukite, Hell Stab 3-Finger Spear Hand, of Ren Tianyu slowly split open the sky-dividing sea wave attack of Sun Shu Qian. From the very beginning, Ren Tianyu had a plan to learn successive Reikage ninjutsu. These ninjutsu of lightning system not only far surpass ordinary people in terms of speed, even the 4th Hokage himself using Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Raijin Jutsu, is powerless and tries to avoid to engage in a close combat. And there is also a ninjutsu to create the armor of lightning chakra for the defense of whole body. Even the wind-style Rasen Shuriken attack of Naruto was powerless to split open this defense. In addition to this, the attack power was also far more powerful. The Jigakuzuki, Thrust of Hell, skill, Jigakuzuki upon Nukite, Hell Stab 1-Finger Hand, was known as the strongest spear of third Reikage. In the beginning, Ren Tianyu had already discovered the method to learn this ninjutsu, but at that time he hadn't mastered chakra nature change of lightning system. As a result, that time, he could only look at it enviously but cannot cultivate. So at that time, he memorized the learning method of this ninjutsu and prepared himself to learn it first after mastering lightning system nature change. Now Ren Tianyu had only learned the initial stage of this ninjutsu. He had already gone through many training, so his body was already capable enough to endure lightning system chakra and cope with fire chakra nature change too. Although the Sanbon Nukite, Hell Stab 3-Finger Spear Hand, attack of Ren Tianyu was only of initial stage, and couldn't even compare to the same attack of third Reikage, nevertheless it shouldn't be underestimated. The people on the audience saw that Ren Tianyu had rushed towards the huge wave, sword slash, without even taking out his weapon, but he was still able to cut open that sword slash, this. Ren Tianyu ignored the amazement of the audience, and still continued to change chakra into lightning system chakra. And continued to press forward his Sanbon Nukite, Hell Stab 3-Finger Spear Hand, towards sky-dividing sea wave. This sky-dividing sea wave couldn't stop the step of Ren Tianyu anymore. After split opening the sky-dividing sea wave, Ren Tianyu continued to advance towards blankly standing Sun Shu Qian. When the right hand of Ren Tianyu was just 10 cm away from the forehead of Sun Shu Qian, he stopped his hand. After all this was just a test, it was not necessary to kill the opponent. Sun Shu Qian blankly watched the lightning chakra-covered right hand of Ren Tianyu in front of her. Because the distance between the right hand and her face was very near, her beautiful face was feeling slight numbness. She had used all the power from her body in that attack, but it was unexpectedly split open easily. How can she accept this fact? Match over, you lose. Ren Tianyu withdraw his hand. All the chakra that was surrounding him also slowly withdrawn inside his body. His standing erect hair also subsided. Sun Shu Qian was speechless. Well, match over. Ren Tianyu wins. At this moment, Yun Lei Xiao stood up and declared the end of the match. Ren Tianyu jumped off the arena and looked for a place to recover his consumed chakra. In this extremely short period of time, he had consumed about 1/3 of his chakra, so without losing time he wanted to recover his chakra. This jutsu was not good to use before he reached Kage level. Because this ninjutsu consumes a huge amount of chakra, and only the person with a huge amount of chakra can bring out the biggest might of this ninjutsu. Just like third Reikage, he once faced an opposing force of 10,000 shinobi single-handedly for 3 consecutive days and nights, in order to allow his comrades to escape to safety, and he eventually died in this battle due to extreme exhaustion of chakra. Due to extreme usefulness of this ninjutsu, Ren Tianyu had given more priority to learn this ninjutsu. But for this ninjutsu he needed huge amount of chakra, but after cultivating up to elite senior ninja level, the amount of his chakra was not improving significantly. So for the time being, exchanging one of the tail beast was his top priority. Well, now I roughly understand the strength level of you both. I must say, your strength is extremely good. I hope you too will participate for the cultivation room ranking competition, and achieve a good result for our class. And you all should remember the humiliation of previous cultivation room ranking competition.
Yun Lei Xiao slowly glanced the students around the arena and slowly spoke. Hearing Yun Lei Xiao, veteran students who had participated in previous completion bowed their heads in shame. Cultivation Room Ranking Competition is the specialty of Supreme Light Academy. Every class of Supreme Light Academy are required to deploy the students to the special purpose cultivation room. The effect of each cultivation room are different. The lowest level cultivation room have the effect of only ordinary cultivation room. But inside the high level cultivation room, not only there is the high level formation which could quickly gather the magic energy and help the student who cultivated inside to quickly absorb elemental power of voids, but also there are gravity magic formation, floating magic formation and so on, other series of high level magic formation. Even inside the current room number 6 cultivation room, there is a high level gravity magic formation. It can increase the gravity up to 12 times. This is extremely beneficial for warriors in their cultivation. Furthermore, there is illusion magic formation. Anyone entering this formation will enter into an illusion world. Inside that world there will be an opponent who had the same cultivation level as the person entering the formation. Fighting against this opponent helps any warrior greatly. Also inside that formation one can choose the environment and skills to use too. This is the merely 6th cultivation room. The first cultivation room is even more perfect for cultivation. If the representative from the class wins, then everyone from their class will have the right to use best cultivation room. As long as your strength is high or your fist is strong enough, best cultivation room will be yours. Cultivation room ranking competition is held once every 6 months. All the classes of Supreme Light Academy can participate in this competition. This was not the competition for only Warrior Skill Court, but Magic Court and Illusion Court can also take part in this competition. But Alchemy Court will not participate because they are only few in numbers and type of people who completely indulge in their alchemy world. Each class can send only 5 people to participate in this competition. The total points obtained by these 5 people are calculated and highest among them obtains the right to use the best cultivation room. This competition doesn't depend on the personal strength or the strength of team, but it depends on the points system. Everyone will have their points at the final. The final ranking of the class is determined by adding the total points obtained by all 5 members of the class. This is also one of the special rule which was applied by the Academy. Teachers of the Academy do not pay attention to only those 1 or 2 students whose strength is highest or lowest but all of the students. As a result this rule was made. In last competition, the Warrior Court which Ren Tianyu belongs to, had obtained 3rd rank. First and second was obtained by Magic Court and Illusion Court respectively. To sum it up, their overall result was too poor, so they got only number 6 cultivation room. All the teachers of Warrior Court almost died because of anger, especially Wang Jiafei. This sexy beautiful lady used her scorching fire battle chi and almost burned the whole building. So when Yun Lei Xiao mentioned about last competition, everyone was ashamed, especially those who had participated. Their complexion was already becoming red. There is still 2 more months left before the next competition. I hope you all will make great effort to prepare for this competition. Don't give me any garbage result. You all are the member of special class and you are above the ordinary students. Try your best, get back your honor in next competition. Forget about it, I won't speak about this nonsense anymore. Since the test of 2 new students is complete and I got the rough understanding their strength level, the class will be over soon. So you all are free to cultivate until then. You all should know where the switch of magic formation is, so with the exception of Ren Tianyu and Yen Xi and Luo, all are dismissed. After Yun Lei Xiao finished speaking, all the students found their cultivation place and started their own training. Yun Lei Xiao came before Ren Tianyu and Yen Xi and Luo, took out a magic card and said, "Take out your student magic card, I will give you access to enter this cultivation room and your magic card. After you got this permission, you can freely access the 6th cultivation room and you can also freely use magic formations of this cultivation room to cultivate or train." Hearing Yun Lei Xiao, a card appeared from inside the right hand of Ren Tianyu and Yen Xi and Luo. This was their student card. Yun Lei Xiao held his card in his right hand and softly muttered the incantation, then a purple-colored battle chi appeared from the card of Yun Lei Xiao and that radiance entered into the student card of Ren Tianyu and Yen Xi and Luo. Yun Lei Xiao put away his magic card, then said to Ren Tianyu and Yen Xi and Luo, "Now both of you can freely access this cultivation room. In addition to this, if you wanted to cultivate battle chi, over there is the special purpose private rooms. Inside it contains several magic formation, so compared to cultivating outside, the speed of your cultivation will be much faster inside that room." Yun Lei Xiao said while pointing towards doors at right side. Number 33 will be the room of Ren Tianyu, and number 34 will be the room of Yen Xi and Luo. Inside these cultivation rooms, there is also gravity and illusion magic formation. You can activate these magic formation using your student card. Well, just now both of you had a match, so without wasting any time enter the room and take your time to cultivate. After that, qualify yourself as a representative of your class and achieve a good result. Okay. Ren Tian Yu replied and turned around and walked towards the cultivating room. And Yen Xin Luo, without saying anything, directly turned to leave towards the cultivating room. Watching the back of two students, Yun Lei Xiao talked to himself, these two are good seedling. Not bad, next cultivation room ranking competition will be something worth seeing. Finished muttering, he walked over and sat on his stool, then he closed his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.